Are you ready? Okay, let's get on the record. State versus Poole. And I'm muted now. We have Mr. Poole here with Mr. Miller, and we've got our prosecutors here. Mr. Miller, is Ms. Bird going to be joining us today?
Yes, Your Honor, she's coming up as we speak.
Okay, that's all good, but you're all right getting started now.
I would prefer if Ms. Bird could be at the table when the jury.
Okay, what's your best estimate as to when she'll be here
I want to say 19.
on that clock?
Yes,
Okay.
and I'm gonna cross my fingers.
Okay, is there anything we need to take up from the state before we get Corporal Lee back on the stand and the jury back in here? Okay, your remaining witnesses here as well? Or will be here?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Miller, on the defense side?
Nothing from the defense. Your
Okay. All right. We'll be started when you come back, because it'll be 9:10.
Okay. I'm back.
All right. All right, let's get on the record. We were on the record. We've conferred. Corporal Lee, if you'll come on up and stay standing, but by the witness stand, we're going to bring the jurors in, and then you can take a seat after they get in. Deputy, if you bring the jurors in, please.
Morning, Judge.
Morning. Is this monitor on or not on, or just
It's
something?
not on.
We don't have Deputy Gordon here who knows how to make it work. You have a theory?
There's a, presses the on, over the on button.
On the other side.
I apologize, by the way, were you able to hear me when I turned? I apologize for turning so much. That's just,
Okay.
I just want to make, I got you. I just want to make sure. Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
The light just went on. It's promising.
It's on.
Great.
All right, for the jury.
Not projected.
All jurors are present.
Thank you, sir. Everyone else can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We're getting strange feedback here. Let's see. Mr. Miller's microphone is on. I think I got it. All right, we should be good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here on time. Oh, someone was bending down. They're like, wait, we're missing another juror. We're all here. Thank you for being here on time. We are picking up where we left off. Corporal Lee is still on the stand. He remains under that oath he took yesterday to provide truthful testimony. The state was in the midst of its direct examination. We'll finish up with that and then see if there are any defense questions and keep on moving. Okay? Mr. Bynum?
Thank you. Good morning, Corporal Lee.
What is, sir?
All right, so yesterday, I think where we left off, we were talking about station 137, which was a crash data retrieval, the CDR report or information. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. So I want, before we jump into the specifics and the content of that report, can you make clear for the jurors where does that information come from?
So the information from the CDR, again, as we discussed yesterday, that device that's installed by the manufacturer, some people call it the black box. We know it's not a black box because it's not an airplane, because it doesn't record sound and different things like that, but it does record vehicle information. And again, it's installed usually in the center mass of the vehicle. In this case, would have been in the center tunnel nearest to the firewall.
And can you tell the jurors how are you able to get that information?
All right, so we would use a device from Bosch called the crash data retrieval tool. Basically what it is, it's a hardware software combo. You're gonna plug into this device directly. Basically it's plug and play. The device has, we have different cables for different devices. You plug directly in, plugs into your computer. That computer pulls that data off. It comes out as hexadecimal or a raw file. And then once it's interpreted, just interprets a standard PDF, something that we can read.
Okay, and so in a situation like this one, we were able to do what you just described, and you're able to get information off of the black box that comes out in a PDF format eventually for the crash data retrieval report. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And is that what we were talking about yesterday in States Exhibit 137? That was submitted?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell the jurors generally when you're able to get the information using from the ACM and in the form of the report that you have in front of you? Can you tell the jurors generally what information are you getting in respect to the black box of, in this instance, the white infinity?
All right, so like I said, every manufacturer is different. They're going to record different things, okay? In most instances, you're going to see speed-related data. You're going to see steering input. You're going to see acceleration, engine RPM, delta V, which is that change in velocity that we talked about a little bit yesterday. Like I said, every manufacturer is different. They record differently. Some record in most common, which is half-second increments. So that could be from 5 to 0 down in half second. So 5, 4.5, 4, and so on. Some record in tenths of seconds. So 5, 4.9, 4.8, and then some of them 0.2 of a second, depending on, again, who the manufacturer is. That's standard what you're going to see there. You may see also things like seatbelt. If a driver or a front passenger, they don't typically record the back seat information, but they will record those front 2 passengers. Airbag deployment, acceleration in a crash. Remember, we talked about longitudinal and lateral delta Vs. Those are recorded in most devices as well. Again, it depends on the manufacturer. I know I keep kind of stressing that, but everybody's different. Everybody records different information because they want different output, or they want different information to better their product.
And on the screen in front of you, that says stay muted in a second, but can you tell the jurors where it says that the table where it says CDR file information, do you see that?
Yes.
And see the last box within that table where it says events recovered. Can you tell the jurors when information or data is received from the vehicle's ACM box that you've described? What are we looking at here as it relates to events recovered? What does that mean?
All right. So these devices can record 2 types of events: deployment and non-deployment. Now, non-deployment is, you have to think, this device has an accelerometer in it. It wakes up at a certain point and it says, hey, am I needed? And I know this is kind of elementary, but this is the way I can understand it the best myself. These devices, when they hit, like a hard surface in the road, or they hit a curb or something, they're going to wake up and they're going to say, do I need to throw the airbags? Is everything okay? If it doesn't meet that threshold to throw the airbags, it's not going to. It could record that as a non-deployment event because it said, yeah, there's something here. Something happened up there. I don't know what happened, but something significant enough that I need to hold on to this data for a minute. Then there's a deployment event, and that's where the airbags go off. That's where that accelerometer reaches that threshold. Poop, and there goes the bags because it says, uh-oh, something bad is going on up there. I need to help whoever's up there. That's the difference between the 2 events. And it can record multiple events, anywhere from 1 to 3 events. And some devices that we're starting to see can record even more.
Okay, and this instant, it's fair to say that the crash data retrieval information that you see in statement 137 had 2 events.
It did.
And in looking at and analyzing the report, can you tell the jurors event number 1 actually looked at it and was able to determine if that was relevant to your investigation? And I'm going to put page 4 up on the screen.
All right, so I'm going to draw you a lot of lines so you can kind of better see what I'm talking about here. So you're going to look at a couple things when you're validating data. All right. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to look at something really simple, which is the ignition counter at the crash. Okay, that is when that event was recorded. It said this is when that happened. This was the ignition cycle at that time. Let me see if I can get this pin to come up. Okay, so that count is right here. All right, that is 5,221. Now, if you look down here at the next one, it says ignition cycles at download. That is when I go in and extract that data. Now, as you can tell, they're not very close. We usually say within 5. You need to have it within about 5 ignition cycles. If you go above that, you need to have some really good articulation of why, or understanding of why there's more than that. There's more ignition cycles than that. Now, again, you can consider things like vehicles that have auto start features. How many of us have a car that you hit the brakes at the red light, it goes off, and then cranks back up? That's considered an ignition in some vehicles, okay? So we look at that, we can almost automatically go, this is not related to our crash. There's too many cycles. And we can also look at a couple things. Remember, I talked about bringing that realism to a crash and trying to wrap your head around it, right? Well, I'm looking at this right here, which is the longitudinal delta V, that change in velocity. Well, that's a pretty low delta V. -6 miles an hour is not very much. giving I understood the significance of this crash, how significant this crash was and how violent it probably was, this doesn't pass my, what I call my smell test. Okay. So those are two things that I look at when I'm validating this data, just to go right off the start.
Okay, and then in the, I guess the second table where it says deployment command data, event record 1, do you use the information in that table to pass the smell test based on what you had already seen with your own eyes in walking the scene and seeing the physical vehicle on April 9th, 2021?
Absolutely, because if you look at it, it doesn't give information related to airbag deployment. And that tells you right there, that's a non-deployment event.
Okay, so I want to go to page of your report. While I'm doing that, if you wouldn't mind clearing the screen.
Absolutely.
All right. Now, we're looking at page 10, states that 137. It says event record 2. Can you explain to the jurors what this table is showing as it relates to, is this a second event?
Okay, so we're going to start with the first things that we talked about. Crash, right? The ignition cycles at crash, which is right here. All right, that's at 8495. And if you look at when I did the download, it was at 8497. So that's within 2, right? So that passes our ignition test. Okay. Then we're going to look at a couple things. Let's look at the command to give to the airbag is right here. All this information is showing you how fast the airbag's deployed, what the time was in differentials. Now, it's important to note, this is in milliseconds, not seconds. Okay. Remember we talked about yesterday, it's can't blink that fast. And then I also went down to the delta V here, and I want you to look at the difference in the delta V's here. They're significantly higher. In accident reconstruction, anything over 24 and above is guaranteed serious injury or death. So when we see a delta V at -50, that is a violent, substantial crash. Now we're seeing that twofold because we're seeing it not only from the longitudinal standpoint, but from the lateral standpoint, we're seeing a -41. So this is a substantial crash, which again, to me, passes that smell test. This is one of those things I look at this and I say, this lines up with the way this crash occurred.
Now, I know you talked a little bit about yesterday, but I want to make sure it's clear. When you say delta V, and I know you said it's the change in velocity, and just generally, when you have a number, any number that is associated with your delta V, what does that number signify, and why is that significant to what you're doing in the sense of accident reconstruction?
So we're looking at this crash. This is a very violent crash. Okay, how do we know that? Well, delta V. Delta V is the change in velocity with respect to time. Look at the timestamp down here. They felt a change in velocity in 185 milliseconds. That's not measured in seconds. That's in milliseconds. Okay. So they felt a change. Imagine your body going from 50 miles an hour to 0 in not even a full second. That is a substantial crash. And that is something very important that we highlight. And the reason for that is because we're trying to understand how are those occupants going to react in that crash? What is that vehicle dynamic going to do? I mean, and energy dispersion, because just because it says -50 doesn't mean that there's not more energy or more speed there. It just means that this is what it recorded at the time of the event.
And just to kind of correlate that, some of the things that you referenced yesterday. So you talked about your acronym with PDOF or point.
Principal direction of force.
Force. And you described yesterday that based on what you saw on scene from the damage to the vehicle, the damage to the concrete wall, when, what the vehicle impacted. Tell the jurors, how does that, principal direction of force, I believe you told the jury yesterday that it was forward and right, right?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors, when you're using delta V, is this change in velocity because there's a change in that principal direction of force because of the striking of the concrete wall?
Absolutely. So the principal direction of force, I used the example yesterday. I was pointing directly out to one of the jurors yesterday. That's where we're going, right? And we're going in at an angle. That's why we're seeing longitudinal, which is that front to back, and we're seeing lateral at the same time, because energy dissipates where it can. When it goes against that wall, it's got to dissipate a lot of energy when it's going towards that wall. That's something important that we have to consider, because it's not giving away all of it. There's still energy. That's the reason that car rotated and rolled over, remember?
And can you tell the jurors, as you're looking at the first table, where you can see things where it says maximum delta force or maximum delta V longitudinal, and then maximum delta V lateral. Can you explain to the jurors, when you were referencing longitudinal, front back, is that side to side, and for lateral, the same. What exactly is the purpose, the difference between longitudinal and lateral delta force?
So again, longitudinal, we're measuring front to back. Okay, so that'd be a front to rear crash. Lateral is a left to right. Okay. Again, given that it's at an angle, that's why we have two measurements, right? Usually in a crash, if it's front to rear, we're going to see the longitudinal, but we're not going to see as much from the left to right, right? Because if you've ever been rear-ended or bumped something, usually just go forward and backward. In this case, they're turning and rotating again, getting rid of that energy. And that's why it's pretty significant. If you also look at this right here, just to give you a kind of a severity level, CLP stands for clipped. That means that this car couldn't record any higher. That's as high as it could record. So basically it hit the threshold and said, hey, sorry, we're out. That's all we got. That gives you another idea of how substantial this crash was. The device basically said, we're not going to record any further than this.
And in that, I guess, box, -60 CLP, it says the maximum acceleration and it's lateral and longitudinal again. What is the difference between maximum acceleration, lateral and longitudinal, and then the delta V lateral longitudinal?
It's just measured in G's,
And you say G.
like G-force, basically.
And do you use the measurements that the numbers that you just described relates to acceleration and delta V to confirm things that you saw on the scene as it relates to point of impact, angles, and where the vehicle came to the rest of it?
Yes.
Is that part of your process that you described yesterday, that making sure the things that you saw make sense?
Absolutely.
Now, I want to move page 11. And as we're looking at page 11, you tell the jurors first, this table or chart, what is it showing and how is it relevant to the investigation that you're doing for your scripting?
Okay, so this is a speed table. All right, I think everybody knows what miles per hours are. That's what's going to be this column right here. All right, so that gives you an idea of how fast it's going, 5 seconds per hour. This is again recorded in half-second increments. So it's going to be 4.5, 4, and all the way down to 0. This is going to record a few very important things, especially for this investigation. Number one, I'm going to look at the speed because that's what everyone wants to know. How fast are they going? Why is this crash so violent? Well, if there's a lot of speed, we can pretty much we can assume that there's going to be a lot of violence with a crash. All right. We're going to look at service brake. That is when you put your foot on the brake and you're actively using it. And then I'm going to look at steering input. These are all very important. It allows me an opportunity to get inside the mind of the driver a little bit. When I see excessive speed, I'm going to look at this. Now, this is invalid. Now, the reason that can be is a couple reasons. Clipping, power, it could have missed things in the recording process and only recorded the information that's pertinent. And it may be built that way within the algorithm that's within the device. It says you record speed and this over this if you have a power failure. That could be, there's a million reasons that could have not recorded. But we can still look at these, which are engine RPMs, gives us an idea of how what they're doing with the accelerator. When we start looking at the crash, as we're going into the crash, we want to look at the speed in conjunction with the brake. We're going to put those two together first. We can all see that at 5, he's not on the brakes. All the way into the crash, he's on the brakes. Why? Because that wall's coming fast. At 130 miles an hour, it's coming in a hurry. You got to make a decision. Now, we take that in conjunction with the steering input. The steering input, you have to read what we call the data limitations within this report. Very boring, very dry, but it does give you some good information. It tells you that what an annotation is. Left is going to be a positive annotation. Negative is going to be a right annotation. So what are we seeing here? We're seeing that it's general steering. You know, anywhere between, I would say, 0 and 15 degrees is pretty much us just trying to maintain our lane. Now you can see how quickly it goes from 8 and it clips at 250. The reason it's clipping at 250 is probably for 2 reasons. It's not humanly possible to turn the wheel that fast, and the wheel cracked. When it hit that, raised concrete, which is the sidewall, it probably snapped the recording device for this right here, because it said you can't turn that fast. It's not humanly possible. But it does give me an idea of what that driver's doing. They're coming too fast. They see the wall approaching. They're making all efforts stop and make the turn.
Okay. So I want to look at page 10 one more time, and you see where it says deployment command data event record 2 as it relates to the airbag deployments in that vehicle.
Yes.
So I want to first start with the first 2, I guess 4 boxes where it talks about frontal airbag deployment, time to deploy, first stage driver, and same for first stage passenger. And then it says frontal airbag deployment, time to second stage driver, and then again for the front passenger. Do you see those 4 boxes?
I do.
And next to those boxes in that table are number values. So the first 2 are 3, and then the second 2 are 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is the numbers in those boxes, can you explain to the jurors what those numbers mean or what they represent as it relates to the deployment of the frontal airbag?
All right. So what that's telling us is how long did it take for the algorithm or the device algorithm to say, okay, I need to throw the airbags because something bad is happening up there. Well, that's milliseconds again. 3 milliseconds. That's why your airbags come out so fast. It sent the accelerometer hit that threshold. Within 3 seconds, it said throw them, and the airbags came out. And basically, that's what that's measuring.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors as it relates to the 3 and the 6, the deployment in 3 milliseconds and 6 milliseconds? I guess some of the back, is that a pretty fast rate of deployment as it relates to airbags and vehicles based on your training experience?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so I want to talk about now the specific numbers as it relates to speed and the maximum delta V, whether it's longitudinal as well as lateral. So the maximum delta V longitudinal wise is do you see where it says -50 and then in parentheses 81?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell the jurors, where does that number come from?
So again, we just saw a table that said 130 miles an hour and then all the way down to 78 miles an hour, right? This is not the speed of the vehicle. This is the loss of speed with respect to time. It's a change in velocity, all right? The reason we say velocity is because crashes happen in seconds and feet, not miles and not hours, right? So that's why we measure it. Now, this does us a handy job and it converts that for us into miles per hour so we can logically wrap our brains around it and say, if he's going 78 when he hits the wall, he's going to lose 50 miles an hour that quick. All right. And that's very important to understand. And that's, and what it does is it's giving you that numeric value or of the timestamp. And it's saying, this is how fast they lost that 50 miles per hour. Sorry, had to take a second there.
And is the loss of 50 miles per hour because they're hitting the stationary concrete wall?
Absolutely.
And because you hit the stationary concrete wall, does that change, obviously, the velocity of the vehicle to go in a different or opposite direction than forward, right, as the vehicles go?
Absolutely.
Now, what I want to kind of walk through as it relates to that, we talked about what happens to the change in the velocity of the vehicle with the delta V. Can you tell the jurors, knowing the delta V maximum that we just talked about and what it means as it relates to a change in velocity? And then can you tell the jurors what happens to an occupant, let's say in the front passenger seat, as it relates to what you know about the direction of travel, the principal direction of force, and the delta V that you spoke about?
All right. So to put this all together, you have to start with the direction of travel. So we know that they're going to come in at a slight angle going northwest. Okay. When we talked about our principal direction of force, where's the force going to come from? It's going to be the wall. So essentially, those people in that vehicle, if we're talking about specifically, just so I'm clear, you wanted to talk first about the front right passenger? Okay. The front right passenger is fixing to take the brunt of the impact because it's going to happen on their side first. Okay. It's going to get them first. And in this instance, only thing stopping them and really keeping them in the car is the door and the window. Well, if you're not restrained, you're coming up out of that seat and there's nothing stopping you going out that window, especially considering the fact that it's at an angle. The principal direction of force is from me to you. I'm coming to where you are in that crash. My body is going that way. All right. And that -50, whoever's in that front seat is getting all of it. All of it. They're all going that direction. Anybody in that vehicle is getting all of it. They're going that direction because that is where that force is coming from. They've met it. Now they've got to pay up for it. Basically, they've met what that force was, and now they're fixing to pay for it. Because it's like we used that analogy yesterday. When you're in the car and you're going 60 miles an hour, how fast is your body going? 60 miles an hour. Okay, so you're fixing to have to go that direction. And that relates to just the front passenger or the front right passenger. Would you like me to go further?
In 1 second, I just want to make sure one thing is clear. So let's use your example, let's say 60 miles an hour. And that's what a vehicle, let's say here, you know that the vehicle, when it hits the wall, is going 78 miles an hour, right?
Yes.
So when that vehicle hits that wall at 78 miles an hour, when the vehicle hits the wall, does the body also stop because of the point of impact of the vehicle? Or does the occupant here, the passenger, do they keep traveling at 78 miles an hour until they hit a barrier or, like you said, a door or window?
They will continue, like you're saying, they will continue at 78 miles an hour until they're we talked about Newton's laws yesterday, until they're met with an outside force. They're going to continue in a straight line. Your body, the car, everything wants to stay in a straight line until something acts on it.
And just so it's clear, you have 3 occupants in a vehicle. In this instance, we have a front passenger, the driver, there's somebody in the backseat, okay? What you described as it relates to the principal direction of force, we know it's front and to the right. As the car is going front and to the right, are all the occupants in the vehicle going in that same direction at that time?
Absolutely.
So at the time that the car is, before it hits the wall at 70 miles an hour, everybody is going front and right.
Absolutely.
Now, using that as it relates to the driver, can you tell the jurors, as it relates to all the concepts you talked about, the principal direction of force, delta D, the speed in which you know the vehicle hits the concrete wall, based on your knowledge and training, a number of years of experience, can you tell the jurors the effect it would have on somebody who is driving the vehicle when they are going in that principal direction of force, that front and right, and the car makes contact with the wall, and there's a change of velocity?
Okay, so they're going to do the exact same thing that our front right passenger is going to do. They're going that direction. There's just more barriers for them to continue that direction, right? You've got, like we talked about, that passenger compartment. You've got your center tunnel. You've got your steering wheel. You've got your footwell. You've got a lot of different things that are going to keep you in there just as much as this person over here was. The only difference is this person had what I would call an escape, which was the window. But the driver doesn't necessarily have that. He still has a whole compartment to go through before he goes to that window. And sorry, I'm very visual. I'm just, it's how I was, I understand things. But again, this motion right here, that's how they're going. Everybody in that car is doing that same motion towards that principal direction of force. Everybody's going to it.
So it would be fair to say that the driver, knowing the principal direction of force, is going forward and right, which would that mean that the driver is going forward towards the center console, the infotainment center, all of those things, barriers, as the car travels towards the concrete wall?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the jurors, once the vehicle hits that concrete wall and there's that change in velocity, that delta V, can you tell the jurors, as it relates to specifically the driver, how that change in velocity affects the driver and the position that he is in the car?
So if you're unrestrained, and we all know that seat belts are, we talked about it yesterday, they're trying to keep you butt in the seat. So what do they use? The seat belt's the number one thing. But if you're not restrained, the passenger compartment's kind of your second safety valve. But it's not perfect. It might keep you there, but you're still gonna come up and you're still gonna go towards that if there's nothing holding you back. Remember, if we're gonna meet force, we gotta have enough force to counter it, right? Or we're going to the same thing. So in this case, with the driver being unrestrained, they're in the compartment, but they're still gonna come up and they're going that direction. They're still gonna come up and go out. The compartment's gonna help slow them down, but it's not gonna save them from everything else that they just endured.
And from what you know, the point of impact on the vehicle being at the front and then the right side, can you explain to the jurors, based on all of your experience and training and knowledge, that when the front of that vehicle hits the wall, can you explain what happens to, I know it sounds like common sense, to that front of the vehicle as it hits the wall, and does it push into the vehicle?
Absolutely.
And is that consistent with a driver's legs being trapped?
Objection, Your Honor. Well, I'll let him finish.
Okay. Full question?
With the driver's legs being trapped in that compartment?
No objection?
No objection.
Okay. You follow the question?
I'm sorry, can you mind repeating that one more time, just so I make sure I answer it properly?
Rather than River, I'm just kidding. Can you tell the jurors, as it relates to what you know about where on the vehicle the actual point of impact is? And we know because of the principal direction of force, it's the front of the vehicle and the right hand front side. Can you explain to the jurors, knowing what you know about the point of impact on that vehicle, and then all of the principles that you described yesterday and today, the effect that would have on the front of the car, specifically the front compartment, the passenger front and the driver front compartment, and how that would affect lower extremities as they sit in a car.
So two things. One, that was a pretty different question. But two, you're free to answer it as long as, consistent with the discussion we had yesterday, you're not talking about the effect it would have on, it would break a leg or not break a leg. It would be something the car might compress, and so it would be hard to get out. It would be structural to the car and not structural to the body, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. So again, we consider, all of us have driven. You don't have to be an expert in occupant kinematics to understand how the body reacts in certain aspects in this specific arena. Your legs are going to get caught because they're trying to stay in the compartment. So that's trying to keep you in. Your car is doing everything it can to keep you in the car. Your legs are going to get caught. Well, what's going to be the first thing? You're going to have your center tunnel or your center console. That's the first thing you're going to overcome. Then you're going to have your feet well, and then you're going to also have the steering wheel. If we're looking at the data that we have here as well, not just from a lower extremities part, but an upper extremity, we know this driver's driving the steering wheel as well. I don't know about you, but if you've ever gone into a curve too fast, you got a death grip on that steering wheel. So, I mean, there's yet another barrier that's probably trying to keep him in the car. So those are kind of some factors that we see consistently with crashes like these.
So in conjunction with that, as it relates to what you've talked about earlier, as the deployment of the front airbags specifically for the driver, it says in both stages, stage 1 and stage 2, can you explain to the jurors how does that also act as a barrier in a pretty quick fashion as it relates to the collision?
Yeah, again, the airbag is coming out this direction, and then you also have curtain airbags. So they're all trying to just basically make a big bubble around you to compress you and keep you where you are. The airbag's is going to try to push you back in the seat. If you've ever seen vehicles that have headrests that come forward in crashes, they're trying to protect your neck. They're trying to do all that stuff. So they're literally collapsing on you to try to keep you where you are.
Now, I want to ask you kind of the same series of questions for an individual who is in the back seat or the back passenger compartment of a vehicle, specifically here, the white Infiniti sedan. Can you explain to the jurors, kind of like we've done as it relates to the front occupant and the driver, if a passenger back seat of the vehicle, his head is behind the front. His head is on the passenger side of the car, and his legs are towards the driver's side of the vehicle. Based on what you've described about, again, the principal direction of force, what you know about the change of velocity through the delta V number, the speed, things of that nature, can you describe to the jurors, based on your training and experience, what that occupant in the back seat would be experiencing?
Okay, so, manufacturers considered the people in the front. They didn't really take too much consideration with the people in the back. But we do know one thing about most passenger compartments. They're pretty small, right? You ever got in the back seat of a vehicle, especially this size? Sedans are much smaller. So they kind of use that as your compartment, as a backseat passenger. In the crash, again, everybody's going that direction. We're all going that direction if we're not restrained. There's nothing that's keeping us in the seat if we're not wearing that seat belt. None of us are absent of the rules of physics. We're going to where we're going, right? Passengers in the rear is no different. If they're sitting behind the driver, they have a bit more barriers than most. And what those two barriers are the two front seats. Okay, it's a smaller compartment, so there's a lot less footwell. So they're kind of in this little bubble. I'm sorry, I can see it in my head. I'm hoping that you guys can too. I'm trying to make it as visually pleasing as possible. Sitting in that, we're going to go that way, which is going to be right into the front right passenger seat. We may clip the driver's seat in the midst of it. We're going to hit that first. Which means we're going to go right into the back of it. Because again, everybody's already started. Everybody's going that way. everybody. If you're not restrained, you're going that direction. That seat is going to act like a barrier for you. That is, you remember we talked about, I'm going to keep going back to it. I'm sorry to be repetitive. Newton's laws. Objects in motion won't stay in motion until they're acted on by an outside force. That is your outside force right there. That seat is your outside force. It is fixing to rebound. It's fixing to make, you're fixing to hit it and you're fixing to come straight back. Because that seat, and you know, I'm kind of, I don't know if we've shown this photograph, but in the photos, you can see that there is significant damage to the front right passenger seat. Tells me a couple things. Tells me somebody hit it, but it also tells me that it didn't break, didn't give. So what is that going to do? No different than the wall. When you meet zero with the wall and the wall still has energy, it's going to give you more energy, okay? Because it's got to dissipate that energy.
Okay, and you tell the jurors, based on your training, is that why the back seats of the vehicle, they're pretty hard?
Yes.
Now, I'll show you your safety within 68 really. I know you had an opportunity to look at these. All right, you'll just flip through them.
This is 68 through what?
130.
130.
All right.
You guys think that it's 68 through 130?
Yes, sir.
You tell the jurors, how do you recognize them and what are they?
These are photos of the vehicle that I took post-crash during my inspection.
Okay, and do they copies of the actual photographs that you showed? You were inspecting the vehicle and when you were able to get the information from the ACM, the crash data retrieval objects we spoke about.
Yes.
This time around, it's and it was combined to 68 through 130.
No objection.
68 through 130 are now admitted.
Now, hopefully, in states of the 68 through 130, I'm gonna leave it to you. Is there a photo in there that you would depicts or show what you described as it relates to the front seats and the barriers that you were describing, or talking about the backseat passenger?
Yeah, looking through them and I pulled them both out. I would say 106 or 107, either is a good depiction of that. Make sure that's the only one. Blurry. It's not as blurry. I mean, almost. That's the one.
All right, and can you kind of describe to the jurors what we're looking at and how it kind of illustrates what you described as it relates to a barrier, and how it affects the backseat occupant of a vehicle in a crash like this.
All right, so you can, like,
You want me to dim the lights again? So early in the day. All right, is that better? I can go lower, but maybe we keep this for right now? We're good? Okay. Sorry about the glare.
all right, so I'm gonna apologize for, it's a little blurry on on mine, I'm seeing it now. Camera's trying to focus on this driver's seat versus the other, but, you still get an idea of what I'm gonna talk about here. So we talked about, everybody's going that direction, right? Principal direction force, I'm gonna beat that into the ground, you know, but that's where they're going. These are the barriers that this rear passenger is meeting. As you can see, the front right passenger seat, like I said, everybody's going that way. Guy in the back is no different. They're going that way. They're gonna hit the seat. You can see the seat's still standing. Why? Because it didn't break. Okay? The force that was generated by that person sitting in the back seat gave all this force away, and it said, not enough, buddy. And it rebounded him right back. Guaranteed. Okay? And that's kind of a good depiction of what I'm trying to explain to you. It bent that seat because it's a substantial crash. We don't have to sit here and talk about that. We understand that. But this person felt a substantial hit when they hit the back of that seat as well, going that direction, hitting it. And when all their energy was dissipated, the seat said, I still got a little bit left for you. And it pushed, and it would have kicked back. Now, if the seat would have broken, going straight to that window, everybody's going out. I mean, it's going that direction, excuse me. But considering that there are barriers to keep them in that back compartment, these two being a good example of that, you can see clearly that when they hit that seat, it turned that seat, but it didn't break it.
Tell the jurors in relation to what you just described, knowing the force that the occupant was traveling into that front passenger seat, is that force that is also going into the front seat occupant who's in that front seat that would further lead to him being ejected from the side of the vehicle where the point of impact is.
Yeah, it could absolutely be.
Now, after you were able to get the crash data retrieval information that we spoke about here today, can you tell the jurors, did you provide, I guess, all the information that could be given to the jury as it relates to your investigation to Trooper Clark?
So the way this works is we provide a supplemental investigation. For me, I'm the expert in reconstruction. Trooper Clark is the responding or the initial involved party. He's aware of it, but I wouldn't have provided him copies of all of this stuff.
Okay. And I should ask a better question. I guess, did you inform Trooper Clark of the things that you talked about here today with the jury in order for warrants that were later taken out after the arrest of Lieutenant Poole?
Absolutely.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, based on your investigation, was Mr. Poole arrested on June 11th, 2021 in Memphis, Tennessee?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, one more thing I want to show you. It relates to your investigation. You, like, jurors, if you recognize State's Exhibit 131,
I do.
and you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is.
So this is what we call a map of the scene.
And can you, is it a fair and accurate copy of the map that you created as it relates to a drawing of what you described?
Yes.
And this time you're on the state lieutenant with states of 131.
Any objection to 131? No, submitted.
Just very quickly, I know the map is self-explanatory, but can you tell the jurors, in your investigation, this is something you do towards, I guess, the end after you've gotten the information from your actual walking through the scene, the information that you've described from the ACM, the crash data retrieval information. What is the purpose, or why do you create this map as it relates to your investigation towards the end of it?
So this is for visual, like a visualization purposes is what it is. It's basically just to give, in a court scenario, it's to give an idea of an overview of the crash. As you can see, I highlight the path of travel. Basically what I do is I take the information from the CDR report. I calculate that so I can determine the distance traveled in that given time frame. And then I just highlight where events occurred and where evidence may lay.
Is it fair to say it's just a visual summary of kind of everything that you have spoken about as it relates to the investigation that you did as a member of the security team?
Yes.
Then lastly, we briefly talked about it yesterday. As part of your investigation, did you review or also review the dash camera of Trooper Clark?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors as it relates to what you saw on the dash camera and your supervisory position within Georgia State Patrol, did Trooper Clark follow protocols as it relates to the officer pursuit policies?
He did.
And was there anything about the actions that Trooper Clark took as it relates to initiating a stop after speeding that were against or didn't go with the policies for a pursuit?
Not to my knowledge.
I have nothing further for Corporal Lee this time.
Right? Miller?
Is it still Corporal Lee?
Yes.
Corporal Lee, prior to you taking the stand, I tried to speak to you about what you would testify to. Is that correct?
You did in the hallway yesterday.
Right.
Yes.
And you refused to speak to me regarding anything dealing with this case. Is that also correct?
Yes, sir. I spoke to you and told you that I'm here to testify to this case in this room. Yes, sir.
Right. And you stated that you would only testify to what was in the report that you generated. Is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in a prior hearing, I also tried to speak to you as well prior to you taking the stand. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
I don't recall me trying to speak to you in the hallway at that time as well.
Again, you're asking me to remember something that happened a while back. I'm not super familiar with.
All right, but you refused to speak to me regarding anything regarding this collision outside of this courtroom. Is that correct?
I'm gonna object. You didn't recall.
I'm talking about this one in the hallway earlier. You recall that?
Okay, but then that's asked and answered.
Correct.
Next question.
You spoke to the state, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You spoke to the state prior to you taking the stand, didn't you?
Like today,
No,
okay.
in general.
Yes.
All right, and so you spoke to them and you told them what you would testify, but you refused to speak to my office. That's correct.
Your office did not reach out to me. You tried to speak with me in the hall during this trial.
On direct, you stated that part of your duties is to spray the relevant portions of the scene with marking paint. Is that correct?
Yes.
Purpose of that is to get measurements to come back. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Purpose of that is to get measurements. Is that correct?
Yes, can be.
And those measurements are used later to determine speed, path of travel, things of that nature. Is that also correct?
Yes.
At the time of the incident, you were working for the skirt team, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right now, you're no longer with skirt, are you?
No, sir.
Where are you working now?
As I mentioned earlier, I'm with the Digital Forensics Laboratory for the Department of Public Safety.
All right, and so you have not been with skirt for how long?
Approximately 1 year.
Approximately 1 year, you have not done any crash investigation. Is that correct?
No, sir.
All right, this occurred in 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you completed your report back in 2021 as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Main role with skirt is reconstruction, right?
Yes, sir. I would agree with that.
All right, and you were the lead investigator for this crash, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So it was your job to determine what happened during that pursuit. Am I right?
My job is to determine what happened in the crash, not
The
during the
crash.
pursuit. Not during just the pursuit, but in the
Your
crash.
job is to investigate the crash,
Yes, sir.
to determine what happened inside of that car during the crash.
Yes.
As such, you have received every single document that was completed in this case. Is that correct?
Unless there's something else that I'm not aware of, yes.
All right, so your case file should contain every single thing that was done by GSP in this case, correct?
That was done by me. That is my case file.
All right. Your case file does include the report that was done by Trooper Clark, though, correct?
The incident report, yes.
And you've reviewed that incident report
Yes.
and even told Trooper Clark information that he needed to put in that report. Is that also correct?
I don't recall, to be honest.
Documenting everything would make a complete case file. Is that correct?
Yeah, I agree with that.
That would also be a complete investigation, also correct?
I would agree with that.
All right, when you took over the investigation, you were aware that there were 3 passengers in this vehicle.
To my knowledge, there were 3 passengers. Yes, sir.
All right, so there were 3 families that would be affected by this crash, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. During the course of your investigation, you never reached out to the family of the Terry minor, did you?
I did not.
During the course of this investigation, you never reached out to the family of Devin Jones either, did you?
I did not.
During the course of this investigation, no one from the family of the Terry minor ever gave you any information, did they?
Not to my knowledge, no.
During the course of this investigation, no one from Mr. Jones's family ever reached out and gave you any information, did they?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you attempt to retrieve any biographical information on Mr. Minor?
What do you mean by biographical information?
Do you know Mr. Minor's weight?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Is it in your case file, Mr. Minor's weight?
I don't recall if it's in there or not.
You have a case file in front of you?
No, sir.
Would you like a copy of it to look at?
Yes.
So I'm not gonna have the witness flip through however many pages that is looking for the weight. If you want to recall him after he can have a break and come back later to let us know if it's in there, that's fine. But we're not gonna make the juror sit here while he goes through every one of those pages to see if the weight of Mr. Minor is in there. So you manage it how you want. You can have him look through that report, but then we'll recall this witness after he's had a chance to do that.
Corporal Lee, you knew you had to testify today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You knew you had that you were here to testify yesterday as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And preparing to testify today, you did not review over your case file?
This is an extensive investigation and there's a lot of information. I'm not a supercomputer. I can't recall everything on the dime. Can't do it.
Preparing to testify today, you did not review over your case file.
I have reviewed it. Again, I will say that I am not a computer. I can't remember every single fact of every single thing I've done from this specific case.
When's the last time you reviewed your case file?
I believe I looked over it yesterday.
And you don't recall Mr. Minor's weight in there, do you?
No, sir, I don't recall what the weight was. No, sir.
You don't recall Mr. Jones's weight in that case file either, do you?
I don't recall it from the file.
Do not know how tall Mr. Minor was, do you?
Do not recall from the file.
You do not recall how tall Mr. Jones was either, do you?
Do not recall from the file.
Height and weight are variables that play a part in crash reconstruction, is that correct?
They can be.
In your investigation, you were the lead investigator. Did you determine who Mr. Minor's next of kin was?
I did not.
Did you speak with Mr. Minor's next of kin?
I did not.
Did you determine who Mr. Jones's next of kin was?
I did not.
Did you speak with Mr. Jones's next of kin?
I did not.
Did you make any attempt to get any information on these three individuals other than what was gathered at the scene that morning?
The only other information I think we retrieved was possibly it was a criminal history for Mr. Poole. And as far as contact with the family, that is typically the initial troopers that handle that. So if you're asking that question.
So Mr. Clark, you're putting this on Trooper Clark to contact those families, correct?
Typically, that's what we do in a skirt investigation, because if we had to do it for every single one, we would never have a chance to stop.
And to your knowledge, did he speak to those individuals?
To my knowledge, I know that he spoke to someone. I'm not 100% who.
Now, you're giving an example of on direct of somebody laying in the back seat of that car. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
You're giving an example on direct by Mr. Abate that said if somebody's laying down in the back seat of the car, head to the passenger side, feet to the driver's side. Do you remember that example that he gave you on direct?
That example wasn't for the back seat. That was for a front seat driver, to my knowledge. That was not for a laying down passenger in the back.
You were explaining the back seats or the front seats and how those back seats were damaged in the crash. Do you remember discussing that?
How the seats were damaged?
Correct.
Yes.
And in your discussion on how those seats were damaged, there was an example of somebody laying down in the back seat. Correct?
My example was not a person laying down. It was a person sitting up, and how the crash with that principal direction of force would affect that person.
All right. And that's a person in the back seat sitting where in that back seat?
The example that I gave would be from behind the driver's seat.
So from behind the driver's seat, that's the example that you gave on direct?
Yes, that was the question that was asked. It
All right.
was essentially if we're talking about it. So just so you and I can be on the same page, it's going to be the driver's seat, the front passenger seat, the rear seat, the driver's rear passenger was what we were talking about on their side. So driver's seat, passenger sitting directly behind the driver.
All right. In that example, passenger sitting directly behind the driver's seat. We were talking about barriers, and you stated one of those barriers would be that front seat, correct?
Absolutely.
Another barrier would be that seat to the passenger seat. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Now, a third barrier would also be that center console that sits lower than both of those. Is that correct?
Yes.
You stated that the individuals in the car are going to be moving at the same rate of speed that car is going. Is that correct?
Yes.
So when the car, according to your example or according to your chart, was moving at 130 miles per hour, the people inside the car were also moving at 130 miles per hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
When that car is moving at 130 miles per hour, all of the objects in that car are also moving at 130 miles per hour. Is that also correct?
Yes.
So if there is a suitcase in there, that suitcase is moving at 130 miles per hour. Is that correct?
Yeah.
if there's any type of luggage or anything that's in there, it's moving at 130 miles per hour, correct?
Could be, yeah.
I mean, could be.
I mean, I'm sorry, I missed your question. I'm sorry. Go, ask me one more time. Sorry.
If there's a suitcase, it's also moving at 130, correct?
Yes, sorry.
That car eventually slowed to 78 miles per hour before impact with that wall, correct?
Yes,
And so those individuals are moving at 78 miles per hour towards that area of impact.
they are.
That suitcase, hypothetically, is also moving towards that area of impact at 78 miles per hour, correct?
Yes.
And not just the people, but every single thing that's in that car is moving at 78 miles per hour towards that area of impact, correct? Before when you arrived at the scene, when you're in trooper school, one of the classes, or as part of your 5 levels of reconstruction, you learn about interviews and interrogation. Is that correct?
So we don't do the actual certification course in trooper school, but that is part of our, that is part of our curriculum.
You took that class?
I did take that class. Yes, sir.
You took over the investigation, once you got to the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, the supplemental investigation. Yes.
All right. And once you took over the investigation, that made you the lead investigator over the crash, is what you said. But when it comes to interviews, who did you instruct somebody to interview anybody in this case?
No.
As part of your accident reconstruction, you do believe that it's important to take interviews of witnesses. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
You would agree that if you have someone that is a suspect, it would be important to take that person's interview. Is that also correct?
I would agree.
In this case, you interviewed Trooper Clark.
I did not interview Trooper Clark.
You did not get Trooper Clark's version of the events.
I wouldn't call that an interview. Say I spoke with him about it. Yes.
You spoke to Trooper Clark about his version of events. Is that correct?
Yes.
And based off of what Trooper Clark told you, your determination was that Mr. Poole was the driver. Is that correct?
He's the initially responding trooper. I trust his judgment. He was there from the second the pursuit started to the second the crash ended. I mean, he was there the whole time. If anyone has the best knowledge of that, it's going to be him.
So you're telling this jury that Trooper Clark told you that Mr. Poole was the driver, and that's what you went off for your investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not independently confirm if Mr. Poole could have been his driver, did you?
I would question on how you would go about doing that independently.
You're the accident reconstructionist, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's your job to investigate this accident, am I correct?
Absolutely.
And so if somebody tells you that one person may be a driver in a car that is overturned, you have to verify that, correct?
Yes.
You did not independently verify that, did you?
As far as interviewing Mr. Poole directly,
Trooper Lee, did you independently verify if Mr. Poole was the driver of that car?
again, without interviewing Mr. Poole, I did not without independent source.
You went off of the statement of Trooper Clark, correct?
Yes.
That statement that you received from Trooper Clark was at the scene, correct?
I don't recall. I don't recall, to be honest.
What time was it when you arrived at the scene?
I don't recall. It would have been within the hour. Our response time has to be within 2 hours.
All right, and at the scene, there was a handgun that was found. You did not run that handgun through any database, did you?
No, it's not relevant to the crash investigation.
All evidence that seized at the scene should be on an inventory sheet. Is that also correct?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You told this jury yesterday that an inventory sheet was done. Is that correct?
I don't recall testifying to an inventory sheet being completed.
You told this jury that a tow sheet was completed yesterday. Is that correct?
Again, I don't recall testifying to that either, but in this case, if there's an accident with a vehicle that's going to be towed, then yes, there should be one completed.
All right, and that tow sheet should be completed by who?
In this case, it would have either been Trooper Clark or it would have been Lieutenant Gass who completed the initial crash report.
You, as the lead investigator on this case, have not seen a tow sheet for this case, have you?
I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I have not.
On that tow sheet would be a box that would be checked that shows that there is a hold placed on this vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes,
And a copy of that tow sheet goes with the tow truck driver, is that right?
it would be, yes.
A copy of that tow sheet goes into your case file, and that's digital, correct?
It would, if it's available, yes.
All right, and then that third copy, where does that third copy go?
I believe it goes to the owner.
The owner of the vehicle. And so GSP should have a copy of the tow sheet if it was done, correct?
Should.
And it should be in that case file if it was done, right?
Should, yes.
Tow truck driver should also have a copy if it was done, correct?
Yes.
Your report was 92 pages, your case file, is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yeah, sure.
And in those 92 pages, there is no tow sheet, is there?
To my knowledge, there may not be.
There may not be, or there is no tow sheet in there?
I don't recall. Again, I don't have my case report directly in front of me.
As part of your investigation, you photographed the scene, correct?
I did.
And as part of your investigation, you take photographs at the tow yard. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Your testimony is that the front seat passenger is going to go the direction that that car was going, or everyone in the car is going to go to the area of impact, correct?
Yes.
Is your testimony that, or your testimony is that Mr. Jones went out the windshield of the car?
No, sir. He would have gone out the passenger side window.
The passenger side window, and that would have occurred at impact?
More than likely. I can't speak to the exact second that he would have gone out of that vehicle.
All right, so your testimony is that at some point at impact, Mr. Jones would have went through the side window of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And does that, now, we saw from State's exhibit that there was damage to a fence. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right, and then the vehicle, the Infinity hit a concrete wall that was, the fence sat on top of, correct?
Correct.
So at the moment of impact, if Mr. Jones went through at that point, he should have hit that fence, correct?
Correct.
And then, his final rest would be on that sidewalk as because of that, correct?
No.
Where would it be?
You have to consider something. When it hits that fence, the fence does the same thing the wall does. It's releasing energy. If you've ever seen a chain link fence, you push on it, what does it do? It comes right back. It's the same thing with anything that strikes that. It's gonna create energy. It's gonna give the energy back. So it's not just gonna, and then just fall. There's still energy that's being dissipated. So it would make sense for where the body was recovered.
So you telling this jury that that body would have hit the fence and bounced off of the fence?
Absolutely.
I'm showing you defense exhibit 30. It's already in evidence, but for ease, just want you to identify it. You recognize that as a picture you took at the scene? They're all the same.
I did. I just want to go through them. No worries.
Any changes?
None to my knowledge.
All
No.
right, accurately reflects that picture that you took at the scene.
No objection to mistake.
All right, at this.
Which we were talking about 30, it's more than 30 now?
Oh, I forgot I did that. This would be.
You had a 30, which was a
The
haircut.
haircut, because I didn't think I had a 30. This would be. Let's do 35.
Okay, and it's one photo or a collection of photos?
It's just one photo and a copy.
Okay.
Is that permanent?
Well,
Yeah, you got one. All right. Looking at the fence 30.
30.
5.
30, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers. And before I publish, I want to just warn the family that this is a picture. I'm not sure if they want to see it or not.
Okay.
All right. All right, looking at defense 35. This is the individual that came out of, can you hear me? This is the individual that came out of the, that you're stating came out of the passenger window of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, now, this yellow line here, that's where the sidewalk, for that bridge is that correct? Like right before that sidewalk?
I'd have to see an overview. I mean, it's gonna be close, but it's not the sidewalk though.
All right, let's do it this way. Back here is where the wall is, where that fence is, correct?
Yeah, based on the orientation of the vehicle, yeah, I would agree with that.
All right, so the fence is here, then you have a brief sidewalk, and then you have the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, now your testimony is that this individual hit the fence and then bounced off into the street, correct?
Yes.
All right, and now we see this liquid substance that is coming from this direction here. Is that also correct?
Yes.
All right, and then we see a puddle or a group of that substance that is also right here. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so it is not your contention that this person slid to this place. Are you stating that?
Slid, I would say that they landed here, and you also have to consider that with these runs on the road, that the road is has a slight cant to it. You have to remember that there's super elevation in every road. It's for water displacement.
Right.
So we have to consider that as well, depending on which way the super elevation would run in this specific instance. That's why you could have these I don't even know how to describe them, string patterns, if you will.
Super elevation is to keep the water from off of the street. Is that correct?
It is.
Now, when you have super elevation, you would have an elevated part of the street so that the water, when it's raining, would come off of the street and more towards the curb. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're telling this jury that as a result of water running down to the curb, that could be the reason why there is a stream of liquid going towards the street?
Could be. And I mean, because we all drive in Atlanta, we know that the roads aren't perfectly paved. We're very aware of that. Especially in this area, if you saw earlier in testimony, there is a lot of roadway work that was done around this area as well.
You went to the scene at, you did not notate in your report where any blood was found, did you, inside of the car?
Other than documented with photographs, I did not.
All right, you documented with photographs, correct? I want to show you what's been marked as defense 25, 26, and 27. And they're already in evidence on the prosecution side, but just for ease. You recognize those documents?
I do.
These are 25 through 27?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I recognize these.
All right, and those are pictures that you took, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And they've not been changed, altered in any way, have they?
Not to my knowledge.
I would move, defense moves to enter defense exhibit 25, 26, and 27 into evidence.
Okay, they're now in twice, but with different labels.
Now, part of your investigation is to gather everything
Yes, sir.
and document everything so that when you come to court or when you complete your investigation, we know what happened that morning. Right.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't quite get where you're asking.
Yeah, you should document everything so that when you have to testify, everything is before the jury, correct?
Yes, I agree with that.
Now, as part of your collection of evidence, your job as the lead investigator was to go to the scene, or to go to the car and collect evidence that was at that car, correct?
Correct.
And what you did when you got to the tow yard was you collected the ACM and you took pictures, correct?
Correct.
Now, this white object here is the airbag, is that correct?
Correct.
And we see that there is a red substance that is on this airbag right here, is that correct?
I mean, yeah, I see it. I see something there.
Was that red substance submitted to the GBI for analysis?
It was not.
Were you able to take that airbag off of that steering wheel? Was it possible for you to take that airbag off of that steering wheel and submit that to the GBI?
Yes, sir, it would have been.
That was not done, was it?
No, sir.
Going to defense exhibit 20. That was 25. Oh, you have those pictures.
You want them back?
No, I can see it from here.
All right.
Thanks. Defense exhibit 26. In defense exhibit 26, we see this is the speedometer of that vehicle. Is that correct?
We do.
Now, you made a note to take a picture of this speedometer, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Is this a speedometer or a tachometer?
Tachometer. What's a speedometer?
I'm asking the witness.
Oh,
not
all
you.
right.
I would consider this a tachometer because it's measuring RPMs.
Okay.
All right. This is a picture of a tachometer.
Yes, sir.
There's a difference. There is a red substance that is on that tachometer, isn't it?
Yes, sir. What appears to be yes, sir.
And you took a picture of that red substance because it has some evidentiary value to you, didn't it?
Yes,
Didn't
sir.
you?
Yes, sir.
And that's the picture that we're looking at here.
That is. Yes,
Was
sir.
that tachometer taken to GBI for analysis?
No, sir.
Defense exhibit 27. Here's another picture of that tachometer along with the speedometer in defense exhibit 27. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, at this point, you've taken it out of the car and actually placed it on top of the car. Is that correct?
Yes.
So unlike the airbag, you actually removed this from the vehicle and placed it on top of it, correct?
We did.
You took some pictures of it, right?
Yes, sir.
One of those pictures is what we're looking at.
Yes, sir.
In your case file, are you aware that you took in your case file, are you aware that you took 9 pictures of that tachometer and speedometer?
I did for a couple purposes. We're also looking at the speed slap that's where the speedometer's at.
The what?
Speed slap. So if you can see where the speedometer is stuck, sometimes that's an indication of speed. So it's just another way for us to verify speed in cases.
All right. A lot of pictures taken. Was this tachometer, now that it's removed from the car, it was not taken to the GBI for any analysis, was it?
It was not.
If it was taken to the GBI for analysis, there's a possibility that we would know what that red substance was that's on there, isn't it?
Could be. Yes, sir.
We would also know who that red substance, if it was blood, belonged to, wouldn't we?
Good, yes, sir.
Now, accident occurred the morning of April 9th, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not visit the car to get the ACM later on that afternoon, did you?
I did not.
On April the 10th, you still had not gone by that tow yard to see that car, did you?
Let me see something. No, I did not.
All right, it was not until April the 16th that you got a warrant a week later
Yes, sir.
to go see that car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, the car had been out at the tow yard, correct?
Yes, sir.
In the elements.
Yes, sir.
You know if it rained that week?
I don't recall.
It's April, I'm guessing it didn't snow.
Oh, well, probably accurate if it didn't snow.
But for a week, that car sat there before you touched it, correct?
Yes, sir. And that could be for a multitude of reasons. I would like to reiterate that I worked over 72 cases that year. We didn't have just one case at one time. We had multiple cases. And considering there was only 4 team members on Skirt at that time, we had a range of responsibilities other than to just one case at one time.
You got a warrant on April the 14th.
Yes, sir.
You still waited another 48 hours before you went to go see that car, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
As part of your complete case file, you did a vehicle information sheet. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 6. Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 6?
I do.
And is Defense Exhibit 6 a vehicle information sheet that you completed?
It is.
Nothing been changed or altered, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, this time, defense would move to enter Defense Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yeah.
It's admitted.
All right, Defense Exhibit 6. We see the year of a car, 2017 Infiniti, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The model is a Q50S, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is the vehicle that was involved in that collision on April the 9th, 2021. Am I correct? The tag number is 2W77 Victor 4. Is that correct?
Putting this report, yes.
All right, do you know if that's the right tag number?
Have to refresh my memory. According to this photograph that I took, it, yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, it's a Tennessee plate, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You noted, this is all the information that you took when you got to the tow yard, am I right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so you noted on here that he had a stock engine, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Transmission was automatic, is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
The headlights on that vehicle were off in your report, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's noted that they're off. The tail lights, you note that they're also off, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, the turn signal, you also noted that those are off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that they were destroyed, right?
Yes, sir.
That ACM, that's what you already testified to the jury that you, got out of the car on April the 16th, 2021, correct?
I did.
And we know that because you noted it in your file that you read it on April the 16th, 2021, didn't you?
Correct.
All right, and the location, as we've already stated, was at Futo's Record Service, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you noted markings and things that were on the car. Windshield wipers were off at the time you went, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then you also noted that, the windshield, you said was intact, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was no additional tint added to that windshield, was it?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, now as far as the windows, you show that that rear window was destroyed, am I right?
Yes, sir.
That left front window, you noted that it was destroyed as well, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And then you also have the left rear window was destroyed, the right front window was destroyed,
Yes.
and the right rear window was destroyed,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you the Defense Exhibit 28. I believe it's already in evidence on the prosecution side. Do you remember or do you recognize Defense Exhibit 28?
I do.
Is that a picture that you took?
Yes, sir.
Is it in the same condition that it was? Does it accurately reflect the car as you saw it on April the 16th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
No, at this time, defense would move to enter Defense Exhibit 28 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's admitted.
All right, Defense Exhibit 28. What do you know for that rear passenger window?
Destroyed.
You know that it was destroyed.
Yes, sir.
And when we look at Defense Exhibit 28, we see that there is a window there with tint, do we?
Yes, sir. But I would want to explain something to you about our reporting system. For this specific system, it gives us a drop-down menu. And if you can see, the rear part of that window is destroyed. Our drop-down menu says intact, destroyed. That's all it says. It just it's a drop-down menu as we go through our report. So that, by our standard, would be a destroyed window because it's out.
All right, you would know that that was a destroyed window.
There's no window in there.
All right. Now, a collision like this, the area of impact, you said it was the front passenger side, is that correct?
Front, right, yes, front passenger.
All right, what's the furthest window from impact?
I would say the left rear window. So the driver's side rear passenger window.
You stated at the scene when you arrived that you took measurements, is that correct?
I stated that I took measurements
Yes,
in my report or in testimony.
testimony.
I don't recall testifying to taking measurements, no.
As part of your responsibility as the lead crash investigator, there should be measurements taken at the crash scene, is that correct?
That's not always true.
Not always true.
No, sir.
All right, you didn't take any measurements at this scene, did you?
No, sir.
The purpose of taking measurements is so that at a later time, someone can come back independent of you and see, what you stated before is that the reason why you spray paint is because those tire marks are going to disappear quicker than the spray paint will, correct?
Agreed.
And so if you were to take measurements, then that would be something that would be memorialized for somebody else to come back and say, all right, this is the distance and everything that I was able to see based off of what Corporal Lee did in his investigation. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
That was not done in this case, was it?
It was not.
You did note that when you took the ACM, that there were 2 event cycles that were noted. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That first event, you stated based off of what you knew about this case, it couldn't have been that because it was too slow. Is that accurate?
That and the ignition cycles didn't match up. They were far beyond, I want to say close to 3,000 cycles away from the crash one, or the retrieval date, or retrieval cycle, excuse me.
All right. When you did take that that event cycle, the numbers that you were given, did you verify those?
What numbers are you specifically speaking of?
The numbers regarding the distance traveled.
The distance traveled?
Let me fix it. Disregard. We'll strike that. Were you able to determine the distance traveled based off of the ACM?
I was approximate, yes.
Approximately. All right. And then you created a chart based upon that, correct?
I created a spreadsheet, yes.
All right, I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 24. Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 24?
I do.
Is that a chart that you created?
This is a spreadsheet, yes, sir.
All right, and that spreadsheet has not been changed or altered in any way, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
That spreadsheet, at this time, I would move to enter Defense Exhibit 24 into evidence.
Before we do, tell me, Corporal Lee, this spreadsheet shows what?
So essentially, this spreadsheet is a breakdown of the ACM data that was collected. And we're taking the miles per hour, we're converting them to feet per second, and then we're dividing that by 2 because with it being in half-second increments, it takes 2 half seconds to equal a whole second. So we're going to divide that by 2. Once we do that, or once we do that, we're going to walk all the way down, and we'll at the end of this, we'll have the total distance traveled over that 5-second period.
Okay, it shows you where the car started at time. If impact is 0,
Yes, sir.
then at -5 seconds, it shows you where the car was based on that.
Yes, sir.
map. Okay. Any objection to Defense 24?
No.
Okay. I'm going to admit it. I'm also going to take about a 5-minute break. We're going to need to break at a particularly specific time for lunch. And so I want to make sure we get some time in between break and lunchtime. So don't talk about the case, no outside research. I'm going to have the deputy get you back in here pretty quickly because lunch isn't all that far away.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Abadi?
There you are.
All right. Corporal Lee, don't talk with anyone about the case during the break, and we'll see you back in here in about 5 minutes. All right, Ms. Rivers, let's get on the record, please. We're back from our morning break. Mr. Poole is in court with his lawyers. Prosecutors are here. Corporal Lee is right there at the witness stand. Mr. Miller, anything before the jurors come in? Mr. Body? All right. Deputy, you can bring him in, please. Do you have an exhibit list? No. Okay. How high will your numbers go? 80, 40? 40?
Yeah, but everything else is being filled in back in. Front end.
Right, because you skipped.
All right for the jurors.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Deputy. Everyone can be seated.
Still got that?
All right, where we left off is that Mr. Miller had just tendered and I had admitted Defense Exhibit 24, which is a spreadsheet Corporal Lee prepared. Mr. Miller?
Corporal Lee, in Defendant's Exhibit 24, it shows the distance traveled 5 seconds prior to impact. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. For the approximate distance. Yes, sir.
The approximate distance. And that is the chart that you use in order to help you create the path to travel. What was it?
Diagram?
Diagram.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
So that chart was what you were used in order to create that path to travel diagram, correct?
Yes.
In addition to that, are you telling the jury that you also looked at the dash cam video and used that to determine the path to travel in that diagram as well?
So just so I'm clear, you're asking if I used the dash camera video in conjunction with the evidence that at the scene?
What was used to create that path to travel?
So I would have used the tire marks from the aerial photographs that we took from that diagram that you saw, where those marks were. Then I would have taken the data that we retrieved from the crash data report. And then what we would have done is, again, we would have broken it down. It's in miles per hour. Again, like I spoke earlier, crashes happen in feet and seconds, not miles an hour. So we have to bring that to velocity. Once we do that, we divide by 2, because again, two half seconds equals home. We walk that down and we get a total at the very bottom. That gives us basically in feet, it's how many feet they traveled approximately within that given time frame of a half a second.
Showing you Defense Exhibit 24. All right, now this is that chart that you completed, correct? Correct.
Correct.
All right, and that chart shows.
Can you all see the glare works or do I need to dim the lights for the chart? Okay. Everything benefits from lower lighting.
Okay, all right.
5 seconds prior to impact, that car was moving at 130 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And in that 5 seconds, that car traveled in approximately 95.3 seconds, according to your chart, right?
That's not within a second, that's a half second.
Within a half second,
Yes.
you're correct. All right, because that at a half second, 4.5 is still at 130, and it traveled 95.3 seconds within a half second. Is that correct?
93.1 feet, yes.
93.1 feet. And then once we look at 1 second, that car at that point has gone 89 miles per hour and has traveled a distance of 65.2 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, on your aerial or on your, was it your path of travel diagram, you're able to tell the jury where that car was at 1 second. Is that correct?
Essentially, what we're doing with that is we're going from zero. We're going to work backwards. And then we're going to use the path of travel that we're able to get from that aerial perspective from where the spray paint was. We're going to use that curvature of those tire marks to basically walk from where the car hits the wall all the way back to where it came from. Because again, the crash didn't just start here. We got to get to where it started as well.
Corporal Lee, at 1 second, you should be able to tell this jury where that car was before impact. Is that correct?
Could be, yes.
All right. At 0 seconds, your chart states that that car traveled 57.174 feet. Is that correct?
It did in that half second, yes.
All right. And so in a half second, while that car is coming into contact with the concrete barrier, according to your chart, it is traveling 57 feet.
Yes, that's in feet per second. That's a distance that will be traveled based on that reading, yes.
On the ACM report that was submitted, this is State's Exhibit 137. On State's Exhibit 137, all right, State's Exhibit 137 is the information that you received from from that ACM retrieval. Is that correct?
Correct.
Based off of State's Exhibit 137, what you previously told this jury was that the ignition cycle for the crash was 8,495. Is that correct?
At the time of the crash, yes.
At the time of the crash. And then what you stated was that there was a delta, what is it? Where's it at? Maximum delta V longitudinal of -50, correct?
Correct.
And that at the longitudinal, the lateral was -41. Is that also correct?
Correct.
And then your testimony was that once the car hit the wall, that there was a dissipating energy, and I might be saying this wrong, please correct me, 51 miles per hour once it hit the car? Or once it hit the wall?
So I don't know if I'm directly understand what you're asking me, but I'm going to try to just kind of add in where I can. The longitudinal delta V and the lateral delta V is a rate change with respect to time. Okay. It doesn't mean it's all the speed. It's the speed that car lost in that given time frame, which if you reference, and I'll even mark it for you real quick, if I can get the pen to come back, which is 185 milliseconds. And then below that, we have 212.5 milliseconds. So basically what that's demonstrating is how much speed that lost within that given time frame. Now, that's not all the speed again, but that's what it lost in that given time frame.
Now, to help myself and the jury understand, that's not saying that the car was going 78 miles per hour, and once it hit that wall, going in the opposite direction, it was going 78 minus, would it be the 50 or the 41? That's not how that math works, correct?
That's not how that math works, no.
All right, and so based off of this, are you able to tell what speed the car was going once it hit the wall?
That would be pretty difficult. So we're basing it off of our ACM report. That's what we're looking at, right? But you have to understand these devices record asynchronously, which is just a fancy word for it goes between 5 and 4.5. Somewhere in between there, doesn't have to be at 5, doesn't have to be at 4.5, but somewhere in between there, it takes a snapshot. And then on the next one, between 4.5 and 4, takes a snapshot. So these are snapshots of speed within those given time frames, okay? So that car could have been going 76, or it could have been going 80 when it hit the wall, but it took a snapshot somewhere in between. And that's why I considered it when I did my calculation.
All right, now looking at that seat track position, based off of your pool of the ACM, you're unable to tell in what position those seats were in at the time of impact, is that correct?
As it's indicated here, it says NA, which would indicate that it wasn't recorded.
So, no, you can't tell where those seats were, correct?
No, I couldn't tell what those seats were.
You can't tell if the driver's seat was up further than the passenger seat, or if the passenger seat was up further than the driver's seat, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, no, I wouldn't be able to do that.
All right, based off that ACM, you're also unable to tell if a seat was leaning back at the time of impact as well, can you?
You wouldn't be able to tell that from an ACM, no.
All right, from that, you can't also determine if the seat was actually more upright than another seat would have been inside the car. Is that also correct?
Wouldn't be able to tell that, no.
This I want to understand for myself. When that car hit that wall, are you saying that it hit the wall and then the back of it spun clockwise? Or are you saying that it hit the wall how did it spin?
So the rear end would have gone clockwise. I'm gonna hold my hand up for you to help you understand. So we're going into the wall, which is the TV. We're going around this way. I obviously can't manipulate my wrist that far. It's gonna come off that sidewalk, upturn.
All right, so your testimony is that, I don't know if you, well, don't you want?
I'm not drinking, I've got my own over here.
Your testimony using the screen is that the car, say this is the bridge here.
Okay,
Your testimony is that the car hit the wall at this angle, correct?
that's too soft of an angle. He's coming in almost straight
Right
into
here.
that wall because he's giving it everything he's got turning that wheel.
All right, so this angle, and then it spun that way.
It will, and then like we discussed earlier in our testimony, being that those wheels were cracked, those are going to dig in and cause a tripping event, which is going to cause an overturn.
Now,
Again, it's changing elevations as well. You have to remember that.
in order for the car to do that, there's physical evidence that you would have seen on the car that talks about that, right?
It talks about how it
That shows that the
rotated.
car spun clockwise rather than counterclockwise.
Well, yeah, you would see that from possibly from the front end or the side.
All right. The positioning of everyone in the car is not something that we've heard from you. You determined that, from your investigation and based off of what Miss Corporal Trooper Clark told you, you determined that Mr. Poole was the driver, is that correct?
Based on what the information that I had, yes, because doing an independent witness would have been, the two best independent witnesses in this case are deceased.
Based off of what Trooper Clark told you, you had, well, let's do it this. Who do you have in the passenger seat?
From best of my knowledge, and again, from going through the case, I believe it was Mr. Jones was in the front right seat. And then I believe Mr. Minor was in the back, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, now you did do a report for this, didn't you?
I did.
In your report, do you have your report up there with you?
I don't.
Would it help you if I refresh your recollection of where you had each person sitting in that car based off your report?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna tell you in advance that this is a highlight.
Stop for 1 second. Pardon me?
Didn't say you didn't recall, but that's fine.
Okay.
Refreshing recollection.
I want to tell you in advance that that is a highlighted copy. I don't want to hide anything. Based off of that report,
Your Honor, I'm gonna object commentary at this.
Right, let's zip it on that front, okay? You can
On
ask a
that-
witness about it, you don't need to speechify. Everyone got your point last time.
on that report, who do you have as the driver of that car?
I have Mr. Kenneth Poole.
On that report, who do you have as a passenger in that car?
I have Mr. Devin Jones and Mr. Darius Minor.
Who do you have in the passenger front seat on that report?
According to this report, I have Mr.
Object. Are we refreshing his recollection, or are we just reading from a report that's not been entered into evidence? If we're gonna do it, we should do it correctly.
Okay, sure, so,
I'll refresh his recollection.
but he did not remember something. He remembered, and you may be trying to do something else. There's a different term and legal concept, but you aren't refreshing his recollection. He testified A, B, and C as to where people are seated. You've got something that sounds like has something contrary, so go about it the way you ought to with that.
Corporal Lee, do you remember what you put in your report on where the positioning was for each person in that car?
As I testified a minute ago, I recalled it being Mr. Minor in the rear seat and Mr. Jones in the front right seat.
All right, have you had a chance to refresh your recollection on where you had everybody placed in that car?
He did not recall. You're not refreshing his recollection. He said, here is my recollection, A, B, and C.
Corporal Lee, do you remember putting people in different places on your report?
If we're looking at this specific report that I have in front of me, it says that I do have Mr. Jones as the rear passenger, and it says that I have Mr. Minor as the front left passenger.
All right, and that report was done back in 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so today you're telling the jury that Mr. Jones was in the passenger seat, is that correct?
Again, prior to having this in front of me, I recalled that it was Mr. Jones in the front right seat and then Mr. Minor in the back seat.
Right, but previously you put that Mr. Jones was in the back seat and Mr. Minor was in the passenger seat, is that correct?
According to this report that you handed me, yes, it is listed that way.
That is your report, isn't it?
To the best of my knowledge, this is my report.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Very clear. Corporally, based on your investigation and information that you gathered and received, can you tell this jury were there any family members next of kin from Mr. Minor inside of that white infinity?
No.
Can you tell the jurors, based on everything that you gathered and your investigation, were there any family members or next of kin of Mr. Jones inside that white?
No.
And can you tell this jury, after, I guess, the collision, during your investigation, and after your investigation up until today, has any family members or friends from Mr. Poole's family contacted you about this incident?
No.
Now, on the cross, defense counsel asked you about luggage being barriers and things of that nature in the backseat. Did you remember them asking about that line of question?
I do.
Tell the jury the luggage in the backseat as it relates to what you described up here yesterday and today with the principal force of direction and delta D and things of that nature, and what you know from the crash data information. Wouldn't those bags or luggage also act as barriers preventing someone from the front to going back and back into the front?
Absolutely.
Those would be additional barriers that you, from the ones you've already spoken about, the airbags, center consoles, the seats, things of that nature.
Yes.
Now, do you recall defense counsel asking you about independent investigation as it relates to things from what Trooper Clark had relayed to you when you spoke to him at the scene?
I do.
And can you tell me, the review of his dash cam, is that an independent thing from what he told you and spoke to you about?
Yes.
And what you saw on that dash cam, did it confirm the things that he told you?
Yes.
Then you've spoken to this jury further about the information and the evidence you gathered specifically from the crash data retrieval report. Remember that?
I do.
And we talked about all the principles that we talked about today, the principal direction of force, delta V, the numbers that were in that report. All of that information is independent from what Trooper Clark told you, correct?
Absolutely.
And does all of that information that you gathered, received, and analyzed, does it confirm that Kenneth Poole was a driver?
Based on the information that I've received, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
And defense counsel recently, one of his last line of questions was about your report and the names that you put in there as it relates to the front and the back seat passengers. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
Tell this jury, irrespective of the person's name, whether it's Evan Jones or Terry Smiley, of the people you know from the scene, person or the occupant that was ejected from the vehicle, the occupant that was found in the back seat, and then the occupant that was found in the front compartment of the vehicle. Can you tell the jury, based on your analysis and your investigation, using all of the principles you've spoken about, who, based on all of that, is the front seat passenger of that vehicle? Person ejected, the person in the back, who is that?
Okay, so the person ejected would be Mr. Jones, okay? I admit openly that I am human and I make mistakes every day. To me, looking at this report, it appears that this is a mistype on my behalf, and I take full responsibility for that. But collection of the information, the passenger that's ejected versus the two passengers who remain in the vehicle, Mr. Jones would be the front right passenger and Mr. Minor would be the rear passenger in this vehicle.
And that's based on the analysis that you've spoken about extensively for the last 2 days.
Yes.
Then, do you remember defense counsel asked you about measurements that you did or did not take?
Yes,
And in regards to that, I guess in conjunction with what you testified on cross about the feet per second chart, in making your aerial scale drawing that we saw, I believe it's State's Exhibit 131, if that's my recollection. But in that drawing and in the other aerial views that you have, the highway, the distance of the highway doesn't change, correct?
doesn't change.
And all of that is a constant, right?
It is.
That is used to produce the scale drawing that we saw in State's 131.
It does.
And all of that constant can be used to reproduce the exact same thing by you or anybody else, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Miller.
Corporal Lee, did you just tell the jury that you made a mistake on your report?
Yes, sir. I am human.
And that mistake put a different person in the passenger, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that mistake put somebody different in the backseat, is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
Corporal Lee, you are an accident reconstructionist at this time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, were you the lead?
I was.
At this time, were you the supervisor over all the accident reconstruction?
I was.
And you have a report that puts two people in two different places in a car. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Based on the report here, yes, sir. I openly acknowledge that.
Corporal Lee, you stated that Mr. Poole was the driver. Now you're stating that Mr. Minor was the backseat passenger and that Mr. Jones was the passenger in the front seat. When you finalized your report, did you have any medical records that verified or corroborated the position that Mr. Jones was in that car?
Medical records, are you talking about the EMS reports?
When you finalized your report, did you have any medical records that corroborated Mr. Jones being the passenger in that car?
Well, I'm going to object to that question considering defense counsel during his voir dire and during the qualifying of this Corporal Lee as an expert in accident reconstruction specifically stated to the court that needs to stay away from any medical injury, things of that nature.
Okay, I'll allow the question. You're not going to explore it much for the reasons you were concerned about, but did you at any point receive medical records from the medical examiner's office or from Grady or from EMTs?
We did.
You received medical records from the medical's office, from the ME.
Not from the ME, no.
All right,
From Grady. That's what I would.
you received medical records from Grady.
Yes.
When did you receive those records?
I don't recall.
Those records are not in your file, are they?
Again, I don't have it in front of me. I don't think they're in there. No,
And the records from the ME are not in your case file either, are they?
they're not.
So in your case file, you have no records that corroborate the position of Mr. Jones, do you?
I'm trying to understand your question. Are you asking me if the medical records would show the position in which he was in the vehicle? Because that from my experience, that would not be something that would be notated in those.
All right, so you have no medical records that corroborate the injuries on Mr. Minor that are in your case file either, do you?
So the way you're asking it, he would need to be thinking, I can associate medical injuries and medical reports with what happened inside the car. And you expressly objected having this witness talk about this would be the type of injury that someone sustained in the car, regardless of where they were sitting. So you need to explore a different area. I sustained your objection. This is not a witness who can say, I was able to look at these medical records based on the injuries that person X had. That's a front seat passenger. So different question.
So this question, Your Honor, is going in towards a complete investigation and whether part of that investigation included in the case file injuries that would corroborate what his finding was at the end
I
of
understand your question, and I'm not letting you ask that question per your own objection to this witness's scope of testimony.
Nothing further.
Jurors, if you have questions for Corporal Lee, I'm gonna ask the deputy to come collect them from you. Oop, they're actually for me.
Oh,
No worries,
Thanks.
you're good.
It's all right. It's an indirect route. They'll get to him. Maybe. If I can read them. All right, counsel, if you will join me, Corporal Lee will be right back. Yeah.
Welcome to order, again, see. No.
All right, Corporal Lee, do you know or remember where the firearm that was collected, where that was found?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was found inside the vehicle or outside the vehicle?
To the best of my recollection, it was outside.
The red substance that was shown in photos on the tachometer, and there was an airbag situation. Tell the jurors why you didn't submit either of those, whether you submit the whole tachometer or someone would take a swabbing, submit that to the GBI crime lab.
So two ways to submit stuff to the GBI crime lab. You can either submit the entirety of the device or you can submit a swab. Given the amount of fluid that went around the vehicle, things like that, we did notate this. We notated it for a couple reasons. Obviously, there is that substance that's on there, and we also notated that speed slap that I spoke about with when it relates to the speedometer. I would like to think at the time we felt that it may not have been applicable given that how much fluid was in the vehicle, but other than that, it could have been submitted, absolutely.
Have you, in conducting crash reconstruction, accident reconstruction work before, been involved in the collection of samples and their submission to the GBI?
I have.
You mentioned several times just now, given the amount of fluid in the cabin or words to that effect. Tell the jury what you mean by that.
So we know that if we look at the photographs of the actual scene, we know that there's fluid everywhere, whether that's oil, radiator, brake, blood. I mean, when you go out to these scenes, there's a lot of stuff there. And that, I mean, it could go everywhere, which could not only contaminate any type of biomaterial, which that could be hair follicles, blood, anything like that. Given how much was actually there and inside that vehicle, that would probably be something that caught our attention.
We saw photos of the speedometer, tachometer assembly, and as well as one of an airbag. Were there other locations inside the passenger compartment where you observed fluids?
Now, speaking specifically of biological fluids, or are we talking about just fluids in general?
Well, I wouldn't want you to guess and say, I know this was biological. You said there were fluids or liquids
Yes,
all
sir.
over the place. The question is, were there places other than that sort of plastic surface of the tachometer and speedometer and potentially that airbag? Were there other surfaces where you observed fluids or liquids inside the passenger compartment? Not out on the pavement, but inside the passenger compartment?
Yes, sir.
What's an example of an area where you saw things?
So we saw obviously across the front, inside the vehicle, we saw fluids. Where again, don't know what's what in that scenario. We saw what appeared to be a red substance on the front right side of the windshield. Obviously it's spider webbed, and there could potentially be stuff there. And then we saw stuff as well in the back seat that were like sprays of fluid as well.
Fingerprints. Do you or your colleagues typically dust for fingerprints on the inside or the outside of a car to assist your accident reconstruction work?
We typically do not.
Is one mechanism by which some of the windows were destroyed or damaged potentially when the car flipped over?
Could be. We should also consider extrication from the fire department. When they come to the scene, their job is to preserve life and limb. They don't care about property. They want to get those people out. And that could mean they bust windows. They, use the jaws of life to remove doors. There's a whole slew of things. So that could also be a contributing factor.
The seat, we're going to go into the CDR now. There was something in there that told you the lights were off. The headlights were off at the time of impact. Is that correct?
I don't, and not in the CDR report. That
No?
wouldn't be there. No.
Okay. So it can't tell you if lights were on or off or what was going on with any of the lights.
Depending on the type of device I talked to you about manufacturers, everybody's different. So this manufacturer may record that data and this manufacturer may not. In this particular, they did not.
You completed a report where you had indicated certain windows were destroyed, and you testified about how you said these lights were off, these lights were off. How were you able to check those boxes?
Okay. That is the condition of the vehicle in which we were in the tow yard. Okay. So we're basing it off of if the power's on, the power's off. If the switches are on, the switches are off. These are all things that we just do it as the car is in its current state when we get to that location, whether it's at a tow lot or a secure storage area.
Not meaning I walked up to the car and the headlights were illuminated, but I looked into the driver's compartment and they'll not look like this anymore, but the light switch was on. So that tells me that at the time of the accident, at least the light switch was turned on for the headlights.
Based on the information that we have as that vehicle in its current state, yes, that
Okay.
I would buy.
Presumably no lights were on when you were looking at the car in the tow yard.
If they were, that was the best battery that's ever been built.
Okay. Do you know if dash cam footage was obtained from any other vehicles that might have been passing through the intersection at around the time of the accident?
I don't believe so. I think the only vehicle that we notated in our report was there, and it was because of Trooper Clark's video, was there was a white work van that passed through, but I mean, it immediately just continued going. I don't even think they realized a crash was occurring, but you can kind of see from his dash cam and so on and so forth.
What about security cameras or traffic cameras that the police or local retail establishments would have had up that would have been trained on that intersection? Did you look for that?
So we did, as much as I hate to admit, law enforcement, we don't always communicate well together. But so we weren't able to get the video from Atlanta Police Department because they would be the ones who were in control of those cameras. We weren't able to get that footage.
Somewhere in the CDR report was an entry, occupant size, classification, right front passenger, child, yes, no. Is that language ringing a bell?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jurors what that's all about.
Okay. So essentially what this device is going to try to do is it's trying to measure weights. It's going to be one of those things where it's trying to determine, is it less than this weight, whatever the manufacturer inputs, or is it more than it? You know, does this resemble a human? Does this resemble a human? Does this resemble a child, or does this resemble an adult as far as weight is concerned? Some cars can do it. In this case, this one could, and it said no.
No, not a child.
No, not a child.
Okay, do you know if it gets to the degree of specificity that you could say, well, it was a 182-pound person. We know Mr. Jones's weight. It was a 145-pound person. We know Mr. Poole's weight.
The only way here, and I can look really quickly for you. So we would, and I apologize for reading it for you guys. If you go,
And you're looking, just so we're clear, at the CDR report, which is exhibit what?
137.
137. Okay.
Apologize. If you go into the day limitations, as you guys, I don't know if you're able to see this far, but all of this information right here, as well as all of this information right here, is basically telling you what a lot of these different things mean within the report. And it's basically like a key, if you will, or a guide. In this case, I'm going to read this verbatim, just so you guys have this information.
Read it slowly so the court reporter can take it down.
Absolutely. Occupant size classification, right front passenger, child, yes, no, indicates whether or not the right front passenger is classified as a child as defined by, or defined in 49 F or CFR Part 572, Subpart N or smaller. This data will not be available for all vehicles. So basically we would read that, and that's how we would determine what this device is accounting for and how it is accounting for it.
Thank you. Are the reports that you generated when you were a skirt team investigator, are they able to be revised if 6 months later you realized you made a mistake or you got new information that you wanted to use to supplement that report? Or once they're signed off on, they're basically locked down?
So they are able to be supplemented. We would want to go back and, we would want to address whatever we're supplementing for, if it's new information or if it's something that we have, through that new information, learned to be different than the original.
Is there a second reviewer of skirt team reports? In other words, you're done, you think it's finished, does it go to a sergeant or whatever the rank would be, just to go through it and make sure there's not something obviously mistaken in there?
So, excuse me, this report would have gone to a sergeant. It would have gone through a regional sergeant. There are over 3 teams. The team that the region that I'm assigned to is the North team, which is A, B, and C. That is Northwest Georgia, that is Northeast Georgia, and that is the Metro Atlanta area. A lot of cases happening there. They are reviewing it for content and grammatical. They may not know every detail of that case. They are just trying to ensure that it's as sound as it can be.
Is the Georgia State Patrol required to report accidents to the GBI?
No. We report them to a system, and I'm not familiar with exactly what it is. It's GEARS for the state of Georgia, and I believe that's through the Georgia Department of Transportation.
Based on what you have described to the jury about the nature of the Infinity's collision with the wall and what happened following that and the condition in which you found the Infinity, can you share anything about the probability of the person who was driving the vehicle at the time of impact ending up in the back seat?
Probability? You're kind of starting to tinker on the lines of you're messing with the laws of physics. Like I talked to you about, principal direction of force is something I focused heavily on this case because it is an overwhelming factor because of how significant this crash was, which I was able to explain through delta V. My opinion, my expert opinion, is that when you crash and you're going that direction, you're going that direction. You don't have a choice. Unless you're belted into that car, you don't have a choice. You're going to that. So for the rear passenger to somehow end up in the front and the front to end up in the back, especially given the small compartment size of this vehicle, I'm going to go back to my original statement of it doesn't pass the smell test for me. It doesn't make sense. I just, I've worked a lot of crashes over the course of my career, and it has to pass that smell test for me. And that line of logic doesn't pass that for me.
Mr. Abadi, do you have any questions for Corporal Lee based on the jurors' questions?
In the questions about your report, do you remember or recall in that report, are there other areas on that same page you've been shown where you reference Mr. Jones and Mr. Minor and Mr. Poole's position of the vehicle?
I'm sorry. I completely blanked out for half a second.
That's not going along the line of questions that were submitted by the jury.
The jury asked about this report, revisions being done.
If you can, I'm going to allow the question. You may need to orient Trooper Lee to where in his report and make sure we're talking all about the same report. He's got one in front of him, but then I heard tell of a 90-something page report.
I'm showing this page. And it's got several markings, purple, it's got black, all right.
I thought that was the last time we were going through that.
Do you see, well, I'm just letting the jury know about the markings this time.
Allowing to know about the markings is fine. It was the commentary afterwards.
Do you see on the report, the incident report, the first page, where the purple markings are?
I do.
Can you tell the jury in those that area where the purple markings are, do you reference Mr. Jones and do you reference Mr. Minor?
I do.
Do you also reference Mr. Poole?
I do.
Tell the jurors in that area of your report, where do you reference Mr. Jones being seated in the vehicle?
According to this right here, it's saying that Mr. Jones was ejected from the vehicle. It just says during the crash, one of its occupants, Mr. Jones, was ejected from the vehicle.
Okay. And what does it say about in that section about Mr. Minor and Mr. Poole?
Well, Your Honor, going back to what I was doing, is he refreshing his recollection or, because he's just reading directly from that report. I would object to that.
Okay, so don't read aloud from the report. I am seeing us as in a refreshing recollection situation rather than, but I'm gonna allow the question, but it's important we follow the right procedure, which isn't just to read to the jury what's in the report. So if you need to read something to refresh your recollection about whether, which was the first question, did you elsewhere in your report reference the locations of the 3 occupants of the car? You've established that. And then what was it that you put in your report about that?
I'll ask a more specific question. In the report, in the section you reviewed, can you tell the jurors, did you reference Mr. Minor as the backseat passenger?
I reference it in this specific section as both other passenger and Mr. Poole.
And the jurors asked you a question about the lights being on and off in the beginning of that.
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you statement 103. Very quickly, can you just tell me what this photograph is showing, why you took it?
So again, we're going to document it in 2 different ways. We're going to do it written, and we're going to do it with a photograph. And this indicates that the light is in the off position. Yeah, I got you.
Mr. Miller?
Yeah. Corporal, the only place in your report where it identifies the positioning of the individuals in the car, can you tell the jury where it says the positionings are in your report?
So as discussed earlier, it is based on the highlighted section you gave me from this report. It is at the bottom of my initial paragraph, or my initial intro paragraph, if you will, at the bottom.
All right. And where do you put everybody in that paragraph?
Like positioning, right?
Correct.
Okay. Again, I put Mr. Jones listed on this report as the rear passenger, and I put Mr. Minor as the front left.
All right. And you put the driver as who?
Mr. Kenneth Poole.
And that's information that you received. You said that not specifically individuals changing position, but that the driver going to the back seat and a passenger or a backseat person coming into the front seat compartment, to you it doesn't pass what you characterize as a smell test, correct?
I want to make sure I answer your question correctly. So you're asking me the rear passenger coming into the front seat?
Right.
That makes sense?
Yeah, what the question from the jury was, is it possible for a driver to end up in the back seat and a backseat passenger to come to the front? And you stated that it doesn't pass a smell test. Do you remember stating that?
I do remember that.
Now, things to take into account when determining that would be the height and weight of those individuals. Is that correct?
And it could be. I mean, I think the compartment itself plays a bigger role.
Thank you.
Corporal Lee, thank you for your time. You are free to go, take whatever is yours, leave behind everything else.
I think this is all else.
All right,
Have a good day.
you too.
And to get my
Sure. If you want to grab your exhibit, yeah, you can just put those up there with the others. Mr. Abadi, we need to break for lunch in about 10 minutes. Do you want to get started with your next witness, or would you prefer to just start your witness after lunch?
That makes more sense to do that alone.
Okay, all right. Then we'll break a little early and I'll do my best to be back from this meeting. Let's try to reconvene at 1:05. So 1 hour for lunch. And we will, so the jury knows, is this expected to be your final witness, Mr. Abadi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so home stretch for the state's case in chief. When we get back, we will start with that witness and go from there. Enjoy lunch, go wherever you
All
want.
rise for the jury.
Don't talk about the case, no outside research. Thank you. So for those of you in the gallery, you remain welcome to be in court at all times. The next witness is the medical examiner, and there are going to be photos you may not want to look at. You are welcome to be here. What doesn't work well is if in the midst of the presentation of those photos, you get visibly or audibly emotional. If that's going to be difficult to look at, take a break. I promise the prosecutor, the investigator, someone will let you know when we're done with Dr. Henninger. But the time to navigate whether you want to be here or not will be over the lunch break. And then we'll have Dr. Henninger on the stand. Okay? Mr. Abadi, anything from the state before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Miller, anything from the defense?
Your Honor, we do have some witness, some scheduling issues. One is, are we going until 6 today? Because if we go to 6, then we would be able to definitely wrap up on Friday.
Okay. That would be great. I need to ask the jurors. I didn't ask how long they can stay, or I can kind of tell them that it would be helpful to go to 6. So let's see if we can make that happen. But I want to make sure I understand. You've got enough witnesses to go till 6. If we end early, it may be difficult to get the same witness on Friday.
Yeah, one has to fly out tomorrow.
Okay, but we'll be back on Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll take it. I didn't ask that specific question.
Okay. What time does that person have to fly out tomorrow?
I don't know.
Okay. You're going to call the witnesses in the order that make the most sense for you, both in terms of your presentation, but maybe in terms of their schedule. We'll see if we can go till 6. I'm all for that for today. And then we'll see how it goes. Okay. Thanks. Ms. Rivers, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, let's get on the record, please. In State versus Poole, Mr. Poole is in court with his lawyers. Our prosecutors are here. Mr. Abadi, you ready for the jury to come in for your last witness? All right, Mr. Miller, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. No, we're fine.
Okay, all right, if we bring the jury in, please, sir. Sir?
All rise for the jurors. All jurors present.
Thank you, Deputy. Everyone else can be seated. Hello, jurors.
Hello.
How was lunch?
Hello.
What did we try today?
Did a good job with that?
Who did?
Fuda.
Oh, Fuda did it. What was Fuda today?
Mediterranean.
Well, that's ironic. Wasn't yesterday Mediterranean, but wait, was it the same vendor, but just in-house or completely different?
Completely different, but it was good.
Okay. And were most of you Fuda or did we try to the government center?
Yeah.
They have food over there?
It was Suda. Yeah.
Oh, was it?
It's the same Fuda.
Yeah.
It was like.
Thank you, Jordan.
That's all right. It's good. Good to get out of the building. Well, excellent. I'm glad you guys are well fed. Stay wide awake. We are turning to the state's next witness, who is Dr. Henninger.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and say. Please state your name and full and spell it for the court.
Okay, my name's Dr. Michael Henninger. It's spelled Michael and then Heninger.
Good afternoon, Dr. Henninger.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Henninger, would you mind telling the jurors, where you're currently employed, what we do for you?
Okay, currently I work at the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office. I'm a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been with the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office?
I've been there since January of 2023.
Prior to that, where were you working?
I worked at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long were you with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Since 1995, probably I think 27 and a half years.
Would you mind to describing to the jurors who may not be so medically inclined that what a medical examiner is?
Okay, a medical examiner is a physician that is trained to basically be involved in the investigation of deaths of a suspicious nature or undetermined nature. And so we are trained in pathology, which is kind of the study of diseases and injuries and their physical appearances. And then we're trained in specifically in the parts of pathology that are likely to be of interest to the courts. And so there are these government agencies called medical examiner's offices. They're in Georgia, they're county by county, and they have it's a government group of people, small group, maybe 40 people that work at the county medical examiner's offices. And we are charged to investigate the deaths that are defined by law that are likely to come to court, like to be of interest in the legal sense.
What was the educational background that you have to have before becoming a doctor, before specializing in pathology?
Okay, well, I started out And I went to college, Utah State University, and I received a Bachelor of Science degree in biology. And then I went to the University of Utah and I received an MD degree in medicine. Then I went into the military and I did a 1-year internship in internal medicine at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. And I then practiced primary care medicine for a few years in the same place. After I finished my military service, I went back to the University of Utah and I did a 4-year training program in anatomic and clinical pathology. And then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology up in Minneapolis at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And then after I did all that, I was hired to work for Fulton County.
And what sort of training are you required to have before you become a specialist in the field of pathology?
Well, you have to basically go to medical school. There's broad training in lots of different areas of medicine. And then you have to have 4 years of training in pathology, which is a specialty that it's pretty broad. It's got a lot of different areas. And you have, basically it's 4 years and there's a series of like about every month or 2 months that you move to a different branch of the field and you're evaluated constantly about this. And there are board tests that you have to take. So you have to basically do all of that. And then you have to do the same thing again for another year and just focused on the forensic pathology.
What are the different branches of pathology?
Okay, there are two big branches. One's anatomic pathology, which is kind of physical, what you can see, touch, that kind of thing. And then there's clinical pathology, which is primarily laboratory medicine. And it has different subspecialties that some of which are more relevant than less to what we do.
And you previously mentioned forensic pathology. Would you mind describing to the jurors what a forensic pathologist is?
Okay, so the forensic pathology is the subspecialist in those fields, and in that one field, it's there's probably thousands of pathologists that are trained every year. And there's only about 500 to 800 forensic pathologists in active practice right now. So it's a small group of people. And we are very much focused on the parts of pathology that are most relevant to the kind of cases we look at, which are, a lot of it's autopsy pathology, because that's, where you can look and see, and that's, that's where there are a lot of injuries that we're looking at. And then we have kind of, while we're going along, we get training with chemistry because of toxicology. So we know quite a bit about that. And then there's histology, which is looking at things under the microscope, looking at tissues under the microscope to try and figure out. Most of that's diseases like cancer or inflammation or whatever, but some of it's injury too. And some of it's cases, a lot of our cases are natural diseases that are easily confused with what the courts are interested in. So like young people who die suddenly, we don't know if they could be injured somehow. We don't, they could be, someone else could have injured them. They could be suicides. It could be accidents. So a lot of younger people, we're going to look into those deaths to make sure that and then we'll find natural diseases if those things aren't true.
When you're looking into deaths, do you conduct what you refer to as a postmortem examination on patients or individuals?
Yes.
What is a postmortem examination?
Okay, so it's also called autopsies. It's pretty much the same thing. It is a medical procedure. It's done on the remains of a deceased individual. The purpose is to determine the cause of death and also manner of death. And also it's to document injuries and to kind of figure out how the injuries, caused the death.
And in autopsies, where cases might involve law enforcement, are you provided with information to provide you context with going about an autopsy?
Yes, we are. There's kind of two, they're not exactly perfectly divided, but there's cases where law enforcement has a strong interest, and there's cases where they have a less of an interest or not very much. And that can change, but depending on what we find. I mean, something might start out as looking pretty benign, or maybe somebody had a heart attack, we find out they were poisoned, you know. So, we work with law enforcement. Our investigators a lot of them have law enforcement background. And so there's actually personal relationships between investigators and law enforcement people that know each other. And so we work very closely with law enforcement and in some cases, and some, you know, and early on they make a decision as to which direction it's going to go, but then it can be changed later.
What do investigators with the medical examiner's office, what's their primary role?
Okay, they're the face of kind of where we interface with the public. They work shifts, so because these deaths occur all the time, all day and night, and so they are on kind of a shifts, and they're kind of similar law enforcement shifts, and they take the first phone calls. They, you know, when we're first notified that there's a death that is that's in the community, and that's probably going to be one of our cases. They take that phone call. They're trained. They have certification processes, and they basically investigate. They're like detectives, and that's really good training for them because although they're not chasing criminals, they are trying to find out information that's about the person who's dead, which is very similar. So they gather information. Now if it's like a case where the law enforcement does not have a strong interest, they're going to pretty much they're going to do the investigation. They're the detective for the case. In cases that do involve law enforcement, they'll work with them. And so they're kind of conventions of who does what. And so, and then then the other thing they do, it's really important, is they provide this information to the physicians who end up doing the autopsies and have to come to the conclusions based on the investigation. It's a lot like in conventional medicine. It's a lot like the history, which is really important to take, but you know, they're basically gathering that from the community, family members, police, whoever, you know, and then they often help us round up medical records, which we often get involved in particularly the non-law enforcement type of cases.
In situations where individuals are declared deceased at the scene of the crime, it's one of the responsibilities of the or primary role of the medical examiner, medical examiner's investigator to recover the body and transport it back to the ME's office.
Yes, there's kind of two situations. If you die out in the community and someone's going to call the police or the ambulance or, you know, whatever emergency personnel, and when that's looked at, the person's dead, and then that's when they call us. Our investigator goes out to the scene, and they often help, or they work hand in glove with the police or whoever's there. If a person doesn't die quickly, if they survive, they're injured, they survive, they go to the hospital, and then die, then those cases are just, they're reported to us by the hospital. The people at the hospitals know, in the ER, the people, you know, and so they call us up, and then our investigators get involved with arranging transport, which actually we contract out the transporting in both situations with, you know, people, but then they may also help gather the medical records, you know, to help figure those kind of cases out. So yeah, it's part of their job to go to scenes and to investigate them.
Now, you previously mentioned performing autopsies as a function of a medical examiner. How many autopsies would you say that you've performed during the course of your career as a forensic pathologist?
Well, I've kind of lost track. Fulton County, where I worked for most of my career, we were associated with Emory, and we were teaching fellows, so our workload wasn't as high. So for the number of years I have, my numbers are not that high, but I did about 250 autopsies every year, and I'm coming up on like 30 years, so it's well over 7,000 autopsies.
And have you ever had to testify as an expert witness in the field of forensic pathology before jurors?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've done that?
I have lost track of that. It's I don't know, hundreds. I don't know.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to tender Dr. Henninger as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Mr. Miller, any objection?
I would like to put our, Dr. Henry.
Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Henry.
Good afternoon.
Your degree, your undergrad degree, what is your undergrad degree in?
It was biology.
Biology. And then after undergrad, did you go immediately to medical school or was it a graduate school?
I went immediately to medical school.
And while in medical school, your focus was on what?
Well, in general, the curriculum is pretty much determined. There's only just a few electives. And so most people, well, at some point in time in medical school, people start to think of what they're going to do, and they may do some of their electives, but probably the vast majority of the medical training is pretty standard across the field. At that time, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do, so I was kind of interested in a little bit of everything. So I didn't have a specific focus like pretty much everyone, unless they were like, some people like they know they want to do this, but they still have to take all the same courses. So
Dr. Hanger, what was your focus in?
my focus was not, it was medicine.
It's just.
This all of the whole is a broad, it's medicine, medical school's not really, I mean, it's not specialized like the residencies are.
Okay. For your residency, where was that conducted?
There's in two places. I did 1 year of internal medicine in the military, and that was basically taking care of people in the hospital, sick people. And then I have 4 years where that was focused on pathology, and it was some of the time we were doing anatomic things like looking at microscopes, looking at tissue under microscopes in different areas. Some of the time we were at the laboratories. The University of Utah has a huge reference laboratory called ARUP. Some people may have heard of this lab. It's out west mostly, but we basically trained there. So our clinical rotations were focused at that laboratory, looking at the ins and outs of lab medicine.
Specifically, would you characterize pathology as the study of disease? Would you?
Yeah, that's kind of the simplest definition. What it's kind of a visual definition when you're looking at things and saying this is what this is.
Okay. Do you have any educational background or any training in occupant kinematics?
Not specifically. Pre-med has science majors. They have to take a year of physics, and so we cover some of the basic ideas that are the foundation of those fields. But I don't have specific training in those fields.
Okay. Any type of training in accident reconstruction?
Well, not organized, institutional. I mean, one of the things we do is we try and look at these deaths and these injuries and derive as much information as we can that might be useful. And so that's very focused and specialized, and it's case by case. So I don't have training in like the broad, underlying foundations of that, but I do have quite a bit of experience with looking at different cases and trying to answer questions about, what you can see from those injuries and what they can or can't tell us.
All right. And then no formal training in crime scene investigation either, correct?
I think I read a couple books, but not, well, that's not actually true. When I was at Minnesota, we basically went to every homicide as a fellow. And the first few years I was in Fulton County, I went to a lot of crime scenes I'm with the investigators. They're kind of doing it. I'm just there to help them with medically, but I got quite a bit of experience with that. Because of a shortage in our field, we've gone away from doing crime scenes as a group. I haven't been to crime scenes for several years.
All right. As such, Your Honor, thank you, Dr. Hinger. I would have no objection to Dr. Henninger being an expert in the field of pathology. I would object to anything regarding kinematics, how bodies move within a car, in the physics involved with that.
So the question before us was whether he is an expert in forensic pathology. I find that he is for the purposes of this proceeding. Your questioning confirmed that. If you want to object to individual questions that are asked of Dr. Henninger, you're free to do that. But I find that he is an expert in the field of forensic pathology. Mr. Rao?
Thank you, Judge. Now, as it relates to autopsies in particular, how do you perform an autopsy?
Okay, there's two parts to it. There's an external examination, and then there's an internal examination. The external examination, it begins with looking at the person's clothing, their medical intervention, and then it proceeds to looking at the body unwashed and then washed. The internal examination, and we're collecting evidence and taking pictures, doing the things that we need to do to document this. The internal examination is conducted with, there's a standard incisions that are made on the body. The organs are looked at in the body, trying to relate, surface versus inside, which injuries are kind of related to each other. The organs are removed and they're dissected in a standard fashion. So that's basically the two parts. There's ancillary studies, which might include x-rays, might include taking little pieces of tissue to look at under the microscope. It will include samples of blood or other body fluids for testing for substances. And then there's a long list of different things we might do that are specific to certain cases.
Part of the reason you conduct these autopsies is to make a medical opinion as to how individuals came to the position that they were, that such that they ended up in your office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you conduct an external and internal examination. You take photographs, and at the end of doing all these things, do you form a medical opinion as it relates to the individual's cause of death and manner of death?
Yes, I do.
And would you mind describing or explaining to the jurors what you mean by cause of death?
Okay, cause of death is kind of basically what you might think it is. It's basically what derangement of the functions in the body or the structures of the body, what a derangement has happened that allows the body to no longer to continue to live, to maintain life. And so I like to think of these as like things in textbooks, it might be heart attack or pneumonia, or in forensic textbooks, it might be things like drowning or gunshot wound, or those are all causes of death.
Now, as it relates to manner of death, would you mind explaining to the jurors what that is?
Okay, that's a little bit more complicated. Our field has kind of hijacked that term, and we have our own special little meaning for it. So in general, it's got a kind of a general vague usage in the public, but we're specific. And we have defined 5 categories. And so what we're doing is we're looking at the circumstances and information that we have, things we find at autopsy and ancillary studies, and we're trying to take this data and put it in one of these 5 categories. And the categories are natural diseases, which are things that happen inside of the body. And then the others 3 are injuries, and accidental injuries, which are things that happen outside of the body. Okay, and then and usually just things that just sort of happen. And then there's suicides, which are injuries that a person inflicts on themselves, and they're intentional, and that's kind of hard to do sometimes. And then there are homicides, which are injuries that one person inflicts upon another. Okay, now, and then the 5th one is the undetermined one, we don't know. Now, because of conventions and practical experiences over years, these boundaries are kind of been adjusted a little bit. And some of this is just culture and practice, but because of it's America's love of the automobile, we tend to see all deaths related to automobiles as being accidents, unless you like drive over someone and back up on them or chase them around with the car. If a person, just about any circumstance where a car is going down the road for whatever reason and somebody dies, we sort of make those accidents because there's not a lot of good boundaries anywhere else. And so traffic accidents or any deaths that are in automobiles are accidents.
As it relates to autopsies that you perform on automobile accidents, collisions, things of that nature, how many autopsies would you say you perform specifically?
That's hard to say. I'm guessing that my practice is probably more than 10% of it are automobile accidents or collisions. It might be even more than that, but it's probably hundreds to a few thousand.
10%
Of 7,500, something like that.
So, with respect to, autopsies, how do bodies typically present themselves to you, when they are recovered from the scene of the crime, such that you can start performing your autopsy?
Okay, the investigators basically, once they've done their investigation, they put them in a disaster bag, and they seal it so that it can't be tampered with. And then they're transported to our office, and then they are stored in a cooler until the next morning, or the next time. We kind of do this every day. And so then we have people, technical people help us with this. So they roll the bodies out and kind of put them in the place where we do the autopsies. And then so they're there in that bag. And then the way this begins is when the physician walks in, we have people helping us, but we break the seal. It's usually photographed at some point, and then we open the bag up, and then we look at them right there and take pictures. So that's kind of how we start this process.
And with respect to individuals who've had medical intervention performed on them prior to coming to your office, how do they typically present them?
From my perspective, they're basically they're the same, because instead of the investigator going to get them, they've been transported to our office from the hospital. So that they're basically, they're pretty much similar.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention to April 10th, 2021. Did you perform autopsies on a Devin Jones Jr. and a Deterius Minor?
Yes.
And during those autopsies, did you perform an external and internal examination of both individuals?
Yes.
Were photos taken of those individuals?
Yes.
And at the end of your autopsy, did you form a conclusions as it relates to the causes of death and manner of death to those individuals?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what's been a pre-mark for identification of states 145 through 156, as well as states 157 through 168. I know you've had an opportunity to review these prior to taking the stand. If you wouldn't mind just quickly flipping through those and just let me know when you're done with that.
Okay,
Have you had a chance to review those exhibits, Doctor?
so I didn't catch that.
I'm sorry, did you have a chance to review the exhibits I handed you?
Yes,
Okay, and as it relates to states 145, what is states 145?
145 is the autopsy report for Devin Jones Jr.
And is that the autopsy report that you authored as it relates to your examination of him?
Yes,
Is it a true and correct copy of the autopsy report that you authored in this case?
yes,
And with respect to states 146 through 156, what are those?
these are the pictures for Devin Jones.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the injuries taken, or the photographs of the injuries of Mr. Jones?
Yes,
And with respect to states 157, what is states 157?
okay. It is the autopsy for Deterius Minor.
Is that a true, correct, or is that the report that you authored in this case?
Yes,
Is it a true and correct copy of the report?
yes,
As it relates to states 158 through 168, are those, what are those?
those are the pictures for Deterius Minor.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the photographs that you took of Mr. Minor's injuries during the autopsy?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to move states 145 through 168 into evidence.
No objection.
They are all admitted.
Now, as it relates to autopsy reports, in general, when forming a, opinion as it relates to the cause and manner of death, as well as the injuries that you observed both externally and internally, is there a peer review process that takes place within the ME's office?
there is.
What does that peer review process consist of?
Well, it has two parts. One, the physicians that are working at the office are not on vacation or, other places. We meet every morning and we have this meeting where we go over the cases that have occurred in the previous 24 hours. And then decisions are made as to what to do about those. There's that process. There are occasional meetings that are held like where we look at specific difficult cases. And then at the time of this autopsy, this was during the pandemic and we were short-staffed. And so we didn't do the second part of that. We did the first part where we reviewed the cases for each day. But that's as much as we were able to do.
What was you said because it was short staff?
We typically have 5 or 6 physicians. We were down to 2. Our homicide rate doubled. Drug overdose rate went even higher. And we were, it was pretty difficult.
Now, as it relates to the autopsy of Devin Jones Jr. On states 146, what is it that we're looking at?
146. I should look at this right here. I'm sorry. Okay, so,
It's also in front of you. You're welcome to look at the big screen.
let me get this in front of me.
Stay muted.
Stay muted.
Yeah. and then you should
Okay,
be able to
there
see.
we go. Okay, and I know.
And I'm gonna take this wrong. I'm gonna lower the lights a little bit. It helps the jurors see the monitor above you, okay?
Okay, and then, okay, all right, now, this is what I'm usually, okay, so this is a picture of it's the first picture we take of this case, on Devin Jones. Okay, and what it has here is his name. It has this red seal, okay, that's still intact. So to get into the body bag, you'd just cut through it with a knife, which you couldn't cover up very easy, or to unzip it and have to break that seal. And then he also writes, she actually in this case, writes this number on it. So this is our effort to try and keep the remains secure. Now, they're also in our office. They're not like anywhere where anybody can easily tamper with them, but this is what we do. And there's also the other thing that's interesting, which maybe this isn't the best picture to mention, but it has an accession number.
In your autopsy report, does it have the ME case number a little bit more legibly?
Yes,
Okay. And would you mind telling the jurors what the case number is and what is the significant, or how that number is designated within your office?
Okay, so the working case number is 21-0893. Okay, and sometimes we put it on some of the official reports, 2021-00893. So those, the first is the year, and then the second is the case, case number. We start in January. The first one is 001, and we just number on through the year. And that is unique to everything on that we generate. It's going to be on every, theoretically every picture, every piece of evidence. And it's not, other people don't use it. It may not, it's not the police number or the attorney numbers, anybody else's numbers. It's the number that we assign to this case. And that allows us to keep from mixing stuff up.
As we transition to states 147,
Okay.
what are we looking at here?
Okay, this is the first picture we take after opening up the white disaster bag, and it's got a black zipper there. And then we step back and take pictures from both sides. But this picture tells us kind of where we started. And I can see in this picture, he's got clothing. If you go to the ER for, I don't know, 30 seconds or something, they're going to take your clothes, be gone. And there's no real medical intervention I can see on this picture, and none that we saw. So this tells me he's come from the scene, hasn't. And the medical intervention is important because it can easily be confused with injuries if you're not aware of it being there. And there's some medical intervention you can't tell apart. Like if they, when they do an insertion of a chest tube, they make a cut with a sharp knife. Well, it looks like a stab wound if you don't know that's what it is. So this is important because there's no medical intervention and the clothing is there.
As it relates to states 148, what would be the purpose of taking this particular photograph?
This is kind of a picture of his face, and there's kind of just from the front, it shows some of the injuries. You can see on his left sides here, you see a lot of bruising and swelling around this eye and this right here. And these are blunt force injuries like bruises or contusions. And then over here on his left side these are these little lacerations, abrasions scattered here. And so these are some injuries.
Now, states 149,
Okay.
kind of this looks different than what we saw in states 147. What is the purpose of taking the clothes off?
Okay, now you see the clothes conveniently in the background, which we're supposed to have the blue thing covering that. But anyway, this is after we've looked at his clothes, after we've looked, for medical intervention, those things. This is after he's been washed. And so this is the purpose of this is an overall, to get kind of an overall picture of his injuries.
Why do you wash the body prior to?
Okay, blood could look like an injury. You can see a blood splotch. It might be round and it looks like a gunshot wound. And basically it can hide them. You can have a nice big blood stain and wash it off. And, oh, there's something there that you didn't see. So it's really important to have the bodies washed, but it's also important to collect trace evidence of anything that washes away. So we have to make sure we do that first and then before we wash them.
Now, prior to discussing your observations as it relates to the injuries that Mr. Jones sustained on page 6, is it consistent with the practice of the medical examiner's office to take the height and weight of individuals who are presented to you?
Yes, it is.
On page 6, would you mind telling me the height of Mr. Jones as well as his weight as you observed?
Okay, so his height was 69 inches, which is 5'9", and his weight is 149 pounds.
What's the purpose of taking those particular measurements?
So one of the things we have to do is figure out who these people are, which in this particular case, it wasn't a big issue, but that the height and weight are important for that. And then sometimes these height and weights will tell you if a person is very obese, and that can be a problem or part of their, cause of their death. So those are the two things. The third caveat is that he's got fracture on his legs, and so there sometimes heights are not accurate, and it's actually kind of hard to measure somebody's height when they're dead. You tend to be 1 or 2 inches off, and if there's fractures on long bones, they can be, so he could be a little bit taller or a little bit shorter than this. And then you can look at the driver's licenses if you have them, and they tend to be slightly dishonest in a predictable way. The men tend to say they're 1 or 2 inches taller, and the women tend to say they're a few pounds lighter. So so this whole issue, the weight is as accurate than a pound or two. The height, it's pretty close.
Now, as it relates to the summary of findings that you made, based on your external and internal examination, what were the findings that you had?
Okay, I don't know if I'll just go for it. I'll tell you, there's a bunch of them. There were, basically I categorized them by places in the body. I have blunt force injuries of the head, blunt force injuries of the torso, blunt force injuries of the extremities. Okay, so those are my 3 categories. Under the head, there were some superficial scrapes and contusions on his face, which you can see some of them. We saw these previously, we see them a little bit better. This is on the left side of his face, some abrasions down there around his neck. He had a laceration on the back of his scalp. And then things that are, we take pictures of these, but there are certain pictures we don't show in court, of like internal pictures. And so there's fractures at the base of his skull. And they're through what's called the cribriform plate. And that is a place, if you were to take and just put something up your nose and then break through the first bone you run into there, that's the cribriform plate, right where the nerve, the olfactory nerve for what you smell with, it goes up. And so it's a fragile bone, and so it's easy to fracture there.
And doctor, just for the record, showing you states 156.
Oh, okay, this is the back of his head, and this is his left ear, and this is a laceration. It's just a big tear in the scalp. It's full thickness. It's kind of ragged and irregular, and has abrasion along the edge. And so it's probably from a large amount of force being applied over a large area, the back of his head. His hair is cushioning it too, so.
Was that the extent of the injuries that Mr. Jones had?
He also had bilateral acute, which means occurring within a few minutes, soon, not late. And they were what are called subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhages. The dura and the arachnoid are membranes that surround the brain, partially protect it, has other functions, but their blood accumulated beneath them. Subdural hemorrhages are almost always from injuries, unless there's really bad stroke or something like that. Subarachnoid hemorrhages, sometimes injuries, sometimes other things. And of course, in the context of this case, these are injuries, and they're bilateral and kind of widespread.
Now, as it relates to the trauma that you discussed with the jury, what could cause that as it relates to the blunt force trauma that Mr. Jones sustained on his head?
It could be related with his head coming in contact, in the context of a traffic accident with high velocity. It most likely is his head is hitting against something, and if the other option is that something's hitting him, but it's kind of relative, because when you're moving in a car and the car stops and you run into it, that's kind of the same mechanism really as if the car hits you, just kind of relativity. So
And I forgot to ask you this, Dr. Henninger, when making your determinations as it relates to what could cause injuries, your office, your colleagues at the medical examiner's office aren't put in an information vacuum. Would that be a fair and accurate?
That's very accurate.
And what's the purpose of that?
So that maybe we can be helpful and see, okay, if these are the circumstances that we know, does that, and then you look at these injuries, can you put two and two together, make it, make four? And so, sometimes you see something that you're not really sure what it is, but then you see, well, something happened out where they died. Sometimes you can put things together.
And if the bodies, such as the ones that were presented to you in this particular case, were just provided to you in an information vacuum, would you be able to come up with medical opinions and conclusions as it relates to what happened to these individuals?
To some degree, but the more information I have, the more I can tell, because it's putting things together. So if you got, and this happens a lot, where you just find somebody, like a car that's off the road, nobody saw what happened, people come in, those are harder cases than if you have a lot of information. You could start to say, well, this looks like this or that.
As it relates to injuries to the torso, did you observe both external and internal injuries to Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Would you mind telling the jury what the external injuries were?
Okay, the internal?
External.
Oh, the external. Okay, so this picture shows some of the external injuries.
And for the record, I'm showing states 152.
These are kind of abrasions. They're small, so they're on the right side of his body. And there's better shown. There's a little bit of bruising up in here. That's better shown on other pictures. And this is probably one of the better pictures we have of the right side of his arm. It's got a lot of abrasions on it.
So the injuries that we see on states 152 are essentially on the right portion of Mr. Jones's body. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in states 153, what are we seeing?
I think this is just more of the surface, and it shows fewer injuries on this picture, but there's still a few scattered around.
Now, in states 154, what was the purpose of taking this photograph?
Okay, now I think this is focused in on the chest, but there's also, you can still see some of the injuries. And his head is turned to his right. And usually I try to keep him straight, but I'm thinking that when I did this, I was trying to show how these injuries, even though they're on the left side of his face and the right side of his body, they're all kind of in one big plane almost. More than plane, but they tend to be on the right side. And and if you turn his head there, you can actually see how they are in continuity with the other side of his face. If you just have him sitting here like this, you might think this and this. But if you turn him, then they start to be in one place.
Would that be consistent with the trauma, the body making contact on the right side of his body?
Yes.
Against objects?
Yes.
As it relates to, I previously talked to you about external injuries on Mr. Jones's body. Was that the extent of the external injuries? Previously testified?
There's, the ones I write down, there's some, I've got one here, my thing about, there's some in his left femoral region. There's a little tear. And there's a little bit of injury on his right buttock, which is not well photographed. And there was a left scrotum had a contusion and laceration on the left inferior surface, but there's a few more that we haven't seen, but not a lot more.
As it relates to states 155, what are we seeing?
Okay, now we're starting to look at the extremities. And basically, this is the left hand. There's a lot of the same thing we saw on the other hand, but there's something else. This is kind of this odd shape here. And then here. Okay, and I don't know if I got too many other things on here, but let me do this again. Let's see if you kind of go like this. Okay, so that is not the normal shape of a forearm. And this is these are characteristic of fractures. And they're common in this area from a variety of reasons. So they're fractures of the bones of his arm.
What could cause the injuries on states 155?
Any kind of blunt trauma, running into things, having things hit the arm.
Now, and I skipped ahead a little bit, and I apologize. Going back to the torso. States 152 and states 154. I know we don't show the pictures, but would you mind telling the jury what were the extent of the internal injuries that Mr. Jones sustained?
Okay, his internal injuries, he had contusions or bruises of his lungs, mostly on the right side, and some of them in rows that matched the ribs. He had this one was pretty serious, although it was small. There's a small laceration on the posterior wall of his aorta that's about 1.5 inches below where it's attached. It's a common place for an aortic laceration. That's a serious injury. The liver has superficial lacerations, and then there's hemorrhage that tracks around the renal capsules and all the way down around the prostate. And this is probably from the aorta. And then the pubic symphysis is fractured and splayed opened, and it's kind of fragmented on the back wall of that. And the right inferior pubic ramus, which is this pubic symphysis, is these bones that sit here in front of your pelvis. Okay, and then they have these branches that are called rami, and there's upper ones and lower ones. So there's 4 of them. And so the one that's, I can read my notes so I don't forget this, but it's basically the right inferior. So it's the one on the right side down low is fractured in addition to this. So if you kind of put this on the pubic symphysis here, it's kind of got these rami that go off of it like this. And so this one's fractured down there. So what's happening here is that the body doesn't have that many injuries. If that was all he had, it doesn't look too bad. But a lot of the force was transmitted through his skin into his body and injured all these organs. And so these are, I'm trying to, one of the things I try to imagine is, could you fix this? How many of these could a surgeon fix? And of course, I'm not a surgeon, so I don't really know, but based on what they're unable to fix that go to the hospital, this is a lot.
Now, in transitioning from the torso, you had previously talked about some upper extremities, left upper extremity and right upper extremity injuries. What were the extent of the injuries sustained on those body parts?
The right upper extremity, I think we show pictures over here. They're scattered. This is the left. It's got the fractures, and the right has got all of those little abrasions and contusions.
On states 152 and 153, can we see the right upper extremity
Yeah.
injuries?
And there's one that we can't see that I'm just looking at my notes here. There's a fractured humerus on the right side, which, it's just one more thing on the right side of all these other constellations. And then Okay, so yeah, and the rest of these are descriptions of the injuries here.
Now, we've talked about the upper extremities, both on the right and left side. Stop sharing. Both on the upper right and upper left side, what if any, injuries did you notate as it relates to the lower extremities?
Okay, so the right lower extremity has a kind of an odd lump similar to what I drew around this. That there's a mid-shaft femur fracture. There's contusions on the thigh and the knee and the ankle, all on the right side.
You indicated that the femur fracture was on the right side.
Yes.
Now, were you provided information as to specifically where Mr. Jones's body was recovered?
Yes.
Where?
He was ejected. So he left the vehicle and went. And so the problem with getting ejected from a vehicle is it's kind of like a double whammy. I mean, there's injuries from being hit while you're in the vehicle. And once you're outside, and obviously when you land on the ground doesn't help, but other things can roll on you, different things can happen to you. So, so that's why you don't want to leave the vehicle if there's a wreck, because you get more injuries.
Your expert opinion as a forensic pathologist, if there's evidence to suggest that the vehicle that Mr. Jones was in was impacted on the front right portion of the vehicle near where the front passenger would sit, are his injuries consistent with Mr. Jones being in the front passenger seat?
Your Honor, I would again object to this being outside the scope of his expertise.
Just for this discussion, what's your response to the objection?
Dr. Henninger is an expert in the field of forensic pathology. He is describing wounds sustained as a result of a motor vehicle collision, and part of his analysis is determining how those injuries occurred. This is well within his expert opinion to relate to the jury as it relates to injuries that could have been sustained by someone sitting in the front passenger seat.
And your question is not, tell me what seat Mr. Jones would have been in. Your question is, are these injuries consistent with having been in? So it's a hypothetical question. Assume for purposes of your question, Mr. Jones was in the front passenger seat of the vehicle at issue.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll allow you to answer it.
Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. I mean, he's on the right, if he's in the right seat in front and the car effectively either hits or runs into or is hit in front and on the right, okay, his body is going to move forward and to the right, and so the right side of his body you would expect to have a lot of injuries on it. And then if he goes out, there's other things can happen, but it's I think that it's very consistent with him being in the right side, because the car was impacted on the right. He's closer to the impact than the other ones, and he has a lot of right-sided injuries. So I think that all kind of fits together.
Now, as it relates to your examination of Mr. Jones, based on the information presented to you, as well as your own independent external and internal examination of the injuries that Mr. Jones sustained, what was your conclusion as it relates to the manner of death?
Well, I think I mentioned earlier, the manner it's by convention, we make them accidents. And that's because we don't really have, it's really up to the courts as to what the liability or the responsibility is on these kind of cases. So we make them accidents by convention.
And as it relates to the cause of death?
Okay, I call them blunt force injuries of the head and torso. Sometimes you have a situation where there's one obvious bad injury and a few other minor ones. I've got life-threatening injuries in his head and his torso, and multiple of them. So I think that's hard to just narrow it down and say, oh, well, he died from a subdural hemorrhage or he died from an aortic tear. I think that the blunt force injuries of the head and torso, it was a better, kind of more encompassing description. And that, this is somewhat stylistic too. I mean, that's, most of the people that I work with are similar to this, but that's what I called it.
Now, as it relates to your autopsy of Deterius Minor,
Did you perform the autopsy on Mr. Minor?
Yes.
and on States 158, which I'm publishing, is this similar to the tag that we saw for Mr. Jones on States 145?
Yes. And this looks like a different investigator. So I think two of them went out and his handwriting's a lot better. So this got all the other same information.
And as it relates to the ME case number, is it going to be the same case number as Mr. Jones's number?
No, and what's kind of interesting is that the numbers are 893 and 895. So there's an 894 that happened at the same time. And then they just, by the way they numbered them, that's the way our investigators did it. So they're one off. Often in these kind of cases, they're right together. The two numbers are simultaneous, but for whatever reason, skaters, that's their prerogative. I mean, I don't worry about which case gets which number.
Now, I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you. But unlike Mr. Jones, was Mr. Minor recovered at the scene or somewhere else?
He was basically went to the hospital. And so they brought him in from the hospital.
And in your report, did you make mention of any sort of medical intervention that took place prior to his body being presented to your office?
Yes, I did.
On States 159, which I'm publishing to the jury, what are the evidences of medical intervention that was performed on Mr. Minor prior to his being deceased?
Okay. Let me fit my little. I don't know how to get my favorite little red thing. I'll just have to describe it unless you want to.
Sure, tap the screen here, just once, there, down in the little left-hand corner, all the way over, left-hand, all the way, keep going, left-hand corner, you go with the right and left, the right and on the screen, there you go. You're live now.
For me.
All right.
Wait a minute, what happened? I didn't tap back. There we go, okay. There. Okay. I think this is, okay, so first, and I mean, this is pretty important. There's a tube right here. And it's put into his trachea for breathing. And you can't live very long without breathing. And so he wasn't breathing when they did this. It's strapped around his face. There's this neck collar. This is a stiff, it's called cervical or neck collar. And this is it's done, I think they are very aggressive and just put it on just about everyone that might have a neck fracture. And because it doesn't do too much, it's slightly uncomfortable, but it's just no problem taking it off later. Okay, and then he had catheters right here, these little plastic things. Somebody has stuck these plastic catheters, they're in metal in his chest here. And this is to relieve any pressure that can build up from what's called a tension pneumothorax. And this is kind of complicated. It's mainly air can get trapped in your chest cavity because once you start disrupting things, if you think about when you inhale, there's a negative pressure. That's how the air runs in. And then when you exhale, it runs out. Okay, if you disrupt that in any way, it doesn't work right. And then air can start to get in the wrong place. It starts to, and you can end up with pressure. And they basically relieve the pressure and put those catheters in. Now they do this, they may not have to diagnose this. I don't know for sure they had that or not. They may just do that out of caution. Again, a little bit more aggressive than neck, but they're little tiny punctures in his chest there. They also are not a good idea if you're not going to be intubated, because then it doesn't work. So the fact he's being intubated means they can do that without doing too much more harm. And then there's EKG pads scattered around on his body. There's one there for monitoring his heart rate. I listed them on the left shoulder, right abdomen, and left abdomen. So two of them are off this picture. There are little bruises with punctures in his arm. And of course, the context of injuries, this could be an injury, but it could also be when they put an IV in, an intravascular catheter to put fluids in. So there's one of those in his right antecubital fossa. There were bands around his wrist, both wrists. One had his name on them, one didn't. They appeared to be hospital bands. And so this is an interesting problem where we ID people. The hospital can sometimes mix up IDs. So it's kind of up to us to catch that, to make sure we have the right person. This is what my colleagues had a case like two people went to the hospital and they mixed them up and one of them died. And it was a problem. So anyway, and then there's another toe tag on his right toe. So there's 3 of these. And those are the ones I listed. I think there might be a piece of clothing right there. They didn't quite get all the way off, but there's other clothing here, which what happens in the emergency room is that they strip the clothing off very quickly, but they're not really interested in the forensic issues that are going to come up years later in court. They're interested in what's happening in the next 5 minutes. And so these clothes just get kicked in a corner somewhere, and then somebody may gather them up and send them to us. And you have to be really careful with clothing that's been comes out of the emergency room, because frequently it doesn't match the person very well, and it can be different embarrassing arrangements. But that's the clothing that we have. And so that's the first thing.
Now, after the body was presented to you and you performed your external and internal examination of Mr. Minor's body, did you make note of any evidence of injuries that Mr. Minor would have sustained?
Yes.
And I see in your report, you kind of separated it into 3 different categories:
Yes.
blunt force injuries to the head, blunt force trauma to the torso, and blunt force trauma to the extremities. Is that correct?
Yes.
And before getting into the specifics of those injuries, did you also, like you did with Mr. Jones, measure him in terms of how tall he was and how much he weighed?
Yes.
And what did those measurements consist of?
I have him at 70 inches tall, 5'10", and 169 pounds.
So in discussing the injuries that Mr. Minor would have sustained to his head, you made notations of both external and internal injuries.
Yes.
Is that correct, Dr.
Yes.
Henninger?
Yes.
What are the external injuries for Mr. Minor?
Okay, so the external ones are on the right, mostly on the right side of his face. There's a few of these little injuries that they're similar to the ones on the other person's left side. And we have this term for this kind of look. They're called dicing, and they're kind of related to glass injuries, usually with cars. So there's a bunch of these here and these are on his right. And then he had some of them are vertical, which might suggest motion up and down, or if you're leaning forward, it could be front to back. So there might be some indication which way his head was going, but it's not really great. And then I specifically said in the left side of the face appears to be spared of injuries on the surface.
So as it relates to your external review, you did not see any injuries on the left side?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to your external examination, as we see on states 163, 161, and 160, So I transition back to states 163. Did you see any sort of evidence of burns to Mr. Minor's head?
No, and on neither one, which I was made aware there was a fire. But they apparently got it out got fast enough or got them out, whatever. There was a fire that I saw on videos and it was told to me. So that's something else I'm interested in is how, is this fire related? There's no burns.
In your medical opinion, could motor oil from a engine cause burns to an individual's body?
Yes,
But you did not see any burns on Mr.
I
Minor.
didn't see any burns.
Now, as it relates to internal injuries to the head, though we can't show any pictures, would you mind telling the jury what the internal injuries are?
Okay, so there are these, I call them contusions. They're injuries under the scalp, and they're up on this side of the scalp, up in what's called the parietal occipital region. These names for jury purposes are excessively complex. There's front, top, back, and side. Okay, this is top and back right here. And they're under his scalp. There's bruises on both sides under his scalp. He has a skull fracture. It is along the back of the skull. There are these things called sutures. You might notice this if you've had raised babies, and there's these you can find the soft spot, and there's these places where the bones haven't knit together yet. And there's one here, two here, and then two in the back. One of the ones in the back on the left side is basically fractured along the suture. It's for whatever, he's pretty young, so sutures probably aren't strong as they would be when he's 40 or 50 years old. And then the worst one, there is what we call a hinge fracture. Okay, and this to explain this, when I was a kid, I thought your brain just kind of floated in your head, but your brain actually sits on bone. Okay, we don't really think about this, but there are bones. They're like shelves. They're not at the same layer. Okay, so there's actually three major shelves. The brain sits on that. Okay, the weakest part of that whole area called the base of the skull is right in front of these two little ridges. And that's often fractures. And then the skull tends to be like a hinge. The bottom of the skull is like a bowl. And then when you got that fracture, it's like this. It's like a hinge. And that hinge fracture is fairly common. It's because it's in the weakest place. And it's very devastating. It's usually hard to recover from that. I mean, if it's really minor, maybe. And the hinge fracture, because it's the weakest part of the skull, it can occur with pressure or force from just about anywhere. Often we think of them as like this kind of force, but it can be from back to front. So, and so this is a pretty common fracture. And then the brain has kind of little contusions or bruises on the inferior surfaces of all of these lobes that I mentioned. And I call them inferior temporal, frontal, and anterior frontal. So those are they're the inferior surfaces of these lobes on the left side. So that is pretty devastating injuries.
Would that be consistent with Mr. Minor's head hitting a hard object at a high rate of speed?
Yes.
Now, as it relates to States Exhibit 167, in your second category of blunt force injuries, you made mention of injuries to his torso. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you divided it between external and internal injuries. Would you mind telling the jury what the external injuries that you observed based off your autopsy of Mr. Minor?
Okay, the one that's you can barely see, I think, is going to be the most important. There are these little reddish areas here. Okay. Can you see those? Those are bruises. And they kind of have these funny shapes to them. Okay. And they kind of have this kind of, you put them all together, they're kind of like that. And so that is those are minor. I mean, I should say minor. They're big and they probably hurt and they're associated with other things. But just by themselves, they're just little. They're like bruises on the chest. And there's I think there's a little one right there. But
So Dr. Henniger, what could cause those red contusions? And I think you indicated it could be affiliated with either resuscitation or injury. Is that correct?
well, yeah, I put that on there because anything in this neighborhood, and I don't know who's doing the resuscitation out at the scene. If it's an ER doc, they're going to be pretty specific. But if it's some bystander, and the firemen are kind of in the middle because they have variable amount of experience, but usually it bruises here or here or from CPR. The further away you get from this area right here, the more likely they are to be other injuries, not CPR related. I can imagine somebody, if the person isn't laid flat and they're kind of, which is one thing you're supposed to do for CPR, but they're kind of laying, crumped over one way or another, and they started, pushing, they could end up not right on top of the heart. So I could maybe make these into CPR, but I think the further they are away from the center of the chest, more likely they are to be an injury. And then I also look at what's inside. And so there are injuries inside that match these. Now, the other thing that's interesting about them is their shape. I guess I should mention this. There's something called a patterned injury. And there's a continuum on this, okay? If you take like a pancake batter, I see these like in child abuse, and smack somebody really hard, it might leave a bruise that actually imprints the pancake batter. And you can say it looks like this pancake batter, but not that one. I'm calling batter pancake flipper. Okay.
Spatula?
Uh-huh.
Like a spatula.
Spatula.
Okay.
There's a better word. Okay. That's really Freudian. Anyway, spatula. Okay. So those are pattern injuries where and sometimes you can do that. Now there's a continuum. Do you know it's exactly that one versus the other one in the store just like it? You may not know that. Sometimes you can get it. If it's something unusual. Okay. And then down at the other end are just like a bruise. You can't tell where it's from. So this is when you see something complicated like this, you start to wonder what in the car matches that. Okay. And I'm thinking of something that's got kind of a roundish shape. It's pretty, but of course the roundness could be from the body too. It could be because it's round, but it's blotchy, and so it would have a kind of an uneven or irregular surface. And if it was, if it's more distinctive, it might be more useful. But it is what it is, and it's.
Now, without knowing more about where Mr. Minor was found in the vehicle, is it safe to say, in that information vacuum, that the injuries that we see on 167 are consistent with hitting a solid or hard object at a high rate of speed?
Yes. And any of the things on the front of the car, the dashboard, that stuff's pretty solid. And back seats, they're a little bit less solid, but they're still pretty, they're pretty solid. I think you could get a bruise like this, just not knowing anything about the case. I think any one of those things are possibilities.
Is it possible that, hypothetically speaking, if Mr. Minor was in the back, or if an argument was to have been made that Mr. Minor was in the driver's seat at the time of the collision, that the injury that we see in terms of what we see on 167, the red contusions, they be consistent with the steering wheel?
Not very consistent because of the blotchiness. The shape is kind of round, but I don't like there's absent areas. I would expect if I was going to draw a steering wheel contusion, I expect it to be more like this and then maybe something here. And I wouldn't want it to be perfect, you know. There's pictures in textbooks from cars from 50 years ago that had solid wheels and somebody hits them and you can see Ford written on their chest. That's a really good example of that is definitely the steering wheel. Okay. But once they got airbags, then this is getting more difficult to do. And I don't see this like this really distinct pattern like that. The so I mean, I guess I don't really, that didn't jump out to me to be a seat to a steering wheel. There's also maybe I'm cross-examining myself here, so I should stop.
Okay, Dr.
Mr. Miller will take care of that, okay?
So Dr. Henninger, I previously asked you a question, that if you were presented in or if this body was presented to you in an information vacuum, as it relates to where Mr. Minor was located. But that was not the case in this autopsy. Were you presented with information as to where Mr. Minor was located in the vehicle?
Yes, he was located, well, this is where they found him, was in the back seat.
Now, would that be consistent with if evidence has shown or evidence has come out that the principal force of direction would be essentially forward right?
Yes.
They are traveling forward right.
Okay, so
And if, I'm sorry, I didn't, if the individual is sitting in the rear driver's seat, that is behind the driver, would this injury be consistent with hitting the front passenger seat?
yes, if I'm sitting in the back seat, the driver's in front of me, and there, the car runs into something up there, I'm gonna go that direction. Okay, I'm gonna hit my right side against that seat there. And, you know, it's big, soft, kind of irregular. I think that would be the most consistent explanation for that bruise on his chest. I think it fits that really well. It's kind of, I mean, it's not specific. It's not like the spatula analogy. It's fairly not specific.
Now, as it relates to internal, I'm sorry, before we go into internal injuries, one more question. Were there any injuries to Mr. Minor's back?
I said the back is free of injury. I didn't see any. And and we take pictures of the back too. There's not on the pictures.
Now, as it relates to the internal injuries, what were your observations?
Okay, he had lung contusions, and they were the most severe on the right side. They weren't lacerated, which is the next level up of injuries. His liver was lacerated. It was most severe on the right edge. There's also a laceration across, kind of horizontal, across the center part of the liver, hilum, where the vessels come in. There's hemorrhage around his kidneys on the right side. The gallbladder was ruptured, which is kind of where that laceration is. And then a bunch of ribs were fractured. I counted up 9 of the ones on the right side, some of them in multiple places. And let's see, there were some left rib left ribs had hemorrhages, but not fractures. Where the ribs are somewhat pliable, especially in a young person. So they can flex enough to tear the tissue between them, but they'll not be broken. So that's going on the left side. And then he's got the same problem with this pubic symphysis being splayed open, except it's the one on the superior one instead of the lower one.
I know we're not going to show the internal examination that cause you to form these conclusions as it relates to the internal injuries of the torso. But would demonstrative aid assist you in your testimony as it relates to explaining to the jurors where the fracture specifically took place?
Yes.
Show you demonstrative aid. I'm going to put it up on the screen in front of you. So you testified that there was hemorrhaging on the left side of Mr. Minor's torso, but no fractures. Is that correct?
Yes. And that's, you can see these ribs, they have muscles in between them, which you probably know from going to the restaurant.
As a-
Those can be torn, the muscles in between the ribs.
Is it from going to a restaurant?
Yeah, with eating ribs.
Not human ribs.
No.
Okay. That you medical examiners go to some
No.
special restaurants. Okay.
Never a dull moment with you, Doc.
Okay, sorry, I thought I was probably.
Okay. Pancake.
As it relates to the right side of Mr. Minor's torso, you indicated that there were multiple fractures. Would you mind showing on the display there where those fractures specifically took place?
Okay, so according to my notes, which ribs 4 through 9. Right here, these are fractured. 5, 6, and 7 are not only just fracture, like if you say the fractures are kind of like this, but then when they start to do this, gets displaced, that's another problem because it's gonna tear up the lung. So these are poking, they're displaced, and they're not just like broken. Let's see, the next, I'm gonna lose my, here, there's, I can't, why I'm having this, there they are, I lost my place on my notes. Okay, so 4, 5, okay, in addition, right ribs 4 through 10 are also fractured posteriorly, the spinal column. So back here, okay, see this rib right here? I should get another color here. Okay, see there, this is a rib right here.
There is a way to change the color if you want advanced training.
Yeah,
You do.
Oh, you did
I
it?
figured it out.
Oh, super.
Lucky.
Oh, yeah, wait a minute.
Okay, so see these ribs, how they're,
Here before.
so we tend to think in anatomy, oh, the ribs are just like this, flattened, but they're actually like this. Okay, so they come down and round. And so these counting projects can be complicated, but let's see if I can erase this. What? Okay, so the ribs fractures are in front. Okay, those 4 through 9, and 5, 6, and 7 are into the chest cavity, but 4 through 10 are fractured along the spinal column. Okay, so they would be like these here. All the way down here. Okay, now this is a serious problem because you have this many ribs. If you have one rib fracture, you can usually not that big of a deal. I mean, it bleeds and stuff, infections, but if you get this many rib fractures, your chest cavity doesn't work anymore. This idea of inspiring and sucking air in, well, this side can't really expire because it's all broken up. So you're basically, he's not being able to breathe. And it can even affect both sides, and depending on the situation, it can be enough so it can't breathe at all. I mean, this has a name called flail chest. But these are from a lot of force is involved in this. So that's what it is.
As it relates to where Mr. Minor was ultimately located in the vehicle, would the injuries to the right ribs 4 through 9 all of those injuries that you talked about, they be consistent with someone hitting their right portion of their body, upper torso, towards a front passenger seat?
Yes, these are actually somewhat related to the bruise there, but they're, I mean, even further actually. But that's consistent with him, again, hitting that seat in front of him like this. That would be very consistent with that.
In addition to those rib fractures, were there contusions on the lungs?
Yes,
And where specifically?
mostly on the right lower one, which lungs sit, I should, okay, so the lungs sit like this. Okay, and again, you tend to think of them as like upper, middle, and lower, but there's fissures are complex. But the right lower lobe, right in here, is where the worst of these lacerations were. Excuse me, contusions, not lacerations. And the lungs are fairly elastic, and he's pretty young, so I think it would be easy for them to have a lot of force applied to him. They'd collapse down and spring back.
In addition to the injuries to Mr. Minor's lungs, you indicated that there was also injuries to the gallbladder that had ruptured. Where is the gallbladder located in an individual's body?
Okay, it's near the liver. The liver, the liver sits here, and there's a diaphragm muscle. It's about 2 or 3 millimeters thick that sits between them, and it's when you breathe, that's what creates the negative pressure in your chest as the diaphragm contracts. And the lung and the liver sit right on the other side of that. Okay, so this is the liver, and then it kind of scoots over this way, and it's you see this thing right here, this bone right here. And if you're really skinny like me, you can actually feel your liver right under it. It sits just under that thing right there.
Are you pointing to the lower right portion of your body?
Yes. And of course, these lungs have got dome shapes to them. So the lungs, the liver sticks back behind it. Okay, now the gallbladder sits, should we change colors again? So it sits right in here. And so that's ruptured. It's a sac, and it has fluid in it, so it's not compressible. And so if you put enough pressure on it, it just breaks, like popping a balloon or something. So that's and it has it's not really common because it's a small organ. So, but that's what's there, and it's part of this other big picture of all these other injuries in the same area.
As it relates to the internal trauma that Mr. Minor sustained on his torso, was it predominantly on the right or left side of his body?
It's predominantly on the right.
Now, as it relates to other blunt force trauma, there's a third category to the extremities. What were your notations as it relates to that?
Okay, so I thought there was a fracture of the mid portion of the arm. The humerus bone is here, somewhere in here. It doesn't show up on the picture, but if you take somebody and do this to their arm, you can kind of tell where the joints are. And if you do this, like after a person's dead, you wouldn't do this to somebody in the emergency room for sure. But if there's a fracture, excuse me, you can feel it. It's like a joint if the bone kind of goes like this. So it's a palpable fracture. And so it has to be pretty much all the way through. If it's like 90%, it might be strong enough that you won't notice that, or you'll break it if it's like 95% or something. But so there's a fracture, palpable fracture in his right arm. And then I didn't see any other superficial injuries except for this, which I had this IV in there, which I kind of described it with the medical stuff. But, and then, on the left side, I saw a little bit on the hand, a little area of abrasion. I saw a little one on his right knee. So there's mostly not very many injuries on the left upper extremity or the right lower extremity.
And in your report, you classified the abrasions on the left upper extremities as superficial on the left hand. What is that?
Means they're not very deep. They're like just on the surface. That's the,
So my apologies. And then as it relates to the right lower extremities and left lower extremities, what were your observations?
okay, so there were some nearly horizontal abrasions on the anterior thigh on the left side. Some irregular abrasions and kind of complex patterns on the left posterior thigh. And then a little superficial abrasion on the right calf.
Now, is that the extent of the injuries that you observed on Mr. Minor?
Yes.
So doctor, you indicated previously you've done at least 10% of the autopsies that you performed have been on motor vehicle collisions, right?
Something, yeah, around that area, but yeah.
So I'd like to ask you some questions based on your expert medical opinion as a forensic pathologist. I know we've been talking about an automobile and it's kind of hard to bring one into the courtroom. So is it okay? Would it assist your testimony if I run through some hypotheticals with you if I showed you a picture of the front driver
Yes.
side of a vehicle?
So we're clear, this is the front driver's side of a vehicle,
A
not
vehicle.
the vehicle.
Not the,
Okay,
just for demonstrative purposes.
and we'll call this states D1? I know
Um,
you're not tendering it, but so we're talking about it, and it may be that we ought to get it in the record, even though it's demonstrative, but I'll leave that up to the lawyers.
Yes, Judge. I think for the record, we can refer to this as D2 and the previous demonstrative.
Oh, the ribs was D1,
D1,
okay,
yes. Yes.
all right, here we are with D2.
Okay. So, in your experience, conducting autopsies on individuals involved in motor vehicle accidents, have you had the opportunity to perform autopsies on individuals subject to a front-end motor vehicle collision?
Where the front runs into, yes.
Yes. Now, in a situation like that, based on injuries that you've observed from those individuals you've had to perform autopsies on, if an individual, I'd love anyone's view. If an individual is sitting in the driver's seat with their legs, the footwell, and the vehicle hits a hard object at a high rate of speed, would you expect there to?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is getting into the, getting into it kinematics, and he's been tendered as an expert in forensic pathology, not in accident reconstruction or kinematic.
Okay, I'm gonna let Mr. Rao finish his question. We'll see what it is, and then I'll let you either renew that objection or modify it or withdraw it. don't you start over, Mr. Rao,
Yes, sir.
and then get all the way through the question. Dr. Henninger, please don't answer until we finish our litigation on this.
Let me ask you a more specific hypothetical. If there is a collision at the front right portion of the vehicle and there's at least someone that we know is driving the vehicle, would you expect, if the principal force of direction has been determined to be forward right, that is, we are moving from, if I may mark up your exhibit, if we are moving, I guess you're the expert.
No, I just trapped you by not doing
I've
something.
never done this.
Can't do
We can
it
tell.
twice.
That's why I'm not allowed.
He's an expert.
There we go. That might work. Yeah.
So. If you are moving forward right, and after, or at the point, let me ask the question since I have that over there. And if there is a front end collision at the forward right portion of the vehicle, and evidence has been determined that the principal force of direction would be forward right in the manner that I have drawn the arrow on states D2, would you expect there to be lower extremity injuries, such as the legs on the driver?
All right, remember, don't answer. So,
I renew my objection, Your Honor.
okay, the way you've asked it, I overrule the objection.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, I think yes, and I don't know if this is permissible. Can I change that arrow's angle a little bit so that it looks more like what I think is really going on? Because I think it also shows too much up,
So no, because this is the one that Mr. Rao
and that's one
drew,
of the
and
questions.
that's what the question
So,
is.
yes.
So it does look like maybe people will end up in outer space as a result of that arrow, but that's his arrow.
Let me do what I intended to do. It's also why I didn't go to art school.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, yeah. Is that?
So again, this arrow, for the demonstrative purposes, is meant to go forward right from the driver's seat. So based on that hypothetical I presented to you, would you expect there to be or injuries to the lower extremities?
Yes,
And would it be consistent with a femur fracture?
yes, because if I'm sitting in this seat right here and I end up in an accident where the car runs into something in front and to the right, I'm gonna go this direction. And this part of my leg, right here, both of them, but the right one especially, is gonna hit something either here or here. And then if it hits hard enough, it'll fracture, which that's the kinetics, but you're getting really high speeds. I mean, you don't need calculations to say that's a big force, and you see a bunch of people that have fractured femurs from it.
Now, you can delete the markups, Dr. Henninger. On states D2, same hypothetical, we were able to determine that the speed that the individuals themselves would have been traveling at the point of impact was 78 miles per hour. That is the human body traveling at 78 miles per hour. Would you expect, or would it be consistent with the driver sustaining femur fractures on their right leg?
Again, objection, Your Honor, is outside the scope of his expertise.
All right, the way that question was asked, I'll sustain the objection.
When we talk about the femur, how difficult would it be to fracture a femur, based on your knowledge, training, and expertise as a medical examiner?
Okay, I have analogies. I hope are okay.
Answer however you want to answer. The question is, how easy is it to break a femur?
Okay, so femur's a bone. It's thick and it's strong. And it's stronger than wood, probably not as strong as steel. Okay, so I picked some material that's halfway in between like a 4x4 piece of wood. I think it's similar in strength to that. I don't have any data on that, and different femurs and different kind of woods are different strengths, but in a ballpark way, it's the size of a board somewhat bigger than it, I think, is how strong it is. And then boards are also kind of life, they're from biological, so the structures have some vague comparison, not very good, but I think that's how hard it is to break a femur. It's like, it's hard. It's hard. I've never actually tried to break one in a lab, but I have had to saw through them to get bullets and stuff. And they're hard to saw through with a power saw. And so based on that, and kind of not doing kinematics calculations, but just kind of estimations based on experience, femur's pretty hard to break. You're going to have to hit something pretty hard. Now at 80 miles an hour, 78 miles an hour, you got a lot of forces there. So it's not surprising that there are long bone fractures. But
Objection, Your Honor. The last portion of that I would ask that is struck. It
Okay.
is unresponsive to that question.
So I'll overrule it, but I'll remind the jury that Dr. Henniger is an expert in forensic pathology and not in kinematics.
So, doctor, as it relates to the femur, if the femur was to come in contact based on your medical experience with a hard object at 78 miles per hour, would you expect, or you were provided information that, I guess, let me rephrase the question. If the femur were to come into contact with a hard object at a high rate of speed, would it be consistent with that individual suffering a femur fracture?
Yes, I think so. Well, I'm sorry.
No objection.
Carry on.
Okay. I'm trying to, I should.
Do you remember the question?
I remember saying yes. I think that.
Okay, so you responded sort of at the same time. So your response to the question was yes. Okay, next question, please.
In this case, in your examination of Mr. Minor, were there any femur fractures or any lower extremity fractures any portion of his legs?
Make sure I don't. So there are no fractures listed on his legs.
Based on your medical experience, performing autopsies on individuals inside a motor vehicle, in your experience, is it more or less likely that a driver would sustain a femur fracture rather than someone who was a rear passenger?
A rear passenger.
Sorry?
A rear passenger.
More or less likely that a rear
Okay.
passenger would what?
Okay, all things kind of considered, and the front part of the car is a lot harder. The dashboard, steering wheel, those things are harder. The back things that people are going to run into are the backs of the seats. They're still pretty hard. But I think it's more likely that the person in the front would have a femur fracture than the person in the back, if the car's going forward or to the right and forward, like we've said.
Now, as it relates to the ultimate conclusions that you were able to make on Mr. Minor's autopsy, what was the manner of death?
Well, the two are very similar. They're both accident.
And as it relates to the cause of death?
Okay, so they both have a similar list. They're not, the list isn't the same list, but there's still substantial head injuries and substantial dorsal injuries. Either, both places are easily enough to explain their death. And so I call them both. And this one blunt force injuries of the head and torso, the same as the other one.
Thank you, Dr. Hanger. I have no further questions for the witness at this time.
Mr. Miller?
Dr. Henninger, when your office receives a body, and we were talking about the investigators of your office receiving a body, the information that they get is from in a car crash would be from the officers or investigators involved with that crash. Is that correct?
I think they would get it mostly from them. I think they might, if they're there and looking, they might also see, confirm or contradict it. But predominantly, it's going to be the police are there, they're there first, and then they're going to go there and interact with them.
So that interaction would involve those law enforcement officers telling your office their theory of what happened at that scene. Is that correct?
I'm kind of comfortable with the theory of what happened. I think they try and stick to like, where is somebody, where they aren't, who's bleeding, who's alive, who's not. But I guess they will. I guess this gets into the way I see my job is not to confirm, but to contradict things. And so I want information that I can use to say, no, that's not right. Because it's not useful if I just confirm what the police say. It's useful when I don't. And then because especially early on, it drives into the investigation in a different direction. So I think they get most of their information from the police, but I also think they're still an independent agent out there fixing, finding information.
On your report, where it says reason for examination, and you can look at either Mr. Miners or Mr. Jones, where it says that a person is a passenger in a car eluding police.
Yes.
That's the information that you got from law enforcement, correct?
Yeah. Well, I think they found the person out out of the car, and that's where they thought he came from. He was a passenger.
Right, but that information in there is entered because you got that from law enforcement.
Yes.
Right, okay. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as defense one. You take a look at defense.
And Your Honor, I have no objection. I believe that's ordered in evidence.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so defense one, I'm gonna bring it up.
Well, do you want to tender it?
Yeah, I would tender it into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to defendants one, Mr. Rapp?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, defense one, you're able to tell that is coming from Mr. Jones, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you know that because the nameplate that is on there is the one, the case number that was given to Mr. Jones, correct?
That's, yes, 893.
Now, if your office is given information that that individual was found outside of the vehicle, tell.
Okay, there it is, yeah.
If your office was told that that person was found outside this individual, would defense one be consistent with the person sliding?
I think that, I can't tell the difference between whether it's from the concrete or when it happened in the car. It's not very specific. And it'd even be, if the concrete was really rough, it might be bigger than that. That looks kind of small. It's also in two directions. So it might be two different things going on there. So I can't exclude that that's from the outside, but I can, it could be either one.
Is it consistent with somebody sliding on the concrete?
Yes, either one, yeah.
All right, I'm showing you defense two. Do you recognize defense two?
This is another picture of the same arm on the same individual, only a different view of it from its kind of elbow.
All right, is that a picture that you took?
Yes,
Has it been changed, altered in any way?
no,
At this time, defense will enter defense two into evidence.
Did you get a chance to see it, Mr. Rao?
Yeah, sorry, I haven't.
Okay, it's a minute.
All right. Now, we're still talking about Mr. Jones, correct, Dr. Henninger?
yes, 893, Mr. Jones.
And what are we seeing? What causes this right here?
Okay, that's an abrasion where the skin's just been pulled off. And there's some others around it. One's got a kind of an angle, which hard to say what, anything in the car or out of the car that's shaped like that, got a square corner on it would cause that.
All right, and is that consistent with someone sliding on the concrete as well?
It could be. And
Showing you defense 4 and 3 and 4, which have already been entered on the prosecution side of this. Or you recognize those?
yes,
Changes, alterations.
no,
All right, at this time, defense would move to enter defense 4 into evidence.
3 and 4?
3 and 4, yes.
Any objection?
No.
They're admitted.
Looking at defense 3. Yeah, looking at defense 3. You stated that these light abrasions right here in this circular pattern, were found on this is Mr. Minor, correct?
yes, this is 95. So yes,
All right, now, you gave the example of an individual being hit with the steering wheel and having the forward sign in the middle. In today's world, we have airbags. Would those airbags soften the blow that a torso would take to that steering wheel?
yes, they would.
As such, would these be consistent with an airbag, with a torso coming into contact with the airbag?
They would be consistent with that. And of course, there's airbags on both sides, but yes.
When you say there are airbags on both sides, what do you mean?
Right and left.
Now, in addition, with regard to on that same part of Mr. Minor, Uh, Still looking at defense 3. I'm sorry, looking at defense 4. All right, looking at defense 4, we see on that right side, kind of right above this hip waist area, there's something that you described as, what do you describe as?
It's an abrasion.
Okay, now, that abrasion on that side, you were given the example of an individual being in the driver's seat of a car and a front end collision, correct?
Yes.
Now, we're talking a front end in front passenger side collision, where, as you were stating before, the body will go forward and to the right.
Mm-hmm.
This abrasion right here, let's say this. As a child, I played baseball a little bit. There were, if you slid, there's something that would be called a strawberry. Are you familiar with the term?
We didn't use that term, but I think I know when you slide in, you get abrasion.
Right, and little phrase
Yeah.
right here, correct?
Mhm.
Would that be considered more of a more intense strawberry or abrasion, but along the same lines?
I guess the way I think of it is, I don't think I ever got one that bad when I was playing baseball. And it's not very big compared to what I see at the medical examiner's office all the time. So it's kind of a small to medium sized abrasion. So it's not, it could be, trying to say where it came from would be hard. Could be a lot of different things.
Well, in states demonstrative 2, D2, they gave you the example of this center console in the car. That strawberry would be consistent with that gear shift. If someone was to go, would that strawberry be consistent with someone rubbing up against that gear shift at high rate of speed?
So I guess to try to understand this, there's a driver sitting here like this, and the car, we're doing this so that the person's gonna move same way we drew that arrow before. Okay, and their hip would be somewhere in this area. I guess I should use technology. Their hip would be like back here maybe. Anywhere but here. So if they went forward and right, that could be this place. I mean, it's possible it could be from that. It could be from any time, other places too.
It could be from this actual center console right here as well, correct?
Yeah, maybe it's not. I mean, sizes aren't exact, you can get any contact with any object can cause some kind of an abrasion, just depending on what's going on.
Now, in states demonstrative 2, this gear, it's in park.
This is a part.
Right. If it's in drive, then it's back here.
It's
Correct.
just a little bit back.
A little way back. Okay. Thank you.
I got my screen.
Did you break it? Whoops, he took it away from me.
Oh, did you need?
No, we're good.
I
Okay.
just canceled your screen. Apologize.
Now, on your examination of Mr. Minor, in addition to the circular abrasions that were on the right side of his body, there are also internal injuries that match those abrasions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to show you what's been marked as defense.
Sure.
I'll show you what's been marked as defense exhibit 22.
These,
I see. I'm not sure what we're doing with that.
You recognize defense exhibit 22?
do.
You recognize defense
Yes, I
exhibit
do.
22?
Mhm.
Are those pictures that you took?
Yes, they're from Mr. Morris, or Mr. Minor.
All right, and they are in the same condition as when you took those, correct?
Yes,
Just one picture, right?
It's just one picture.
Okay.
Now,
Has it been moved to be admitted?
It is not.
So
I would ask to tender defense exhibit 22 in the evidence.
I don't have an objection. I'm aware of the case law on the matter, but,
Right, why are we showing this without going into exactly what it is?
To show the actual damage that was done.
So why don't you ask him about it without publishing it? Okay, it's in evidence. Why don't you ask him about it?
Okay. That damage, what does the liver look like?
the liver looks like, it's kind of got an odd shape, kind of like this. Like a rectangle, only the right side's bigger. So it's kind of like this. So and it sits kind of like where I showed before, right under the lung and diaphragm. And so,
All right.
so one of the organs is like very characteristic. It's got lots of anatomic details. If I thought about it, I could probably find 8 or 10 different things on this picture that say it's the liver, not something else, other than just this across the room. That's what it is.
And on that, the lacerations, how would those lacerations look on the liver?
The liver, these lacerations are they're slightly curvilinear, and they're kind of ragged, and there are multiple of them kind of stacked up. Liver's really soft. It's not very elastic, so it can fracture or be damaged in lots of different ways.
Now, going towards defense, going back to defense exhibit. Going back to defense exhibit 3. You shared that defense exhibit 3 was more than likely caused by injury rather than resuscitation, correct?
That's correct.
When you perform, you're familiar with how to perform CPR,
Yes.
I hope. Now, when performing CPR, are you going to be on the right side or the left side of the body?
I would do it from either side, whichever one was convenient. I'm not sure that there might be some official training that says one or the other, but I think you need them on a flat surface and you need to be able to get to them. And that's, I think, other than right or left.
Let me fix my question.
Yeah.
When you're placing your hands on a body for CPR, is it going to be on the right or on the left side?
Supposed to put it right on the sternum, right in the middle.
Right, and where's the heart at?
Should I, well, let me do this. Okay, heart is about here.
It doesn't work on that screen.
Yeah,
Well,
but you can kind of see, it's right there. And you can, sometimes you can feel the beat of it here, and how old you are. But it's right in here. Because the left side is here, the right side is kind of in the middle. And the right side tends to be a little bit more flat. And the left, a little bit more flat.
and so when performing CPR, are you going to be closer to that heart than you would be on the right side of the body?
If you get over there too far off that, you're not going to be on it at all. Now, what I'm not sure, I'm not an expert on the studies of CPR, but my impression is that anything you do that moves the chest starts to move air and blood, so it can maybe be useful. So, but I think that the professionally trained people are going to put it right on top of the sternum.
All right, now, looking at Mr. Minor's body, you've already testified that his gallbladder was ruptured. Could you point to where the gallbladder is located?
Does your screen not work? It helps more.
Maybe it does. Yeah, you're right. There we go.
Back. All right, where's that gallbladder?
Okay, okay, so, all right, so the liver sits kind of like here. Gallbladder's right in here. And just for what we were doing a minute ago, hearts.
So the gallbladder, or you drew the heart, was the last thing you
The
said?
last thing was the heart.
Okay.
The little thing is the gallbladder.
The little dot on the liver.
Yes,
Okay.
it's kind of behind it.
Okay.
So the gallbladder, liver, are all of those kind of located around that same area?
Yeah, you can,
All right, and blunt force trauma to that chest area, is what would have caused that type of injury, to Mr. Minor, is that correct?
I think that the scope of this is big. I think, I mean, it's getting this also kidney down here. It's getting other organs. I think that the area is large and there could be multiple blows from different things.
The example that the state gave you where an individual is going forward and to the right, that's for a car. In that example, that car is upright, right?
Okay.
If the car would be turned upside down and individuals are still going forward and to the right, would that change the answer or the response that you gave them?
So I'm gonna object because I think this delves into the area that the defense objected to as it relates to kinematics.
So we served along the edge of it with a few of your questions. Why don't you ask your question again, Mr. Miller, and don't answer until I can filter. Thank you.
Your answer was that a front seat person or front seat driver, if they were going forward and to the right, would injure their legs, correct? Would that response change if the car was flipped upside down? That's a different question.
Right, I'm thinking. Give me a second. Okay, you can answer that.
Okay, so I'm thinking this is like three forces. I'm thinking there's one kind of forward and one to the right, and then gravity. Okay, and so these two forces, I mean, when the car flips, it's still the right side of the car. It's just upside down. Okay, and so the only difference is gravity either pulling up or down relative to this. So I'm not sure the car flipping is going to change too much. I think by the time the car flips, it takes a lot of energy and things are going slower and there's, everything's less. But I think all this right, the persons are still going to be moving towards the car, even though they're also rotating. They're still going to be moving towards the right front of the car.
Dr. Henninger, with regards to breaking a femur, there's not one set pound of force that is used that can break.
No, and there's a lot of variability between different people.
All right, and so some of those variabilities are disease, is that correct?
Well, the biggest one, which is obvious to the jury, is their size of the people. I mean, there's big people, small people, and their femurs are the same. Disease is usually, that's true. Their most common diseases are older people with osteoporosis, but there's a big, long list of diseases that could cause it to be weaker.
Is it also genetics that could cause some people to break different bones in their body easier than others would.
I kind of think of that, those as like genetic diseases. I think that, you know, I mean, it's like there's probably some people that are genetically bigger or smaller or thicker or thinner. I don't think of those as diseases, but they're like, unless they are inherited diseases or whatever. But I think, yes, there are multiple things that can cause differences in how easy a femur breaks.
Okay. With respect to all right, no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Rao?
Yes, Your Honor. Very good. Dr. Henninger, unlike Mr. Jones, Mr. Minor did not suffer a femur fracture on his right leg.
Let me make sure of that. Mr. Minor did not suffer a femur fracture. That is correct.
And in your autopsy report, did you make a finding as to whether or not Mr. Jones broke his right or fractured his right femur?
Mr. Jones's right femur. Don't get mixed up. Yes. Mr. Jones has a fractured right femur in the middle one.
So in your expert medical opinion, is the lack thereof of a femur fracture on Mr. Minor consistent with Mr. Minor and the position that Mr. Minor's body was found in and the injury is consistent with being a rear seat passenger?
Yes.
Section, Your Honor, would still go to the kinematics, which is outside of his scope of expertise.
Ask your question again.
The lack thereof, the fact that Mr. Minor did not have a femur fracture, in addition to all the other injuries that you observed, would it be consistent with Mr. Minor being the rear seat passenger in the vehicle?
Yes.
Section, Your Honor.
You can answer the question.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Yes.
Answer.
No further questions.
Dr. Henninger, in general, all accidents are different, correct?
That's correct.
And when individuals get into accidents, they can get a number of injuries from that collision.
That's
Is that
correct.
Correct?
Yes.
So simply because someone doesn't have a femur fracture is not indicative of their position in the car, is it?
It doesn't tack it down tight. I mean, it's kind of a this or that.
Thank you.
Jurors, if you have questions, the deputy is looking forward to collecting your cards.
So
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. All right, doctor. Was Mr. Jones's femur fractured?
Mr. Jones's femur.
Mr. Jones, if you need to consult
Make sure.
your autopsy,
Just
feel
to
free
make
to do
sure,
that.
because this, Mr. Jones' femur was fractured.
Did you ever receive any information about blood alcohol content for either of the two individuals upon whom you performed an autopsy?
Indirectly.
Okay,
Okay, so I have on my report toxicology.
but the toxicology information came from work that occurred in your lab or that occurred
The
elsewhere?
GBI.
Went to the GBI. Okay.
So they usually run, I only wrote down one thing here, and it would imply that the alcohol was not elevated.
Okay, what information did you get from the GBI?
I got a report that said that there was cannabinoids in their system only, which is marijuana.
In the systems of both Minor and Jones?
Yes,
But not alcohol?
but no alcohol, but then that's by the GBI, and I don't know if there's lots of reasons why it might not be there if someone else has it there. That's another whole big conversation.
Okay. Based on your experience of performing autopsies on people who died in car crashes, are there multiple ways in which a decedent's impact with the car, with things outside the car, can result in a femur break?
There are multiple ways.
Can someone who is seated in the rear seat of a car end up coming into contact with an airbag?
Okay, I'm not 100% familiar with all cars' airbags, but my cars have airbags in the front, but not the back. And assuming that that's what most cars are, and I don't know that exactly this car, but in most cases, there aren't airbags in the back car unless somebody knows more about this than I do.
What you're saying is you're not an automotive expert.
I'm not, but
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but your car does not have airbags in the back.
that's correct.
Okay. In your experience, performing autopsies on people who died as a result of front-end collisions, how often is it, characterized with percentages or very often, seldom, that someone who is identified to you as the driver of the vehicle had a leg fracture? Is that question clear?
That's clear. It's frequent. Not every case, and the minor ones, no, but it's not uncommon.
Okay, and now let's switch from driver to front seat passenger. Same situation, front end collision, front seat passenger, person's identified to you as this was the front seat passenger, person died. How often or how likely is it that that front seat passenger had a leg fracture?
It's also pretty common because they're running into similar things.
All right, similar question, but now backseat passenger, front end collision, someone who is identified to you as having been a backseat passenger. How common or frequent is it that the backseat passenger has a leg fracture?
Without looking through my data, I think it's less frequent. It's also a really interesting question that probably hasn't been published.
Well, there's a project for you, but your experience is less frequent for rear seat passenger than front seat passenger.
Yes, because the surfaces are softer.
The injuries that you observed and described on Mr. Minor's chest, are you able to say whether they are more consistent with contacting an airbag or more consistent with striking the back of a seat or the rear of the headrest of a seat?
Okay, I think that's a really interesting question because the airbag is big, okay? And those injuries are kind of confined to the right side. So I'm thinking what the intention, I'm probably reading minds, but that's from there's a steering wheel and an airbag. And because from the two of them, that's why the injuries are there. Okay. And the reason that I have kind of an issue with this is if this is the steering wheel, okay, and I'm in a crash and I start going like this, steering wheel's gonna hit me on the left or miss me. If I'm, I mean, I'd have to go this for it to get on the right. I have to be going the opposite direction as the car. So that's why I think that's why that's an airbag and not a steering wheel.
Okay. Would you characterize the injuries that you observed on Mr. Minor's chest as being more consistent with an airbag injury or with hitting the back of the front passenger seat or the back of the headrest on the front passenger seat?
That's a hard one. They're both big surfaces. The one's harder than the other. And the injuries are fairly not like really bad, like femur fracture. So I'd say, I don't know. I think they're probably similar.
Okay. Mr. Rao, do you have any questions for Dr. Henninger based on those juror questions?
No.
Mr. Miller?
No, but I'd like to make an objection on the record outside the presence of the jury.
Okay, we'll do that. Can I excuse Dr. Henninger? All right. Thank you, sir, for your time and your patience. I'm not forgetting what you want to do, Mr. Miller. Mr. Abadi, who's your next witness?
This time to stand before the rest.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that fits well with where we are in the day. I also need to take up a matter outside your presence because of something Mr. Miller wants to talk about. So we will do that. There are a few other things we need to talk about because the state has rested. That's a juncture in the case. We'll get you out here as soon as we can. So this is your afternoon break. It would be good for everyone's schedule, except for any of you who needs to leave right at 5, if we could go a little past 5 today. So what I'd ask you to do during your break is consult with each other and find out how late you all can go. I don't mean 8 p.m., but the closer we could go to 6 today, the better, because we'll fit in more, with the goal of trying to get through all the evidence, assuming the defense is going to present evidence. No burden on them, but they may well be calling witnesses. So talk amongst yourselves about that. That's the one part of the case you can talk about is, hey, who can stay till 5:30 today or whatever you can work out. Thank you.
All right, the jurors.
I'll say what time to be back.
Soon.
Oh.
It's one of those breaks.
The jurors are clear, yes.
Thank you, sir. All right, everyone can be seated. Mr. Miller, tell me your objection, please.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I would request a mistrial, Your Honor. There is case law, and I'm trying to find it as quickly as I can. But when the court has a jury to ask questions, if there is objectionable information on there, I believe it's improper for the jury to hear that information without the jury's first being able to confer about it. One of the major things was the cannabinoids that were found in the system of the two deceased, Mr. Minor and Mr. Jones. The GBI reports were not coming in because they have not called anybody from the GBI. It is hearsay. In order for me to have made that objection in front of the jury, it would give the impression, is what the case law says, is that there are certain things that defense attorneys cannot object to in front of a jury because it would seem as though they are trying to hide something, even if it may be something of evidentiary value that may have nothing to do with the trial. That GBI report coming in, the fact that GBI had it, is something that I would have objected to as hearsay. Yet it still came in. I believe it was improper, and I would ask for a mistrial at this point.
Tell me, I hear you. Thank you for flagging that. what is the prejudice to your client, that evidence? If your theory is he's not the driver, I trust that's what you're going to be arguing. What does the presence of cannabinoids in two other people, how does that prejudice the defense?
I believe it prejudices the defense in the fact that they could believe that because those two individuals were under the influence of marijuana, they could infer that my client was also under the influence of marijuana, and therefore try to turn that into a motive for what the state is alleging that Mr. Poole did.
Okay.
There's been no motive given in this court up until this point. Once the GBI comes into play and the fact that the marijuana is in the system of those two individuals, now the jury can, upon that information, infer that maybe this is the reason why Mr. Poole ran, even though there's been no evidence of any motive on the behalf of the state.
Okay, so a couple things. One, state doesn't have to prove motive. And two, as I understand your defense from experience, it's that your client wasn't driving. The defense isn't he had a good reason to drive and so it was justified and it's an accident. It's that he wasn't behind the wheel. And so what a jury might think about Mr. Poole's motive, I'm not seeing it relevant. Two, I don't recall there in the previous trial there being any argument about motive. It's who was behind the wheel. Full stop. That's it. Was it your client or was it one of the others? Presumably Mr. Minor. And that's it. So I'm trying to see other than, look, for some people, marijuana is not a good thing. I get that. And I may need to give a curative instruction. I'm not so sure that it's going to not come out during the examination of all the people who were spending time with Mr. Minor, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Poole leading up to their departure from the nightclub, that's not coming in anyway, that people were smoking. But assume that it's not, because it would be relevant about people's recollection and whether they were focused or not, intoxicated or not, et cetera. How much did you drink? Were you smoking? All germane to bias or an inability to recall or impaired perceptions as to who was doing what, who got in the car when, and who was driving the car. Assume for a moment that doesn't come in. Link this motive to your defense, because your defense is, again, not that he was justified in fleeing the trooper. It was that he wasn't behind the wheel. And so maybe there had been evidence that, you know what, there was stolen guns in the back of the car and a dead body. Okay, that'd be a motive for someone driving the car to try to get away from Trooper Clark. That doesn't put your client behind the wheel.
You got to go a step further, Your Honor. And going a step further is the jury looking at the state's case. And the jury looking at the state's case, absent what we may or may not present in our case, looking at the state's case, one of the questions that will inevitably come up is, why would he do something like this? And that answer was given by Your Honor through the medical examiner with the GBI results of marijuana on those other two individuals.
Okay. Mr. Rao, your thoughts about the motion for mistrial?
I don't believe it warrants a mistrial. I'll defer to the court's discretion.
Anything you want to add about motive or relevance as to what was in the blood of the two decedents as opposed to Mr. Poole?
I'm not sure how it would tie Mr. Poole. All that says is that this is what was found on these two individuals. That there's no mention of anything as it relates to what could have been found on Mr. Poole's system. And so I don't believe that it warrants a mistrial.
Okay. Mr. Miller, I'm going to deny your motion. You have preserved it.
And Your Honor,
Hold on one sec. I'm just letting this door close. I do want to know if you would like a curative instruction.
the case is Swint v. State. The site is 203 GA 430. I believe in this case, giving a curative instruction to that would be more damage than it would in curing it.
So you're saying the citation stands for that proposition, or the citation is the case you were thinking of earlier that you wanted me to look at? Because I'm going to defer to you on the curative instruction. I don't need a case. If you don't want the curative instruction because it will draw attention to it, then I won't give one. I'm offering that up. I'm not granting the mistrial. So I can say nothing, and I can tell the state, don't talk about the presence of cannabinoids in the blood at all in your case, in your rebuttal, in closing, unless that's something that you bring back up. Happy to do that as well. I'm going to look at Swint right now, but my question was if that case is about not giving a curative instruction.
I don't remember if a curative instruction was given. I know that it was an error that required a reversal of the trial court. Under these circumstances, though, I do believe that a curative instruction would give more attention to it than we would like to have.
Okay. All right. And what about part 2 of my inquiry review? 1 was curative instruction. You're saying no, thank you. 2 is, do you want this to be the end of any discussion or reference to cannabinoids in anyone's blood system? In other words, the state's not going to ask anyone else about it, and they wouldn't bring it up in their closing. Unless, I guess to finish that train of thought, unless you, in presenting a defense on behalf of Mr. Poole, moved into that space. So if you're staying out of it, then we won't get back into it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would object to the use of any marijuana for the remainder of it. The state going into it, we don't intend to open up that door either.
Okay. And what about the point that I made in discussing your concern that the state may well, I think the state is entitled to ask witnesses who are saying, I was there and I remember real clearly what happened. Why would the state not be entitled to say, well, how much had you had to drink before this thing that you're telling us about 4 years later had happened? That's an okay question.
Yeah, alcohol is not illegal.
Well, a lot of things that are legal that affect your senses, someone can ask you about if they affect your senses. I mean, that's what the case law says. So I don't want to create a ruling now where you think no one is ever going to say marijuana again if the state intends to ask witnesses about what was going on in those moments leading up to the 3 gentlemen getting in the Infinity and driving off. If you think, and I'll give you time to, to respond in full right now, but independent of what Dr. Henninger said, why wouldn't the state be able to inquire of witnesses if they have been doing anything that altered their perceptions at the time of the things they're talking about? But again, that's not Mr. Poole. And I think Mr. Poole could be asked that as well. Hey, when this happened, had you been drinking? No. Had you been smoking? Yes. What were you smoking? How is that an improper question if Mr. Poole's testifying about his recollection of what happened in those hours and minutes leading up to the Infinity leaving the nightclub on into the darkness.
I would object to relevance. I would also say that those witnesses, as well as Mr. Poole, still have a Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate themselves.
So I guess you want to have them not testify? I mean, you
Smoke
can't.
marijuana? Yes.
Well, it doesn't work that way where you can testify about the good stuff, but when there's something inconvenient, you don't get to testify about it. So if you know you're going to be invoking Fifth Amendment rights for people and you don't really get to invoke them for anyone other than your client, then we need to know that in advance, because then they don't get to present part of their testimony. And then when it gets awkward for them because hypothetically they were using an illegal substance, or if they had too much to drink and they said, I didn't get in the Infinity, I was super tipsy, but I drove off in the, well, I mean, statute of limitations has run on that, but they were intoxicated when they got in. Smoking marijuana is a misdemeanor. Statute of limitations has run on that as well. But I don't even need to get technical about it. You know the case law, and if there's something that would affect a witness's perception of what she's testifying about, both sides are entitled to get into that. And if what that person was doing to impact her perception happened to be illegal, it's complicated for that witness, but they don't get to dodge it. So you either don't call them, or you know that someone could go there and explore it. If you're gonna, again, you don't get to invoke a Fifth Amendment right for anyone other than your client. So tell me how you want to manage that part.
Well, that will be in how I present my case, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Then I will not give a curative instruction, and I will at this juncture direct the state to not reference Dr. Henninger's testimony, that little snippet about how there were an unknown level of cannabinoids in Mr. Jones's system and in Mr. Minor's system. Don't ask another witness about that, and certainly don't mention it in your closing unless something changes during the defense's presentation. Any question about that, Mr. Rao, Mr. Abadi?
There.
Okay. Mr. Miller, the state has rested. Do you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we would ask for a directed verdict, Your Honor. The state has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. We've heard absolutely no evidence to show that Mr. Poole was driving the car at 3 a.m. when Trooper Clark was patrolling in the area of 85. In fact, the only thing that we've heard is that somebody was driving the car. There's been no identification of who was behind the wheel of that car. And as such, the state has not proven their case, and we would ask for a directed verdict.
All right. Mr. Abadi, anything you want to say in response?
Just, Your Honor, the standard is that when a directed verdict is made, the court is to look at the evidence that's been presented to the case in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, which is here obviously the state. And the standard for the court is not for the court to make a determination whether the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Either that's for the fact finder, but I would submit to the court there's been more than enough evidence for this case to move forward as it relates to all the charges in the indictment. There was testimony from Trooper Clark and other troopers about the position of where Mr. Poole was found when he and the others quickly arrived. I'd also submit to the court there was testimony read and testimony from Trooper Clark about the statement that Mr. Connors or EMC Connors made to him as it relates to Mr. Poole's statement about driving. And then there was testimony from Trooper Clark about the statements the defendant made to him as it relates to his driving of the vehicle. So based upon all of that, that's more than enough for the case to move forward.
Okay. The standard is an appropriately high one for a directed verdict, which takes the case from the jury. And that standard is that it can only be granted if there is no evidence upon which a guilty verdict could be supported. And at this juncture, I find there is some evidence. Is it enough? TBD. But as little as Trooper Clark saying Mr. Poole told me he was the driver. That might not be credible in the eyes of the jury, but that's a jury decision and not a judge decision. There's more than that. There's technical or scientific evidence, et cetera, that we've heard from various witnesses that circumstantially places Mr. Poole in the driver's seat as opposed to the other two people who were at one point occupants in the car. Again, is that rigorous enough to withstand the reasonable doubt test? I don't know, but this is something that will continue on towards the jury. Mr. Poole, I need to ask you a few questions. Do you understand that you have a right to testify, and that if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so? Do you understand it in the same way, if you don't want to testify, no one can force you to testify? Do you understand that you and not Ms. Bird or Mr. Miller will need to decide whether you testify? Do you understand that if you choose not to testify, I will tell the jury that they are to draw no conclusions hurtful or harmful or even considered in any way during their deliberations? Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you will have to answer not only the questions from Mr. Miller or Ms. Bird, but also the cross-examination from Mr. Rao or Mr. Abadi? All right. Understanding all those things, Mr. Poole, do you choose to testify in your case?
Can I speak on one of the questions?
Sure, you can. We're going to take a break, and I will circle back with you after that. Mr. Miller, do you have witnesses other than your client ready to go after our break?
Yes, Your Honor. And I don't remember, are we waiting on the jury to see how long we can go today, or?
Correct. They're going to come back in. I'm going to give you all a pretty short break. I know we've been stuck in here during the break, but I'll give everyone a break. The jurors are ready to come back. After our short break, I'm going to ask Mr. Poole again the linchpin question to the dialogue he and I were having, since he's had all trial long to be thinking about this, and he's been through this routine with me before. But you certainly can chat for a little bit. And then when the jurors come back out, we'll ask them how long they can stay. And you can array your witnesses accordingly. Okay?
All right.
All right. See everyone in a few. We lost the prosecutors. Mr. Miller, can you get Mr. Poole, please? That's the sorry. Wow. All right, Ms. Rivers, you good?
Yes.
We are back on the record in State versus Poole. Mr. Poole is in court with both his lawyers. Our prosecutors are here. I want to get one more thing on the record concerning Mr. Miller's objection about the cannabinoids. The record should be clear that it was a timely objection. He, Mr. Miller, didn't speak up as Dr. Henniger was answering, in part because I don't think anyone was quite sure that was about to happen. But they also were juror questions and not state questions, and it's an awkward posture for the lawyers to be in. Well, I'm objecting to this question or these the answer that this person's giving to a juror question. So I deem Mr. Miller's objection / motion ultimately for mistrial to have been timely made and not waived because of the sequence in which it occurred. Mr. Poole, did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Miller and or Ms. Bird during the break?
Yes, I'm not sure that's right.
And you choose to testify?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that doesn't mean you need to go first. It just means that we've now had that discussion and it is your intention to testify when Mr. Miller or Ms. Bird calls you to the stand. I find you are making that decision to exercise your right to testify knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and that you'll be subject not only direct examination, but cross-examination from the state. Mr. Miller, anything else from the defense before the jurors come back in?
Did you hear from them already?
No.
We're on the time.
Would you like, I could have Deputy Gibbs?
Yes, sir.
Gibbs, I could have Deputy Gibbs ask them so that you know who to call first. Would that help?
Yes.
All right. Could you ask them how late they're willing to stay, 5:30 or later, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, don't accept a number lower than that.
Six PM.
6 PM. There we go. All right. Anything from the state before our hardworking jurors come in? Bring them in. Thanks.
All rise for the jurors.
I remember some guest court reporter sat in your chair and wanted the same chair. But I think they knew you and were gonna reach out to you like, that chair is so comfortable. I think so. Yes, yes. Did she?
She reached out to me.
Good.
To actually say she didn't want to fill in some.
Oh, well, all right.
Because she's not working here anymore.
No, I know. She's happy. Yeah.
All jurors present.
Thank you, Deputy Gibbs. Everyone else can be seated. Hardest working jury in Fulton County. Deputy Gibbs told me after he gave at least one of you a little noogie that 6 o'clock, and that's 6-ish. We won't go past it. If there's a natural break at 5:52, we'll stop then. But that's going to allow us to fit in a couple witnesses who've got some scheduling issues. The state has rested. I've worked through the legal implications of that announcement with the lawyers on both sides and return to Mr. Miller to ask you, sir, if you plan on calling any witnesses on behalf of the defense for which there is no burden of proof, and if so, who that first witness is. Ms. Bird.
We're gonna call Chief Michelle Middlebrooks.
Okay.
You can raise your right hand. Do you swear and or affirm that the statement of testimony that you about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah, see.
Can we approach both sides?
Sure. Come right over here. Go all the way out.
No, I just can't do that.
Yes.
I've been retired for a while.
Court from order.
Sorry about that. There's just a little confusion about where you spent the afternoon.
Continue, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Will you please state your full name and spell it?
Michelle Middlebrooks, Michelle, Middlebrooks, Middlebrooks.
Middlebrooks, could you do me a favor and remove your earpiece? Thank you so much. Could you state your name for the record?
Michelle Middlebrooks.
And are you currently working for the City of Atlanta Fire Department?
No, I retired a month ago.
Congratulations. When you did work for the fire department, what was your primary position?
I was battalion chief. I've been in different levels, but during this time I was battalion chief.
And by this time, you mean at the time of the incident?
Yes.
So you did respond to the accident, correct?
Yes,
on the morning of I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm moving it. On the morning of April 9th, 2021, correct?
yes,
And was part of your job to produce a report?
yes.
And do you have an independent recollection of that report?
I have it here, but I don't remember a whole lot. I have it here.
Is this the same report?
Yes.
And during, the defense would like to tender Exhibit 40, which is the incident report from the fire department.
I don't know who's state any objection to defense 40.
I mean, I guess not, doesn't go back to the jury, it's a report of.
Okay. Well, we'll work through things that are continuing witnesses and those that aren't, like transcripts, et cetera. But do you have any objection having it made part of the record at least?
Yeah.
Okay, defense 40 is admitted.
Thank you. What time did you respond to the scene?
I believe it was after 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. If you flip, actually, it's on the first page. Under E1, it tells you when you all were alerted and the time that you arrived. Would you read that time?
E1, I don't know if this is the first page, okay. E1 says 3:14
3:14.
a.m.
And do you recall the time that the scene was cleared? Or the time that you left the scene, I'm sorry.
It says 4:16, but I could have left before some of the other personnel.
So is there any reason, actually, strike that. What was your primary duty at the scene?
Incident commander.
And do you keep a record of fire trucks and fire engines that respond to the scene?
They're in the report.
Could you go to where it is and tell me?
So, former chief, you're free to refer to that, but what I need you to do first is field the question.
Okay.
Chances are, if it relates to something like what truck number you're not gonna remember, but say, I don't remember, and then she'll have you look at the report.
Okay.
That may seem kind of stilted, but that's the flow we need to have in court.
So I'll ask again, do you keep a record of the fire trucks and fire engines that are on the scene at the time of an accident?
Yes.
And on the date of this incident, do you recall how many trucks were there?
It was 2 trucks, 2 engines, and 1 EMS supervisor.
And do you recall the truck numbers?
Truck 29, truck 21.
And then what about the engine numbers?
Engine 3 and engine 29.
Recall a hero being there?
Yes.
And is that reflected in the report?
It should be.
And then you also reported whether or not DSP and or APD was there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And do you recall how many grading ambulances were present?
Yes. 2. 2.
And do you recall the grading bus numbers?
No, I don't recall the numbers.
And just to be clear, you said there was only 1 EMS supervisor, correct?
Yes. Yes.
What's the difference between an EMS supervisor and a gradient? Is EMS supervisor from the fire department?
Yes.
And that person shows up in what looks like an ambulance or a cape? What are they wearing?
It's like a SUV
Okay.
with medical supplies.
And then at any point, did you interact with any individual that was entrapped in the vehicle?
Never. No.
And do you recall the Grady ambulance numbers?
I don't recall them.
You can use the report.
Yes.
I believe that is on.
Yes, I see it. It's Grady 643 and Grady 744.
So you were chief. I don't need to tell you where to be.
Mhm.
That's that. And you said that was 643 and 744?
Yes,
And-
643-744, yes.
And do you recall the purpose of the EMS supervisor?
They come on the call with us when there's an entrapment call.
And did they interact with the patient at all?
No,
Would they not because the EMTs were there? And so then they sort of are secondary to the EMTs?
correct. Yes, they're there to make sure that they have all the resources they need as far as that medical call is concerned.
And do you recall how many people were on the scene? How many EMS and firefighters?
Okay, as far as the fire department personnel was concerned, yes. So we had 2 trucks. It's 3 personnel per truck. We had 2 engines, and it's 3 personnel per engine. 2 engines, 2 trucks. And then 1 EMS supervisor, and then battalion was myself, my aide.
And do you recall how many people were on those Grady buses?
The Grady buses is usually a team of 2.
And on that night, do you recall how many were present?
I don't recall.
Would that be in your report?
No, because it's assumed that it's 2. Somebody has to drive and somebody's in the back doing patient care.
No further questions. Thank you so much.
All right. Anyone from the state?
Very briefly, you said it's assumed that it's 2. I thought it could be more than 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I can't remember what number exhibit is. Exhibit
40?
Exhibit number 40.
Mhm.
You said, is that your report or is that an Atlanta Fire Department CAD report? Did you write that or is that a CAD report?
The same, both. I put the report in the CAD report.
Okay, so you actually did this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember, it's been a minute, that you and I spoke at least over a year ago? And do you recall telling me you didn't remember anything about this incident?
I don't recall speaking with you.
And I'm assuming you don't recall speaking, you recall exchanging emails with me where I was asking for detailed reports as relates to each firefighter who had responded to the scene.
I don't recall.
What's the objection?
Withdraw.
Okay.
Okay, and can you, we're looking at the second page of D40, excuse me. It says Grady supervisor on scene for assistant. You see where it says that in that document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and isn't it true the Grady supervisor, they arrive on what the hero truck looks like?
Mhm.
Yes.
You gotta see.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
And can you describe what the trucks look like? The hero trucks, so they look like pickup trucks, but with higher size.
Yeah, yes, we call them boxes. So yes,
Grady has those as well, correct?
yes,
And those were present on scene as well, correct?
yes.
So those carry other Grady personnel, other EMTs and supervisors, correct?
You're still talking about the supervisor truck?
Yes.
The supervisor truck, yes, it carries the supervisor.
And it doesn't carry other people than the supervisor, correct?
It could.
Now, you see where it says, you said there were 2, I guess trucks or fire engines in the rock scene,
Yes, sir.
T29 and then T21.
Those are the trucks. Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, T29, what does the 29 stand for?
Truck.
29.
I'm sorry. 29 is the station. That's station 29.
And station 29 is that the one that's kind of close to Piedmont and Monroe? Okay.
Yes.
And then T21, what does the 21 stand for?
Station 21,
Right, and where is station 21 in the city of Atlanta?
Roswell Road.
Okay, is that like kind of like you're going towards like Chastain Park?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, also in D40 in your report, it says E, and then the numbers are E3 and then E29.
Mhm.
What is that stand for?
E3 is engine 3, and that's the station right up under Phipps Plaza.
Okay. What's the difference between, it's like a silly question, between an engine and then the truck? Are they the same size, or what are we talking about?
No, the engine is smaller and is able to kind of, they're going to be dispatched to the medical calls.
The engine, so I would have thought the other way around. Okay.
Mm-mm.
And your role on the scene, did you interact with any of the people who were injured, or did you come in contact with any of the deceased through your work?
No, sir.
Okay. And while you're on scene, is it fair to say that you kind of stand on the perimeter of the entire scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're just kind of supervising, and if anyone has questions, they come outside the scene to talk to you, correct?
Yes, sir. That's called the Cove Zone.
And while you're in the code zone, you don't actively work with the people from the Atlanta Fire Department who are doing the extraction, correct?
Correct, because they're in the hot zone.
And did you ever enter the hot zone?
No,
You always remained outside on the perimeter.
correct.
And how long did you work with the Atlanta Fire Department? You may have said that, and I apologize.
27 years.
And in your 27 years, it sounds like your final rank was as a chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever work as a firefighter?
Yes, we have to start as firefighters.
Like I say, now, can you tell the jurors, as part of your work as a firefighter, did you ever have to do or be in a hot zone during an extraction?
All the time, yes.
All right, tell the jurors what goes in to extracting somebody from a vehicle.
Okay, so first of all, you have to stabilize the car. Then you can get the jaws of life to extract the patients out. So you can't really do a lot of medical care until you are able to extract them, basically. So we get the jaws of life, cut the car open, and then that's when we're able to do patient care.
I guess the need or the necessity to do an extraction, correct me if I'm wrong, that's because a person is physically trapped or impinged inside the vehicle, right?
Correct,
And they can't remove themselves, right?
correct.
And they can't be removed with the assistance of either a police officer or a firefighter without some of the equipment you just described, correct?
Correct. The door mechanisms are crushed or it can't be opened the normal way.
Could it also be that their legs are stuck in the steering column or driver's compartment of a vehicle?
Absolutely.
And if someone's legs are stuck in the steering column or the driver's seat compartment of a vehicle, you have to lift part of the car in order to extract someone's leg from that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And how many serious motor vehicle collisions, crashes did you respond to in your, you said 27 years, right?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Upwards of maybe 60,
Upwards of
70.
60?
Mhm.
And, well, thank you.
Any redirect, Ms. Bird?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, questions from the jurors? Oh, all right, thank you, ma'am. Congratulations on retirement.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, this defense would call Garrett Pettis to the stand.
Bless you.
Excuse me, thank you.
Wasn't my usual sneezing juror. Pettis.
Judge, can we address something real quick?
Yeah. Mr. Pettis, you can come right up there. I'm gonna have you sit tight for a second. I gotta talk with the lawyers. Okay.
Court come to order.
All right, would you stand back up, Mr. Pettis, for 1 second so a deputy can swear you in? Sorry for the delay.
Raise your right hand. You swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. Now, I'm going to state your name and spell it.
My name is Garrett Pettis, Garrett Austin Pettis,
Can you spell your last name, sir?
Pettis.
Thank you.
Mr. Pettis, can you tell the jury where you're currently employed?
I'm currently employed at Piedmont Henry in the ER as a paramedic.
Prior to going to, where are you at again? I'm sorry.
Where I live at?
The hospital you're at.
At Piedmont Henry,
All right, now, prior to going to Piedmont Henry, where were you working?
Fayette County Fire and Emergency Services.
All right, now going back to 2021, where were you employed at that time?
Grady EMS.
All right, and were you, what was your position at Grady?
My position and at that date was a basic EMT.
All right, can you tell the jury what a basic EMT is?
A basic EMT is the first line, like this first very basic scope of practice when you get into emergency medicine. You have 3 levels. You have a basic, an advanced EMT, and a paramedic. The paramedic is the highest you can go. I was just starting out in 2021. I just graduated barely a month before I got the job at Grady.
The training and how long do you have to train in order to become a basic EMT?
It was approximately 8 to 10 months of training, hands-on training.
And how long were you with Grady EMT after April 9, 2020?
Approximately until July of that year in 2021.
Any certification that you must keep up with in order to continue or maintain your license?
100%. I have an ACLS certification that I have to keep up every 2 years. A pre-hospital trauma life support certification that I have to have every 2 years. BLS, which is currently CPR, and then pediatric advanced life support, which is a 2-year certification. I have to do that every 2 years.
Now, going back to April the 9th, 2021, during that time period, were you with Grady EMS?
Yes.
All right, and your position was EMT?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you respond to an incident at Lennox Road and Jordan 400 around 3 a.m. that morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were your hours during that time period at Grady EMS?
Hours then were 12-hour shifts, or going to 12 to 13-hour shifts, rotating on the California schedule, which means you work 3 days a week and it rotates to 2 days the next week.
Why do they call that the California schedule?
I have no idea.
Okay.
That's just what it's been called.
As part of your duties,
Sir.
working with Grady EMS, did you all produce reports?
Yes, we did.
And are these done in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
You produce a report at an event that you were at in April 9th, 2021.
I did not produce that report by me. That was produced by my partner, David Bird.
Did you sign that report?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, would it help your testimony if you were able to refer to that report for your recollection of those events?
Yes, sir.
Showing it was pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 42. Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 42?
Yes, sir, I do.
Who do you recognize it as?
Record survey organization. I recognize the name,
Can you say the name, your name or the title of it?
the patient's name.
Okay, and what's that name?
Jarvis Minor.
Did you sign that report?
Yes, sir, I did.
Why were you, do you remember, why were you dispatched to the area of Jordan 400 and that morning?
We were dispatched to a motor vehicle accident involving what we thought was a head-on, what was multiple collisions. It turned out to be just one. When we get there, we saw what turned out to be a car that looked like the imagery of a Coke can that had been crushed. They told us that one person was dead on arrival. There were 2 people that were currently trapped inside the vehicle.
Now, the individual that was no longer living, was there any reason for Grady EMS to interact with that person?
No, sir.
What time did you arrive at this?
Judges of the records clearing on the evidence scene for the witness. Obviously needs to use defense exhibit. I can't remember to refresh his recollection.
42.
Probably around 3:35 or 3:30.
Now, when you arrived on scene, who was your partner that morning?
David Bird.
Is there is it during that time, do you always have the same partner?
No, my main partner was out on leave that day. I was getting rotated with a new partner for that shift.
All right. What was your main partner's name?
Samantha Crunland. Crunland, Cronlund.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what was it that you and was it paramedic Bird?
So
What was it that you and paramedic Bird did?
got on scene. I was the one that was unloading the stretcher. He went to the scene immediately. While I gathered the supplies such as a backboard, a EMS go bag, which has all our stuff, mainly like a portable ambulance in our bag. Sea collars. Once I got that, I went to the car and was instructed by our district manager at the time that the woman was already extricated. They were waiting for our patient that was located in the left rear of the vehicle.
All right, so the person that you took, did you ever get that patient?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right. The individual that you took, was it the first or the second person that was removed from that scene? I'm showing you what's already been marked as State's Exhibit 141. Showing you a video.
Okay.
It should be in front of you. Is there something blocking your
Yeah, it
screen?
says stay muted or
Please
unmute.
press the stay muted button.
Stay muted. Yes, sir.
All right, in State's Exhibit 141, are you able to identify yourself in that video?
Yes, sir, I am. Yes, sir, I am.
And could you draw a circle where you are in that video?
I just on the screen.
So tap the screen once, and in the far left lower corner, there'll be a little icon of a pen in a circle.
Gotcha.
Then you should be able to draw.
There we go. Thank you.
Lower left. Here we go. Jurors know how to use it now.
All right, now that's you in that video, correct?
Yes, sir.
The person that is to the right of you in that video, who is that?
That is David Bird.
All right, and the individual that is at the bottom of the screen with the hat on, do you know who that is?
I do not.
What,
I remember his face. I do not remember his name.
was he on another ambulance that was called to that?
Yes, sir. So he was on the first initial arriving ambulance with Megan Wilbur, which is hit this guy's with the hat's partner. That was his AEMT at the time.
And so on your ambulance, it was yourself and Mr. Bird, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that second one, it was Megan Wingo and that individual, is that correct?
That's correct.
What color does Grady supervisor, do Grady supervisors wear?
They were white.
Individual that is to the left of your partner in that video, are they in a Grady supervisor uniform?
Yes, they are.
All right. Is that person's name Joseph Thomas?
No, sir.
What's his name?
I do not remember his name, but that does not ring a bell.
So you don't know his name, but you know it's not Joseph Collins.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna keep playing the video. At any point, keep watching. Are any other Grady paramedics in this scene?
No, sir.
All right, was it just the four of you all
Yes, sir.
in that Grady supervisor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, once you all received Mr. Minor, what did you do next?
We immediately, so after we received Mr. Minor, CPR had already been started by fire. We continued CPR all the way to the back of the ambulance, which was nearly probably 20 feet away from the scene. We then, a fire personnel was with Mr. Bird in the back to continue CPR on the way to the hospital. And I got out front and drove to Grady.
As you were driving, that person from fire was continuing CPR, Mr. Minor, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with conducting CPR, is it possible to break your ribs while conducting CPR?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and if you are to break your ribs while doing CPR on someone, typically where on the rib cage would the injury be?
That would be located around their sternum and the true ribs 1 through 4.
Further questions.
Good afternoon. Ian, if you guys.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
He's a paramedic now.
One second. I'll start with where, Pettis Council left off. You said, if ribs would be broken from doing CPR on somebody, and you would agree that CPR was done in field, correct?
Yes, sir. 100%.
As he was being extracted from the car and they're doing compressions, right?
From what I saw that night, he was still alive in the vehicle. As soon as they extricated him out, they felt a pulse. They started CPR immediately once they extricated him out of the vehicle.
Isn't it true that Mr. Minor, the patient you worked on, was extricated from the back passenger seat of the vehicle, correct?
That's true, sir.
And he was extricated from the back passenger seat with his head first, correct?
That's correct.
So his head came and then his feet came after it through the back passenger door of that white car that you described as crunched like a Coke bottle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, you said when CPR is being done, if, in your, I guess, experience, the ribs that would be broken, you said it's the sternum and then which number ribs?
True ribs 1 through 4. So those are the only true ribs that aren't pliable. The rest are floating, the kind of floating ribs that are pliable. You can kind of bend them. Those are the only ones that would be broken.
Have you experienced a time where CPR is being done by you, by one of your colleagues, that the rib you just described, you said it's 1 through 3?
1 through 4.
1 through 4 have been broken.
Yes, sir.
Can you show, if we'll turn to your where would they have been broken?
So those would be broken around here, working its way down in this area.
Okay, so it's ribs 1 through 4, kind of in the, I guess, the middle, closer
sir.
to the sternum of someone's chest.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And so if Mr. Minor had ribs that were broken on the right side of his body and ribs 4 through 9, in your experience, that would not have been broken by CPR, correct?
That's correct.
Could those ribs have been based on how many motor vehicle crashes have you responded to in your career?
93.
And if those ribs,
How do you know 93?
Because I keep everything in the journal.
Okay, you journal. All right.
in the 93 motor vehicle collisions that you responded to, have they, any of them been very serious, kind of like the one that you responded to on April 2021?
That was one of the serious ones I've been to. So
That consisted with Mr. Minor being in the back seat and being flung forward and to the right, hitting his right side on the back of the seats in the back to the front of the vehicle, correct?
right, oh, okay, yes, sir.
And in the cases of 141 that we were shown, the individuals that you saw in the the still shot where he was stopped on states 141, you would agree that that video doesn't capture everyone who arrived on that scene, correct?
Correct.
Remember, we spoke before, remember we spoke, I think it was November 24th of this year, so a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yes, sir.
And you remember us talking about the fact that third bus had arrived, but because the person was deceased, they eventually left and went back into service.
Yes, yes, sir, that's correct.
You remember, we talked about Joe Connors, correct?
Yes,
And you remember telling me that you had an independent recollection that Joe Connors was there, correct?
correct.
He was there on scene April 9th of 2021 at the Lennox Road exit 2 off of 400, correct?
The face does not ring a name with the name.
You remember telling me that you remember him being there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Just had a new voice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Briefly, when he told you or asked you if Joe Connors was there, did you know who Joe Connors was?
No, sir.
Know what he looked like?
I knew of him, but the face did not ring a name to his face did not, that, I knew for a fact that was not, to me, that was not Joe Connors in the video.
So as we sit here today, after you've seen the video, did they show you that video?
So I just saw still images.
All right, and after seeing that, Joe Connors was not at that scene, was he?
Sorry.
Well,
You're welcome to recross.
you and I just had a dialogue.
Mm.
Question I was just asked was that because you didn't see Joe Connors in the video, now you're saying he wasn't on scene?
I couldn't really see from the back of his head.
So I'll be clear.
Mm.
The guy that the back of the head, whatever
Mm.
person that he asked, is that Joe Connors? You said no, right?
Yes, sir.
And that very well may not be Joe Connors, right?
Yes, correct.
But my question is, because you don't see Joe Connors in that video,
Mhm.
that doesn't mean he's not on the scene, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You and I spoke with, I was on the phone, Mr. Rao was on the phone, you've spoken to Lieutenant Lancico a number of times, correct?
Yes, correct. Yes,
On
correct.
the phone,
Mhm.
and you were asked if Joe Connors on the scene, do you remember saying yes?
Yes, I do.
So I want to be clear, on April 9th of 2021, at this motor vehicle collision, Joe Connors was there.
Yes. Sorry. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm sorry. I was just apologizing.
Oh, okay.
Lack of confusion.
Well, that's what lawyers do. Jurors, any questions for Mr. Pettis? Nope. Sir, thank you for your time.
Yes,
You're
sir.
good to go. Leave the report right there. Thanks. Mr. Miller?
Defense would call Adriana Poole to the stand. Adriana Lewis,
So I've got a Andrea Poole and Adriana Lewis, who you,
it's Andrea Poole.
And there's-
Lewis, last name is Lewis.
okay. On your witness list, is it number 15 or 16? Or did you just type that up for me?
That was for you.
It's custom? Okay. I just want to make sure I'm crossing off the right name. There's an Adrian Lewis Poole?
Give me 1 second, I'll tell you.
Okay. You can bring, they can bring the person in.
Number 9.
Number 9, okay, thank you.
16, I'm sorry, you're on.
16,
16, I know, a lot of similar things.
yes.
16.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and see. And then Mike, you're gonna go ahead and state your name and spell it for the court.
My name is Adriana Lewis. It is ADRIAUNIA LEWIS.
Lewis. How do you know Mr. Poole?
He's my first cousin.
And are you the older cousin or the younger cousin?
I'm the oldest.
And where are you from?
I'm from Memphis.
Where you live now?
Temporarily in Memphis, but Georgia,
Why did you live here?
Cobb County.
She said temporarily in Memphis, but Georgia.
Okay, thank you.
And back, you said you're the older cousin for Mr. Poole, correct?
Yes.
Back in April of 2021, where were you living at that time?
We were living in Vinings, Magnolia Vinings to be exact.
So you were in the Georgia area?
Yes, Cobb County.
Of Mr. Poole's family, are you on his mother's side or his father's side?
His father's side.
All right, on his father's side, is there anyone else that is here in Georgia?
Yes,
All right, is there quite a few?
two of us. Well, no, in all 3.
All right, do you remember the events of April 9th, 2021?
Like it was yesterday.
All right, why do you remember it so vividly?
Because I was awakened by a phone call that literally traumatized me. my aunts called me and they were like, can you get to the hospital ASAP? And I was like, what's going on? And that's when he told me it was an accident, but I didn't know the extent of it. It was just like, get to the hospital, go check on him until I can get there. When I arrived to the hospital, it was around 8 o'clock, around 8:15-ish. I was taken back to KP. He was in ICU. When I saw him, I tried to, hey, cuz, tap him. Can you just keep it where it's at? Tap him and.
You just speak louder, please.
Okay. Tap him, get him to say something, but he wasn't saying anything. It was clear as day that he was in critical condition. He couldn't speak. His eyes were burned. He was in terrible condition. I still to this day can't get the image out of my head. It was horrible.
Had you ever seen your cousin in that condition before?
Never.
When you arrived at the hospital, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 9 and 10. And going back to it, Howard, did you write any reports regarding this
No.
incident? How are you, other than it being a traumatic experience, how did you memorialize this event?
I took pictures and sent them to my family members to update them on his condition.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 9 and 10. Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 9 and 10?
Yes, they were taken on my cell phone.
All right, and those are the pictures that you took, correct?
Correct.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
Not at all.
All right, and they accurately reflect how Mr. Poole looked when you went to the hospital that morning?
Correct.
All right, this time defense would move to enter Defense Exhibit 9 and 10 into evidence.
Any objection?
Nothing.
Oh, they're both admitted.
Ms. Poole, you said when you touched him, he did not respond. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you believe that he knew that you were there?
I'm gonna object this calls for speculation. Did she believe that he knew?
Sustained.
Ms. Poole, when you touched
Lewis.
Ms. Lewis.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lewis, when you touched Mr. Poole, did he respond?
Objection asked that room.
Next question.
She never answered that question. The question was, it was objected to by speculation.
No, your question was, do you think he knew you were there?
Right.
That one, but just ask your next question.
Did he move anything after you touched him?
No.
All right. Looking at Defense Exhibit 9, is that Mr. Poole at when you arrived?
Yes.
Was he able to talk?
Not at all.
When you got there, were his eyes closed or were they open?
His eyes were closed.
How long did you stay at the hospital with Mr. Poole?
About 3 hours.
About 3 hours?
Yeah, I stayed there until his mom got into town.
And where was his mom and all his family members coming from?
They were coming from Memphis.
How long, you said you were there for 3 hours. Were you aware of any medicine that he had taken?
I wasn't aware of any meds or anything. The whole time I was there, he was in that position.
Okay. And never moved from that position the whole time you were there? While you were there, was he communicating with hospital staff?
No, he wasn't able to.
All right. Would you characterize him as alert and conscious in that state?
From my observance, no.
Once the family got to the hospital, what did you do next?
I waited outside with the rest of my family.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Abadi?
Good afternoon, Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
Prior to your arrival, you said you arrived at Grady Hospital at approximately something 8 a.m.
Around that time.
Okay. And prior to 8 a.m., you would agree you hadn't had any contact with Mr. Poole, correct?
Correct. Well, I saw him that prior night.
Okay. So on April 8th of 2021?
Correct.
And when, so is it fair to say, if Mr. Poole, your cousin, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he was alert, conscious, speaking to anyone, whether it be medical professionals, firefighters, EMS, you weren't there for that, correct?
No, I was not there.
And I apologize if I missed this. Do you work in the medical field?
No, I do not.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a cosmetologist.
Well, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Mr. Miller, anything else for Ms. Lewis?
No further questions.
Jurors? Okay, that's fine. Nope, give it to him. You've been here for a few days, you know how it works. Thank you. Ms. Lewis, while you were at the hospital, either with your cousin, Mr. Poole, or waiting outside with family, did you ever see law enforcement come and interact with Mr. Poole?
Absolutely not.
And when was the soonest, if we start with you're there at about 8 a.m., when was the first time you were able to interact with him where you could say something or you touch him and he responded?
A month later. I saw him about 3.5 weeks later after that initial visit.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that for that entire month he was in that same state, or just was you hadn't come back to the hospital for 3.5 weeks?
I hadn't come back to the hospital.
Okay.
So I can't really answer that part.
Got it. So you don't know when it was that.
How long he was in that state.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Miller, anything else for Ms. Lewis?
No, no.
Mr. Abadi?
No, no.
All right, Ms. Lewis, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Miller?
Defense would call Raquel Freeman to the stand.
Raise your hand. You swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Go ahead, see. Loudly, clearly, join the state your name and spell it before.
Auricola Ann Freeman,
You spell your last name, please?
Freeman,
About that first name.
Richal.
Were you in court earlier today?
I walked in and walked out.
Okay.
Ms. Freeman, where do you work?
I work at a level 2 trauma hospital.
And what is your job title at that hospital?
I'm a registered nurse.
All right, where is the hospital?
I work at a level 2 trauma center in Metro Atlanta.
Right, what hospital?
I work at Wellstar Cobb Hospital.
Thank you.
All right. Can you tell the jury about your educational background that allows you to do your job?
I have an associate's degree of science in nursing.
All right, what certifications do you have?
I have my BLS, I have my ACLS, which both are required to perform CPR. I also have TNCC, which is a trauma course in order to be a trauma nurse. And I also have NIHSS, which is the National Institute of Health for Stroke Scale.
Are there any certifications that you must take to work in the ER trauma center?
All 4 of those are required.
All right, and are you up to date on those?
I am.
And I've been saying trauma center, do you work in an emergency room?
Yes.
And all of your years, how long have you worked in an emergency room?
I've been in the ER for a total of 15 years.
And in total, how long have you worked in healthcare?
For 24 years.
Have you worked as both an emergency room tech and a registered nurse?
Yes.
Could you please tell the jury what is an emergency room tech?
An ER tech is basically a technician that does everything except for they're not able to order medications, they can't do assessments, they can't do discharges. They basically assist the nurses and the physicians in the ER.
All right, I know it's been a lot of years. Approximately how many ER patients have you treated in your career?
In my career as a nurse, I've treated about 3,000 patients.
And do you currently practice in the ER department setting?
Yes.
Now, you said the trauma level 2 and trauma level 3 as well. Can you kind of tell the jury what is the difference or what are the different levels of trauma care?
You have level 1s through 4. Trauma level 2, they have more staff. It's based on really your resources, where you might have physicians that are on call versus physicians that are actually in-house. Certain levels can treat different kinds of injuries. Level 2 trauma center, I think they're required to do trauma research, and they may offer training for residency programs. And that's the difference. Trauma 3, they may have the surgeon on call, on staff, but everyone else is on call. But it's a prompt call, like you may page a physician and they're there in less than 10 minutes. But the level 2, level 1s, everybody is always on staff.
All right, are you familiar with the standard of care for emergency medicine in Georgia?
Yes, it's to provide medical necessities for patients to prevent death or life-threatening injuries.
All right, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of the Emergency Nurses Association and also Oncology Nurses Society.
All right, without going into the specific medical issues in this case, are you familiar with the medical issues and the records presented in this case?
Yes, I am.
Based on your education, training, and experience, do you have a specialized knowledge regarding emergency room procedure in emergency room medicine?
Yes, I do.
Would your knowledge assist the jury in understanding the medical issues in this case?
Yes.
Is emergency medicine your primary area of practice and expertise?
Yes.
All right, at this time, Your Honor, defense would move to tender, Ms. Freeman as an expert in emergency room procedure and medicine.
State, anyone want to examine Ms. Freeman on this? Any objection to having her so qualified?
So no, not if it pertains to the standard procedure and care at the hospital she is a resident at, not in general. So I don't think there's been any testimony that the standard of the emergency room procedures and policies and whatever it may be is the same throughout trauma 1, trauma 2, trauma 3 in all hospitals.
Okay, but there hasn't been any testimony that it's not the same. So if you want to examine the witness on that, I'll let you do that now.
I'll do it across.
Okay, all right. Then I will qualify for purposes of this trial, Ms. Freeman, as an expert in the field of emergency room procedures and emergency room medicine.
Ms. Freeman, you're here with us today, so are you able to see your patients?
No,
All right, as such, are you charging us for your time here today?
yes,
And how much are you charging us?
$750
Is that an hour or that's a flat
for
fee?
the day.
The whole day?
Mhm.
You charge more.
Judge.
Just seriously, for the whole day.
Have you been paid prior to your testimony to review this case?
Yes,
And what was that previous payment based upon?
looking over the medical records, presented the ambulance records, the ME reports for all three.
All right. In total, what all have you reviewed for this case?
I've looked at the EMS and ambulance report for Mr. Minor and also Mr. Poole. And I looked at the ME report for Mr. Jones, and I looked at the medical records for Mr. Poole.
Why would you look at the medical examiner's report for Mr. Minor?
I was presented with it.
Oh, okay, so
Mr.
you read
Minor?
it, someone gave it to you, so that's why you read it?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Now, I want to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 8?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I received these to look over.
All right.
This is Mr. Poole's medical records.
And those are the medical records from Grady, correct?
Correct.
Are they in the same condition as when you looked at them?
Correct.
No changes or alterations?
No.
All right, this time defense would move Defense Exhibit 8 into evidence.
An objection to defense 8.
So,
The appropriate witness for foundation, but time purposes, no.
Okay, I mean, if you're not objecting, then they can come in. I agree with your analysis, but I'm not hearing an objection. So defense 8 is admitted.
Ms. Freeman, can you tell the jury what is an ambulance en route information?
It is a communication tool between EMS, fire, or whoever's bringing the patient into the ER. It's a communication tool between them and the actual receiving facility. It's a report that gives basically a rundown of what's going on with the patient to give the hospital a kind of an idea of what kind of acuity the patient will be when they get there.
All right, now when you say acuity, what does that mean?
The severity of their injuries.
All right, have you also, you stated that you also reviewed the EMS record for Mr. Poole, is that correct?
Correct.
saying, lots of men refuse. It's there.
The EMS records were both.
One for
I'm gonna show you what's already been entered into evidence as states 140. This is actually a copy of 140 as we can't find what the state entered. You recognize states 140, correct?
Correct.
And what states 140 is the EMS report for Mr. Poole?
Correct.
Now, I did a side by side of 140 and defense 8. You could look at your monitor. All right. In both defense 8 and states 140, do you see the
So we're clear, 140 is on what looks to me like the left side, says Grady EMS with the little asterisky thing. That's 140.
Yes, that's 140.
And 8 is the smaller of the two rectangles.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. The person that's taking that ambulance en route information, what are they called?
We call them a CCT, command center tech.
All right. And what is the purpose of that person?
They are supposed to be taking a report from the field, basically writing down information about what's going on in the field with the patient, to prepare for the patient in the ER.
All right. So the information that they receive, is it being radioed from the EMS person?
Yes,
Should the EMS person's report and that ambulance en route information match?
it should match.
calls for speculation. It shouldn't match, calls for speculation.
So if you want to ask that on a policy basis, you can do that.
As a policy in the emergency room, is the ambulance record and the ambulance en route information supposed to match?
Yes,
All right. The person that is taking that ambulance en route information, in addition to taking that route information, what is that individual doing?
Here's 140.
nothing. They're listening on the radio and writing down report.
All right. And then the Grady EMS, as they're giving the report, what additionally are they trying, or what additionally are they doing?
They're additionally taking care of a patient en route.
All right. Now, on the Grady EMS report, where it says the age of Mr. Poole, on the Grady EMS record, what does it say the age of Mr. Poole is?
22 years, 7 months, and 16 days.
All right. And on the en route information, does it have the age of Mr. Poole?
Yes, it says 22.
All right. On the EMS record, what is the medic vehicle?
I don't see the vehicle number on the EMS report.
Look at the actual EMS report. It should be on there.
Are you referring to the truck number?
Correct.
I don't see it on the EMS report. I see it on the en route information, but I don't see it on.
You look at page 4 of the EMS record. What does it say that medic vehicle is?
Medic vehicle 7643.
All right. Now on the ER report, that en route information, what does it say that that truck number is?
643.
All right. So it's just the last 3 of that. Is that correct?
Correct.
The EMS record shows vital signs check done at what time? That first one.
3:48,
3:48 AM, correct?
correct.
And on that Grady records, what time was that call taken?
On the Grady record or the call received at 3:48.
Okay. Now,
Say 348 or 358?
I see 48, but that the call was received.
Got it. What does time trauma team notified?
That may have been what time the ER notified trauma team that they had someone coming in.
Got it. Two separate things. Thank you.
all right, the blood pressure that was given from, on the Grady EMS record is what?
180/110.
Does that match the blood pressure that was given on the Grady records?
Yes.
The, what is RESP?
RBST.
RESP,
The one right after pulse.
right up, yeah.
The RR
Right,
is respirations.
all right, and is that the same as the en route information for Grady?
Yes.
What's SpO2?
The oxygen level.
All right, are the two oxygen levels the same?
Yes.
All right, for EMS, where it says a Glasgow score, could you tell the jury what is a Glasgow score?
It's a tool that's used to assess the consciousness of a patient.
All right, for the EMS record, what is that Glasgow score?
EMS record says 15.
And for en route, what does it say that Glasgow score is?
It says 11.
All right, and are those, is that the only discrepancies for that 348 call, on those two records?
Yes.
Now, given your training and experience, and the number of patients that you've seen in ER, a collision with a person going into a wall at 78 miles per hour, would you expect that person to have an 11 or a 15?
Don't answer yet. There's gonna be an objection. Did you finish your question?
Yes.
Okay.
It's outside the scope of what she's been qualified as an expert in.
Response?
She's an expert in trauma and ER practice. She's already testified that she's seen a number of patients.
Right, but she's talking about, here's what it would be when they get to the ER, not out at the scene. So if you want to ask about what's going on in the ER, you definitely qualified this person to talk about that.
When a person has come to the ER, do you normally learn the circumstances of how they got there?
Yes. You get that from the EMS report. The person taking the report would have, as he or she put in the report, got a little bit of background about what happened before they got there.
All right, and based upon that and based upon your training and experience, a person that has a GCS of 11, is that consistent with somebody hitting a wall at 78 miles per hour?
I'm gonna lack of foundation. He hasn't asked the appropriate question that would show that she'd be qualified to answer such a question.
Sustained.
Ms. Freeman, have you had have you treated patients that have been involved in car accidents?
Yes.
Have you had the occasion to treat patients that have been involved in high-speed car accidents into different things?
Yes.
Based off of that, those patients that you treat, is it more consistent for them to have a GCS score of an 11 or a 15?
I'm gonna object again, it's the lack of foundation. GCS we haven't elicited anything about injuries that would be consistent with and things of that nature. He's just asking a GCS of 11, is this? It's a lack of foundation, that's what leads to the question.
It's also sort of decontextualized. People could be coming in from a high-speed accident and their head is nearly severed. That's trauma, and your GCS is going to be different than high-speed accident. I was wearing my seatbelt, had airbag deploy, and you're going to be a different level. So if you want to contextualize it, you can, but in a vacuum, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Have you come into contact with patients that have been unrestrained in car accidents?
Yes.
And those patients that you come into contact with, Are they typically with an 11 or a 15 GCS?
I'm gonna object again, lack of foundation.
I'm not following your objection anymore. I know what the words mean, but
He's saying if you come in contact with somebody who's been in a high-speed car or whatever, collision, and they have a GCS of 11, I'll withdraw the objection.
okay,
That's the question. I'll withdraw.
okay. Remember the question?
I do.
Okay, you can answer.
Based on reading this report, this ambulance en route information, the report that this person received and the notes that they.
No, she's not responding to the question. Question was, have you come in contact with somebody who's been in a high motor vehicle collision and had a GCS of 11? Now she's talking about a report and.
Okay, let's go back to your question.
We'll go to the question. Based off what we discussed before, is it more consistent with the person that has been in that type of collision to have an 11 or a 15?
11.
Now, looking at those Grady records, um, going back to the en route information. Going back to the en route information, what time did Mr. Poole arrive to the emergency room?
At 4 a.m.
All right, and what happened upon his arrival at the emergency room?
It doesn't say on here on this form.
All right, do you have, upon your review of the records, do you have an independent recollection of what happened once he arrived at the emergency room?
He went to the trauma room.
All right, can you tell the jury, generally speaking in hospitals, who is allowed into that trauma room?
Generally speaking, is anybody that's performing life-saving measures. Normally a ER physician, possibly 2 ER nurses, a ER tech, maybe a ED paramedic, a trauma surgeon. It could be respiratory therapy and possibly somebody from X-ray.
All right, what's the purpose of a trauma room?
The trauma room is to get the patient stable enough to either go to surgery, go to ICU, or be transferred out to another facility.
All right, and in your experience, are family members allowed into that trauma room?
From my experience, no.
In
Not
your
until the
experience-
patient is stable.
Not until the patient is stable?
Correct.
In your experience, is law enforcement allowed into that trauma room?
Again, not until the patient is stable or if there's a concern for safety reasons. But most ERs, including mine, have law enforcement on staff. So we have a police officer in the ER that would be there in case we need an officer.
All right, in the Grady records, it says that Mr. Poole was alert in speaking. Does that mean that he's having a coherent conversation at this point?
Stop for a second.
Calls for speculation. She obviously wasn't there, so.
Sustained.
In medical records, when you see alert in speaking, does that mean that an individual is having coherent conversations?
According to this, it's not,
So when you say according to this, I don't want you to get into what the reports are. It was in general, like sometimes you'll say femur and we wonder what that is. That's a leg bone. is the phrase alert and speaking, does that mean something other than what I hear it to mean, which is I'm alert and I can talk?
Okay. From my experience in the ER, if a patient is alert and speaking, I would need a little bit more clarification on speaking.
All right, so doesn't mean that that person is having a coherent conversation.
To me, no, not necessarily.
And if someone has a Glasgow coma score of 11, in your experience, would that person be having a coherent conversation with you?
I wouldn't expect them to be completely coherent, no.
What is the term shock? A person being in shock, what does that mean?
There's different types of shock, so it kind of depends. But they're not themselves. They're not within reality. It's kind of more like a out of body experience per se. They're not really aware of what's going on.
Is there another term that the hospital uses for determining if a person is aware of what is going on in that room?
Coherent.
What is A times O?
That's alert and oriented.
All right, and can you tell the jury how does A and O coincide with medical records?
A&O is another tool used to determine a person's orientation. The A is for alert, O is for orientation, and we normally do 4 numbers. If they're A&O times 1, they're alert to person. A&O times 2, they're alert to person and place. A&O times 3, they're alert to person, place, and time. A&O times 4, they're alert to person, place, time, and event or situation, which means they understand what's going on.
All right, in the medical records, does it reflect that Mr. Poole had a loss of consciousness when he came into the hospital that morning?
There is a mention of him having loss of consciousness around 4:16 a.m. when he arrived.
All right. Now,
Mr. Miller, I just want a quick logistical question. If this is a witness you're trying to finish today, the state needs a chance to cross-examine, or you're gonna need to make sure your witness can be here tomorrow. So plan as you see fit, okay? Another $750.
that's what I'm calculating, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm not in any way limiting you. I'm just flagging for your attention that, of course, 2 sides to every examination.
It's a hard stop 6.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Ms. Freeman. All right. When Mr. Poole arrived at the hospital, what type of medication was he given?
He received fentanyl.
All right, can you describe and what time was he given that fentanyl?
He was given fentanyl at 4:12.
All right, so he arrived at the hospital at 4 a.m. and then 12 minutes later, he was given fentanyl, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury the effects of fentanyl on the body?
Fentanyl creates dizziness, drowsiness, confusion. It's an opioid, so it's used for pain relief.
All right, so does it alter a person's alertness or affect their accuracy to reality?
It can, yes.
All right, with the injuries that you reviewed in the medical records that Mr. Poole had, was this an unusual drug to give?
Not at all.
Why not?
Because he has severe pain and it's used to treat severe pain.
All right, now in that note, it says the frequency he receives that drug is from 4:17 a.m. to 7:20 a.m. the morning of April 9th, 21. Discontinue at 7:20. Does that mean he was given this drug continuously for 3 hours?
No, it appears as if the drug was ordered PRN, which means as needed. So I'm interpreting it as the nurse had permission to give the patient the medication as needed within those hours.
All right. Going to another note, page 7 of those medical records. At 7:56 a.m., what was Mr. Poole given at that time?
Ketamine.
Can you describe the effects of ketamine on the body?
Ketamine it's a sedative, and it's used to also treat pain, but more so to put people to sleep, when you don't want them in a deep sleep. It's used to put bones back in place, things of that sort. It definitely creates an out-of-body experience. You don't know reality. A lot of people don't even realize who they are or recognize anyone around them. It's an out-of-body experience.
All right.
And they really don't have a recollection of anything that happened to them once they are off of it.
So a person that is taking ketamine would be under that influence and have no idea what's going on. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That's a mischaracterization of what she said and, yeah,
And leading.
yes.
Next question.
Would that person have any idea what's going on?
Objection calls for speculation. What person?
Right. She's described what the drug can do. She wasn't there with Mr. Poole. She can't say how it impacted him.
No, I wasn't even talking about Mr. Poole.
I
The person
know you
that
weren't.
is taking ketamine, would that person have any idea what's going on?
Objection, her testimony was that the effects of the berry was the first thing she said.
Sustained.
There's a note also on page 7, at 11:39. What did the nurse note happen at 11:39?
Patient's driver's license kept with family, all other belongings taken by patient family per patient request.
All right, so we have a note in the medical records that the family was present at the hospital. Is that correct?
Correct.
For patient identification, it shows his name as U. Loveland III, a 114-year-old male, 21 years of age. Why would the hospital call him U. Loveland III?
Patients are given an alias name, sometimes when they come in from EMS until we're able to get them there and get them properly identified. So it's just basically an alias name so that they can actually treat him in the system.
All right, now you previously told us about ANO times 4. On the morning of April 9th, 2021 at 6:58 a.m., what was Mr. Poole's alert and oriented?
He was ANO times 3 still.
All right, and what does ANO times 3 mean?
Alert to person, place, and time.
And a person that is ANO times 3, is this consistent? Is alert and oriented used in conjunction with a GCS score or the Glasgow score?
Yes.
And a person that is ANO times 3, is that more consistent with a person having a 15 or an 11 Glasgow score?
11.
Under the eyes portion of that note, it says that Mr. Poole had burns to 75% of the cornea in the right and 25-40% on the left. What does that tell you?
I would expect that patient to have blurred vision, if any vision at all, in that right eye.
What about the left?
The left would definitely be blurry.
All right, on April 9th, 2021, what was Mr. Poole's event, ANO?
He's still ANO times 3.
And what is the initial care management discharge planning assessment? What is that?
I think that's where social worker or care coordination come in and get with the family and the patient to decide what he may need once he gets home, or discuss what discharge planning is.
All right, so where it says MSW, what does that stand for?
I think medical social worker, definitely social worker, but The M, I'm not so sure.
And then at that time, what does it note that his eyes were?
Eyes were closed.
And what does it note about after the eyes?
He follows commands and mumbles.
Now, on April the 20th, 2021, at about 5:37 a.m. So he was admitted April the 9th. On April the 20th, what is his A&O at that time?
Still A&O times 3.
And is it the same doctor assessing him for his alert and orienting?
No, there were multiple doctors.
Do you have an approximate amount of patients that you've seen in car accidents?
Countless.
Would you say you're in the thousands?
Possibly, yes.
And as such, what type of injuries in your training and in your experience are consistent with someone sitting in the front seat of a car?
In my experience,
Thank you for pausing. You saw what I saw. Keep talking.
in my experience, someone in the front seat of the car will have a lot of torso damage. You have airbags, you have dash, you have a steering wheel, you have a lot of different objects that they're able to come in contact with. Also, you may have some facial burns from the airbag, maybe a fractured nose. Those are just things that I've seen from people sitting in the front seat.
All right. Now, you reviewed the the ME records for Mr. Minor, is that correct?
Correct.
Of your review of those records, were there any injuries that you found that were consistent with the person sitting in the front seat of a car in a front end collision?
Mr. Abadi.
I'm gonna object as to outside the scope of her expertise that she's been qualified here today. None of Mr. Minor's care occurred in an emergency room setting. So that would be my objections.
Okay, overruled. The question is, are injuries consistent with things that Ms. Freeman has seen in the emergency room? So why don't you ask the question again?
Yes. And given your training and experience and looking at the injuries that Mr. Minor had, can you tell us what injuries that he had would be consistent with someone sitting in the front seat of a car?
He had broken ribs. He had bruises on his lungs. He had the ruptured kidney, the ruptured gallbladder. I think he had a skull fracture. He had the fractured pelvis, all things that would be from an anterior blunt force.
When you say anterior, do you mean front?
The front, yes.
Posteriorly, in the posture. Posteriorly, do you have any injuries?
He did have a ruptured kidney that can possibly be ruptured from behind as well. But other than that, no.
Where were, can you tell the jury where the kidneys are located?
They're located in the middle of the lower back.
All right, and so is there any particular injury, anterior or posterior, that you typically see the kidneys rupture from?
Well, a blow from the front can be hard enough to rupture kidneys because kidneys kind of sit off by themselves. They're not covered by lungs or by bones or anything like that. They kind of just sit there. So if the blow from the front is hard enough, it can rupture the kidneys.
All right, and what is pubic symphysis?
That's a bone in the middle of the pelvis, surrounded by a thick area of joints and ligaments that kind of holds the pelvis together.
All right, is that a difficult bone to fracture?
I think so, yes.
Why?
It's very strong. The pelvis, femur, all that, that's a very strong area.
All right, and so could you kind of point on your body, and show the jury where that pubic,
It's like the middle of the pelvis here. Then you have the pelvis bone, so right here is the
all right. Was the pubic symphysis on Mr. Minor, fractured when you reviewed those records?
Yes.
Now, you said that, an individual that is in the front seat of a car, will typically have more, injuries to the torso of the body. Looking at the Grady medical records of Mr. Poole, he had a number of injuries. Specifically, looking at his torso, what injuries did he have to the torso?
He had a contusion on his lung, basically a bruised lung, from what I can remember.
All right, so out of this long
Let's see.
list under final diagnosis, the only injury that he had to his torso was a contusion on the lung?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions. Oh, I'm sorry. From looking at those ME records, what injuries did Mr. Minor have to his torso?
He had a lacerated liver. He had a ruptured gallbladder. He had broken ribs. He had contusions on his lungs as well. And he had the ruptured kidney. He had the broken pelvis. And I think he had a skull fracture as well.
Thank you.
Unless your examination is 3 questions, we're going to stop now. It's more than 3? Okay, and that wouldn't accommodate juror questions as well. So Ms. Freeman, I'm going to make sure that Mr. Miller takes care of you, but we need you back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Hope you don't have a night shift tonight for the rest of your examination. But we'll get started as close to 9 as we can corral the lawyers and the jurors, okay?
Okay.
This evening, don't talk with anyone about your testimony, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
May I step down?
Sure. So ladies and gentlemen, we are done for the day. I appreciate you giving us an extra 55 minutes of your time. The shuttle is still running, don't worry about that. And we will start up as close to 9 a.m. as you all can make that happen. We'll talk about the case tonight, no outside research. We'll finish up with Nurse Freeman's testimony in the morning. So if you had questions about things she said, we got to write them down. We'll get more note cards. You have exhausted our supply. Keep your note cards. We've already started writing on with your notepads. And you all should thank Deputy Gibbs. This is his first day running a jury. He did a great job. Any logistical questions? Seeing none, have a wonderful evening.
All rise for the jurors.
Thank you, Deputy. You all can be seated. So I think in all of MacGyver, we had this many. It was like a 3-week trial. We had this many questions. Inquisitive bunch. Mr. Abadi, anything from the state before we stop? All right, Mr. Miller, you will have witnesses to fill our day tomorrow, starting with Ms. Freeman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna try to remember to email the 4 lawyers. I think I have an email from Ms. Bird. The jury charge, I'm just starting off the one we used last time. Makes sense to build off that. And you can let me know if you have any recommended changes to what we used last time, for whenever we do the charge
I want
conference.
to do this, charge conference like lunchtime tomorrow.
I'm not sure when we're gonna do it, but I'm gonna, go back to chambers and send everyone the jury charge now. Okay? Have a good evening. 9, usual. So for you, 8:45.